welcome along. How are we doing, everybody, today? And welcome to the group stages of the Farming Simulator League Season 3 finals. I am here with Mr. Kerminator Live.
Hello,
Hello,
Alex.
I paused just long enough there for you to think something was wrong. I apologize for that.
No worries. I'm still got the brain fog. I haven't had enough caffeine yet this morning, so we got to get going. We'll get excited.
I could
this
get
first
to the
match.
unmute button quick enough.
Understood.
But we have quite a set of games ahead of us today. Group A and B today. We're starting off with Group A, which of course is the top group. The group that is headed by Trollborg. Has quite an interesting setup in here.
Welcome to the tutorial of the Farming Simulator Tournament client.
See you in a moment.
This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players on both sides. Once the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Vehicles with different properties and perks that give you and your team additional powers can be selected here. First, the team captain bans the vehicles which won't be available for both teams in the upcoming match. Afterwards, they can select a specific team perk that'll give their team a certain advantage, and they might secure a harvester or baler as well. After this stage, the captain can pick his own tractor and player perk. This stage will be repeated for the other players as well. A little twist in the pick and ban phase are the limited amount of points a team can spend, so make sure there are enough points for every player to be able to pick and choose wisely. More details about the vehicles and perks can be found on our stat sheet, which is linked on fsl.giants-software.com. Before we let you play, however, let's have a short look at the map for some orientation. Compared to last season, it got a little facelift. It features more hills in the terrain, and there are 2 separate fields now. We've also added additional hidden paths to the silo, and the barn zone looks much smoother altogether. To reach the bale barn, you will still have the 3 dynamic bridges linked to those of the other team. But take care, they are tricky. As a safe way, you can always use the static ditch crossing instead. As soon as the game starts, every player sits in his or her selected vehicle and is looking for the randomly spawning harvesters and balers on their respective pods. Make sure to claim them before the opposing team does so. If a team is able to secure all harvesters or balers, the game ends in a rush, unless you secured one of them during the pick and ban phase earlier. Once you have your garage together, you have 15 minutes to win the game. So, how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than your opponent. You get these points for delivering bales at the barn. To increase the value of the bale, you can sell the grain you harvested on the field at the silo. This increases your multiplier and decreases your opponent's. But be aware, there are special events happening during these 15 minutes of game time as well. At minute 12, 8, and 4, special drops will appear somewhere randomly on the map. Each of these 16 random drops has a different impact to either of the teams. So make sure you pick the one which fits your current tactic or goal the most, and be prepared to adapt. Excited? Then gather 2 friends and form your team on our website, fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Enjoy and happy farming.
And there we go. For those of you unfamiliar with, that is how we do the FSL, which is I love it. It's been brilliant.
It's been a lot of fun. I joined in this season part way through back in tournament 4, I think. It seems like a lifetime ago now, but it was only earlier this year, and of course since then I've been hired full time by Giants, and Things have, really, it's been a heck of a year.
I say
uh,
I've been going over sort of bits and pieces, and yeah, it does seem like an age ago when we started this season. And of course, this season has mostly been online. I keep thinking back and going, oh, this season started with FarmCon in 2019, and no, that's season two. We've had two full seasons, and it's been
right.
an interesting season this year.
It
It really
has,
has.
and then we just got used to having offline tournaments again, and then COVID has reared its ugly head yet again. So here we've had to adapt.
Yeah.
This weekend was normally supposed to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with Sunday culminating in the finals of the World Championships. But we don't get that now. We have the group stages today and tomorrow. Groups A and B today, C and D tomorrow, and then we'll have the World Championships at some point in the early bit of December, hopefully in person in Switzerland, I think is the plan, but it hasn't really been nailed down yet.
Yep.
But yeah, we've got Group A starting off today. We've got Trelleborg, Diakerfleur as the first game in that group, and then we've also got John Deere and Bednar. So, we're going to see the strongest team throughout the entire season 3 in Trelleborg. We'll see Vultra as well, the number 2 team in Group B later, but teams like John Deere, who had a really strong start to the season and it kind of dwindled later on, but here they are with the same chance as anyone to, make a surprise and make a good run in this tournament. But they got to beat the winners of our last tournament, Bednar.
And that is the thing that amazes me about this group, is that the one team that we've seen recently topple Trelleborg is in this group. And that makes things very, very interesting for it. That is a very potential upset right there. But we've also got we've got John Deere in here, who have had a horrible back end of the season. And
Right? Yeah, they really have.
Can they come back, and can they make up for that bad end of the season, and not only beat Bednar but beat Trelleborg as well. First up, though, we have got Trelleborg versus Diakerfleur, and this is going to be an interesting one.
We were saying it in our warm-up, I think. I don't think we've said it on the stream yet, but DAF here, Diakerfleur, they were the 16th team, the final team in to the tournament, and they had to play a little play-in tournament a couple of weeks back, and here they are. Their prize for winning that play-in tournament is going up against Trelleborg. So let's see how they fare against the number 1 team. So we've got number 1 versus number 16 here, top seed and bottom seed, but it's anyone's game. Are we going to see a surprise here or not? We have Diakerfleur, especially Bauer Matza from the team, shows up to our Friday night scrim streams all the time. He's up late German time playing with us, all the North Americans, and we've also got some Brits and some other players from Europe that show up, but they've been putting in the practice, and it paid off in them getting here as the 16th seed.
I'm seeing some comments in the chat that my mic isn't very good. I don't know why. I don't know what's gone wrong. But yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of loud there for a moment, but we're adapting on the fly. We'll see what we can do.
Yeah. So it would be a really, really interesting upset for DAF to come in here and beat Trelleborg in the first round. Something to note is that you can lose a game and make it through to the finals. At the moment, so if Trelleborg was to lose to DAF, they would then play the losers of the between John Deere and Bednar, and then the winner of those two would go through, and they'd play the losers of the second winners round, and we get 2 teams going through today, so from each group.
Right.
So yeah, it is possible to lose a game and still go through. But
Yeah, and
you
that'll be
can't
interesting to
lose
see,
more
like,
than one.
who handles that better, because like you said, if you lose, all is not lost, but then your back is up against the wall a bit more. So you do have to be careful. Diakerfleur, if they don't beat Trelleborg here, all hope is not lost. They got to regroup. Whoever gets knocked to that losers bracket still has a chance because two teams are making it from each group into the quarterfinal. So you've got to be ready to adapt. That's what the best teams in the FSL do, is adapt well.
Yeah. And nobody is a better master at that than Trelleborg.
Oh, they know how to disrupt. They know how to adapt. They know how to set records. They know how to win tournaments. I mean, what else can you say about Trelleborg?
The only thing that I would say about Trelleborg, and I have said this before, is they don't tend to come up with a new overall tactic. They tend to be really, really good at taking the tactics that other teams come up with and completely overhauling them and making them unbeatable.
We are underway of the FSL Season 3 Championship group stages here today, as we're having a look at the first battle for all the equipment coming out of the gate, as we see JK from Team Trelleborg grabbing the Kuhn Baylor.
And both teams have a decent harvester, I think. I didn't see, actually, when they were picking, whether either team grabbed a harvester. It doesn't look like they did.
Yeah, both teams in an ideal, though, so I think someone reserved one at least.
Someone, yeah.
Hello to Alexander over on YouTube. We are live today on YouTube, Twitch, and on Facebook. So hello to all of our audiences across all of those platforms. And Facebook, you'll be happy to know that we're aware that we're live this time going in. So we will be paying attention to your comments today, too.
I will say, looking at the Facebook stream, we've got one of those comments that always... shout out to you, Strapped Up. You have found one of the most awesomest things that you will ever find on the internet. This is the FSL, and every time I see a comment like that, every time I see, what is this that I've stumbled upon, 3 hours later, I can almost guarantee that person is still in the chat, still going, oh my god, I'm so pleased I found this.
I love those moments. And we also have a question in Twitch chat. I assume Trelleborg are favorites listening to and reading comments. Yeah, I mean, they're the #1 seeds coming in. They've earned the right to be the favorites by being the strongest team consistently throughout the whole of Season 3. They won more tournaments than anyone else. They had more circuit points than anyone else, and really have... there rarely has been a final go by where they're not at least in it and finishing runners-up. It was very rare to not see them in that final matchup throughout the season.
But it's an interesting thing where we've seen the latter half of the season, we have seen them stumble ever so slightly. And I think Vultra are massively strong, and we're going to see them in action later today. And of course, they lost to Bednar in that final match last tournament. So I don't think they're unbeatable. They are very, very strong. But there's definitely space for somebody else to take the trophy today, as much as Trelleborg are favourites.
There was some rotation in that final match where Wooler had to leave, and Wooler is one of the strongest stackers, if not the best, in all of the FSL. So they kind of changed their strategy up a little bit, and I think maybe saw that as an opportunity to see what they could do differently. They didn't come out on top. It didn't work out. But, Trelleborg, they didn't need to win last month's tournament as much as Bednar did. And credit to Bednar. They had a fantastic tournament. Whereas our first drops, we've got Bale Multiplier and Silo Close. Probably won't see either team pick these up.
Yeah. I don't think either team is going to be going out of their way to get those two. They're not massive game changers at the moment. The silo close, if you were doing an early drop, would make a difference. Ooh, Wooler dropping
Ooh.
some grain on the ground there.
Yeah, tiny little bit. Plenty in that ideal to go around for sure. They'll have more than enough between that and that case.
It could make that difference between the getting a 1.9 and a 2.0 in evening things up. So even little drops of grain can be a problem, and looks like Trelleborg were hedging their bets a bit, I think. What is going on here? What are Diacofleur doing?
I would guess they might be dumping on the ground. So if my time doing the scrimmage streams tells me anything, Diacofleur have become really close with our really the team in North America that's at the forefront on these Friday night scrimmages of trying to grow FSL interest in North America. SGA, they are always practicing together even away from these scrimmage streams. We're seeing comments in chat where SGA members are in here. They're cheering on Diacofleur, the underdogs. Wow. They want to see an upset. But yeah, they've gotten to know each other well, and Bauer Matza especially has really helped SGA members learn how to play the Farming Simulator League client. So I love seeing that camaraderie within the FSL community. It's my favorite thing about the Farm Sim community at large, but it carries over into FSL too. Yeah, it's a competitive mode, but at the end of the day, everyone wants to have a good time. It's a game, and you should be having fun and making those relationships and having a good time. JK going back for his tractor here.
This would be, if they are doing the grain dumping tactic, it's a tactic that is only going to work once against Trelleborg, and they kind of need to dump some grain because into the silo, because if they don't, Trelleborg are absolutely going to be onto them.
Yeah. The problem with if that is what they're doing, I can't really tell. Like, I saw one of their combines up on the hill there, just parked. So I'm not sure. We've not really seen a shot of the red team Diacofleur's side to see if that's what they're doing. And it is.
That's right, exactly what they're doing.
So here's the thing, though. Like, it's a risk because you're betting on the combo points, but at the same time, Diacofleur have been practicing this a lot. I can tell you that. Ever since Lindner unveiled this strategy a few months ago, there's been a lot of practice of it between SGA and Diacofleur within the scrimmages and their own practices. And I think that DAF here will shoot for 50 bales total and see if they can get the right amount of combo points.
But they're going to have to catch Trelleborg off guard in order to pull it off.
Yep.
Because if Trelleborg are sitting there waiting for them, Trelleborg's points can go through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in that tournament when Lindner unveiled this Lindner. It was Lindner, right? A Lindner load-up strategy, I think is what we called it. Yeah. And Trelleborg had the most amount of time between matches, and they were sitting there watching Lindner pull this new strategy out. And they found within an hour the right counter to it, and still came out victorious. That just shows you how good Trelleborg are at adapting. So, yeah, the problem is, and actually Trelleborg, it's come from, I think it was JK himself said that he's not a fan of the Lindner load up type strategy because it does really gamble on timing those combo points perfectly. If you miss out on one or two and they get countered, it all of a sudden changes. But here we see a Bale Pressive, though. Right on cue.
DAF are doing this really well. So they're not going for that massive number of bales at the start. At the end, what they're doing is they are just going to keep dumping bales into the bottom. And if Trelleborg aren't sitting there ready to beat the combo every time, DAF are just going to score a ridiculous number of points. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and they're so the combo's been reset here. But that was a good first little move. We got 6 minutes to go, and they're going to have to do that again without being countered.
It means Trelleborg have to be there all the time, ready to stop that combo happening, because they are going to get a combo like that. They're going to get over 400 points every single time they deliver a trailer worth.
Yep.
And Trelleborg do not have the ability to counter that every single time unless they have someone sitting there.
Hello, Tony. Hello, everyone else on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Joining us today, this is the first match, so if you're just tuning in, don't worry. You've only missed about 10 minutes, and you got a lot more to go today from Groups A and B. This is our first matchup of the day. The number 1 seed Trelleborg at the blue team against the number 16 seed Die Ackerfleur, the red team.
And welcome, Incredible Mouse, as well.
All kinds of awesome people. I saw someone as well make the comment, why are the red team dumping their grain on the ground? And Felden answered it well in chat, but I'll address it again. It's a strategy we've seen this season where instead of delivering grain to increase your multiplier for bales you get into the top of the barn, teams instead don't waste time taking the grain. They dump it on the ground so they can just keep harvesting and creating straw down on the ground to be pressed into bales, and then you count on getting combo points to increase your score, as Wooler is actually having one drop off the belt here. But Wooler, pretty consistent stacker in the FSL, and he's just going to methodically now the rest of this round for the next 4 minutes be loading these on.
Yeah. It's now a lot harder for DAF to get those combo points because they've got to get it in. They've got to get all of these bales in the middle of bales being dropped, and it's just not happening for them. This is where this strategy falls down. It works once,
right? And Lord Baylor is our super drop, so that would score 2 bales, but I'm not sure it's worth the time of going that far away for this one, as Die Ackerfleur just have a slight lead, but at any moment now I have a feeling that Trelleborg have some on the belt already ready to go. They've got 10 more bales outstanding compared to DAF at the moment. So this is going to be close, but I think over these final 3 minutes, Trelleborg has the potential to pull away.
Trelleborg are putting in 30 points for every single bale. For every bale that Trelleborg deliver, DAF have to deliver 3. It's not a strategy. There is a strategy here, but this is not it. This is going to just end up now in Trelleborg pulling away and ending up just scoring more and more points all the time. Wooler coming into the bottom, trying to...
Ooh, a little bit shaky there.
I'm not sure what he's trying to do, actually.
I thought he was going to put some in the bottom, maybe thinking that they could just go ahead and get those combo points, but then his teammate dropped the bales off, and now he's stuck, so now he's going to go in reverse. Yeah, some uncharacteristic mistakes by Trelleborg so far, but it doesn't look like at this point it's going to cost them.
I was going to say, if it was a different game, I would be going, oh, why are Trelleborg making so many mistakes? But look
There's
at
the
that.
Bale-tastic now, so that's just about going to do it. Both teams have the same amount of bales, but the issue, again, is if you're Die Ackerfleur, you're betting on the combo points, and they're going to bring in another full trailer, but it's probably going to be easily countered again.
I am not sure why DAF has switched to a stacker now. They've got only a 1x multiplier. They're not got any grain they can put in. Bringing a stacker tractor in is not really going to help them.
Yeah.
They're in a position where, to be perfectly honest, from where I stand, there's nothing they can do about this. This is just Trelleborg pulling away more and more now. There's 100. They only have 140 points on that trailer, and there's a Bale pressive for Trelleborg. This is gonna be. Oh, this is gonna be nasty. That's over 1,000
it's now
points
1,000
already.
points to 577. Yeah.
Oh,
that is tough.
That just hurts. That's a 1,200 point game with 40 seconds to go.
And they've countered the Bale combo there by DAF. So, yeah, it's nearly 500 points in it here with 30 seconds to go.
I love the idea of the first trailer coming in and dumping it in before the other team can go and score a load of points and just getting yourself a massive number. But you can't do that for the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, that's an early thing, and then once they start putting Bales in on a regular, you can't do it. And there we go. 12,500 points for Trelleborg there. Oh,
crazy.
Man.
Well done to Trelleborg. Congrats.
Yeah, well played. And I think DAF are going to have to mix it up. Veldin did say earlier on, actually, in the chat, you know, now Trelleborg don't know what DAF are going to do. DAF are going to do something else.
I mean, look at that. They did 50 Bales. They got 51. They had 9 more Bales than Trelleborg. The problem is Trelleborg was scoring 3 times the amount of points per Bale, and Diakerfleur did not get enough combo points to counteract it. And it's not the high score. The high score is actually the record is belongs to Diakerfleur, the team that just lost that matchup. They played in a play-in game, a qualifier. They had 1,500 and some points, so they hold the record currently. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 15 something. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I thought it was 14 or 15. I can't remember exactly.
Let me pull up the caster sheet with the record, and I'll be able to tell you all. Here it is. 1,533 points. That was Diakerfleur in the 4th online tournament. That's ages ago. That's the first tournament I worked, I believe. That was in the play-in round.
I would love to see what the tactic was for that, because that must have been to score that many points. I mean, you saw Trelleborg constantly putting Bales in there, and still only scoring 12,500 with a 3 times multiplier. How did Diakerfleur do that? They must have just got 3 trailers in with nobody challenging them, because it's
That was impressive, though. I mean, Trelleborg, you know, even with a couple of minor mistakes, it wasn't anything major. They really just handled that well, didn't they? And showed why they are the #1 seed. And, you know, as they go through, it's going to be difficult, I think, for teams to think that they can surprise Trelleborg now. Trelleborg has pretty much seen it all at this point. Diakerfleur, if they're going to try that same strategy of dumping on the ground, they might have to do it a little bit differently and maybe try to stack up 2 sets of Bales at one time. But even then, you know, Trelleborg are there and ready. You bet on getting those combo points, and by the 6th or 7th minute, you know, Trelleborg are pretty close to being ready to just constantly be stacking Bales onto the belt. So it's going to be tough.
It is. It's they're gonna, I think I as I said during the game, I think they're gonna need to deliver grain if they're gonna do this tactic again.
You know what? Mats is right there in chat. He says Bale record, and that is a new Bale record by Diakerfleur, although they lost.
That is.
The previous Bale record was 49 by Lindner when they did the load up strategy for the first time. So they've broken that record by 2, but if they want to stay in the tournament, they've got to start winning matches too.
Yeah, it's not just the Bales, it is the points.
And for those of you wondering if you're watching the stream, you're not seeing myself and Alex on screen. This is the German casters. We've got Klaus, who is the lead of the FSL team at Giant Software, one of my colleagues at the company. And then you also have Steven, a.k.a. the Red Cat, as well with him. Alex and I are at home doing commentary live from our homes in the UK and the United States. And here we go.
Kermit has had a very early start.
Very early. But you know what? As soon as that first match gets underway, it's like it's middle of the day. You know, the energy hits, the coffee kicks in. Yeah, so this is it's best of 3 in the group stages. There is a losers bracket as well. So if Diacre do not want to drop in that losers bracket here, they need to win this match, or they are out and into the losers bracket, which we'll see in the 4th game later on today. So both 2 teams make it out of the group stages from all 4 of our groups here. They'll advance to the quarterfinal, which will take place at some point early next month. It was moved due to COVID. It will hopefully take place in person in Switzerland at some point in early December. We don't have an exact time and date on that yet. But yeah, that's how it's working. So best of 3. Losers go into the losers bracket and still have a chance to make it to the quarterfinals.
We've seen the fast track banned by Diacre, along with the Massey 9407S, and the Vultra G and the Steyr banned by Trelleborg. So only 1 care wheel tractor left. I think that's the case. None of those tractors, I think the Steyr is one we saw Diacre use last time. So that will force them to use something else. Both teams have reserved an ideal combine, and both teams this time going with Transport Company. Although actually, yeah, both teams went with it last time. So very similar setup here. And we have... Please sit still. Are you eating your microphone, Ken?
I don't know what they're talking about. They may be talking about yours. But you know,
it's
whatever.
It's quite possible. I don't know what's going on with mine today.
I don't know what Carl's
peaking
about.
And dropping and
the only times I'm moving over here is to grab my coffee or look at my notes.
I would say that it might be because I have a new streaming setup, but I'm doing this off the machine that I used to do all my streaming off. And
there you go.
My microphone's the same, so I have no idea what is wrong with my mic. So apologize. Apologies, people. Apologies, people. I don't know what's up with my mic today.
Yeah, we'll make do.
I'm gonna have to listen to it.
In an ideal world, we would be in person at events with the Giant Software audio team, you know, helping us out. But they can only do so much on their end because we're at a distance in 2 separate countries across this vast planet that we all live on.
It's peaking. I need to put a I need to put a filter on it, I think.
There you go.
I have a Yeti Blue microphone, so it's not like I'm using a headset mic here. It's a proper, be it inexpensive, condenser microphone.
I was just worried. I was like, am I fidgety over here and not realizing it, trying to stay awake in the early hours?
It's gonna be really. I'll tell you what, it's gonna get really bad if we have a game that goes down to like 2 points in the last 7 seconds, because I'm going to be screaming at this thing and it's just going to be peeking out the whole time.
Oh man, yeah, we'll look into it. We'll have a break after this first matchup, whether it's after this round or not, and we'll see what we can do. We appreciate everyone's feedback in chat, and we also appreciate you guys letting us just have some lighthearted fun when it comes to it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we love doing these because of the chat interaction. The tournament itself is entertaining. The gameplay is great. We always have really good matchups when we get, especially down to like the quarterfinal stages when you have the top teams going against each other. It's always a good time in the FSL, but without the chat interaction, it just wouldn't be as entertaining for us as casters, and the broadcast just wouldn't be the same.
Right, how we got DAF this time are not dumping any of
at least not yet. They're not dumping grain.
No.
JK bailing away 112 to 109, a lot less points this time around on the first bail points. I think it was 129 to 127. What's up, Obi? Good morning, DJ Merlin, and everyone else joining us. Thank you all so much. There is a giveaway going on. I tried to put the command into chat on Twitch a bit ago, but it didn't seem to come through. But yeah, there's a giveaway for a game called Farm Sim 22. Maybe you've heard of it. Maybe you heard that it comes out November 22nd.
I'm not sure I have. I may not be getting insanely excited about next Friday.
Yeah, so you're one of our partners and ambassadors who have been blessed with early access to Farm Sim 22.
I have, and I am. Oh man, I am so giddy about next Friday. Right, so we've got speed up and bridges lowered this time. Neither of those, I think, are something that either team is going to go out of their way for.
Listen to the lovely babbling brook right there on that shot. Yeah, I love that in chat. Stodgy Mouse says, it's really not that bad, VF. Don't sweat it. I think it's more banter than irritation. That's why we love you guys.
My thing is that I've had so much troubles with... Because what I did was I took my laptop out of my whole streaming setup, and I got an old PC. I managed to get hold of a 1650 GTX for an inexpensive price. Oh, Beatmaster's gone for it.
Ooh, almost into the drink there.
And so I have a new streaming setup. Unfortunately, it threw everything into chaos, and it being an old machine, it had a corrupting hard drive, and my mic setup was all over the place, and yeah. So
I feel you, man. And then a Windows update can come along and just completely ruin everything too. I've been there.
Well,
before.
I got the noise gate wrong on my recording setup, and so I had an entire video this week that was basically like that. With people going into the comments, I love your videos, but I've disliked this because of the audio, and I'm going, oh god.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been my week.
I'm glad you're excited about next Friday. We're looking forward to seeing our fans get their hands on Farming Simulator 22 for the first time, and I can tell you guys from my experience, and feel free to call me biased if you want, but remember I was a fan of the game first before Giants hired me full-time as community coordinator. I think you all are going to be pleasantly surprised, and I mean, maybe you already know what you're getting into with all the announcements we've made, but until you get it in front of you, you just won't know how you're going to truly feel about it. But I'm loving this version of the game. I think that the team has done an amazing job, and we've made some great leaps forward. And I think, I've been saying like it's a big leap forward, but it's not just that. This is the first game that Giant Software is self-publishing, and it's really it's kind of a stepping stone for us as a company. FS22 is just going to be the start of even greater things going forward into the future. So everyone, if you're a fan of our games, you should be excited.
One of the things I actually love about the FS community and the FS creator community is that, you guys send us copies of the game, and thank you so much for that. That is awesome. However, I have bought more copies of Farming Simulator 22 than any other game I've ever had, and we have been giving away copies left, right, and center. So pretty much any creator you can go into at the moment, and we're giving copies because we love it. You know, we think it's going to be absolutely awesome, and we are just trying to get as many copies out there to as many people as we can, because we have, you know, this faith that it's going to be good.
I love to hear that. Yeah, you're not. I know you're not the only one. People have been buying up multiple copies and
well, I think
trying to get all the pre-order bonuses and all of that sort of thing too.
I think I'm up to 8 or 9 copies at this point.
I was wondering what Diacrofleur were doing here, because I knew they were not dumping grain this time, but they had not put any grain into the silo as of yet. But now they are doing so, as we see herbicide and bridges raise. So they have 2 full combines and a full grain cart here, as you see Elite Coffee going back and forth between all of them. He has the Archimedes perk, so he'll be able to unload all of this 50% faster.
And yeah, they're doing a tried and true. Oh, look at that! And now Trelleborg are delivering grain, and they've brought it back. Oh, they've sent them. It's gone the other way.
Here, I thought maybe Trelleborg were going to be caught off guard this time around, but they were not.
Wow. Here we go. Yes, because there was more in there. Is it going to be cross-platform so PC and Xbox can play together? Yes, FS22 is cross-platform, and it's one of the things I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, cross-platform across all of the platforms it's releasing on, including Stadia, but keep in mind that Stadia at this time doesn't support mods, so if you are on that platform, you're gonna, and you want to play with your friends, you're gonna have to make sure they're okay with playing with no mods, no DLC.
Mods. But I will say, FS22 is the first version of Farm Sim where I'm not dreading playing without mods to start with.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. You know, there's a lot of stuff
I mean,
coming to base game, which is nice.
Yeah, and that was the thing with FS19. I was excited and it was awesome. And at this point, last time I was flying out to Germany, you know, I was coming into it and going, okay, I've not got seasons. I'm going to have to work around that.
So we are under 6 minutes to go. 173 to 112. Trelleborg in the lead. Diacrofleur need to win this second of the best of 3, or they are going into the losers bracket here. And Trelleborg will advance in the winners bracket. A little bit easier of a route. You won't have to play as many games if you stay in the winners bracket. We'll have John Deere against Bednar, the other teams in Group A, coming up after this one is concluded. And Trelleborg picked up bridges raised there. So the bridges are all raised at the moment for the red team, Diacrofleur. 233 to 112, 5 minutes, 10 seconds to go. You troubleshooting over there, Alex?
Yeah, sorry, I've gone quiet because I'm gonna reduce my my mic volume a little bit and see if that helps things. You can hear me breathing. Oh god! Right, let's.
233 to 122, 4.5 to go. Do what you got to do, Alex. I'll take the reins from here, and we'll see if you can get that sorted. We appreciate everyone's feedback. We're 20 seconds away from the super drop. Trelleborg in the lead.
Is that okay?
That sounds a little bit better. It's hard to tell.
I've dropped the volume to 80% microphone, so hopefully that hasn't made me
that
too
sounds
quiet,
better to me.
But at the same time, that might take out some of the top.
Right. Yeah, it sounds fine to me, but again, I'm not listening to the broadcast, so hopefully we'll get some more feedback from the awesome people in chat. It's Lord Baylor again for 2 bales. So, I mean, if you're Diacrofleur and it's close, you might go for this, but I don't know if it's worth going for or not, to be honest. It looks like actually someone is going for it for Diacrofleur, though. Looking at the mini map, someone is almost to it now. And there it is. Roadrunner's going for it. So let's close the gap a bit.
Oh, I know what I'm going to do.
Sounds like Darth Vader is in the room.
I'm going to mute myself on the stream for a minute so I can run a couple of tests. I will be right back. I will leave you in Kermit's capable hands.
Oh, I do love that. It's you guys are handling it in a very good way in chat too. We guys appreciate you because it's like I said, we're doing this from a distance. It's not an ideal situation with COVID. Normally, Alex and I would be there in person in Germany as well at the studio, and you would get to see the German casters on stage and the English casters. But I've yet to experience that because I've gotten involved with the FSL earlier this year. So, we're having to deal with COVID, and COVID affected the World Championships, even still going on into November now. We were supposed to have a 3-day event with the finals culminating tomorrow, but the finals will now take place next month due to just the craziness. All right. 553 to 482. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go here. Trelleborg in the lead. This is a lot closer than it was at this point of the match last time around. And now Matza is bringing another load of bales in on the Anderson loader. The problem here is that the multiplier is even, and Diacofleur are trailing by 51 points, and they only had like an extra bale at that point. So now it's 613 to 522. And I don't think Diacofleur have enough bales, especially as Kafi has the belt catch those. So that's a mistake you don't want to make. These all need to go in via the top of the barn if they're going to have a chance. But even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough. I'm going to look into why the... Thank you, Tom, over on Facebook for the feedback as well on the audio stuff. I'm going to look into why the giveaway links don't seem to be auto-populating on all of our platforms. I know you guys would love to enter that giveaway for FS22. Yeah, you know what, though, Stodgy?
Okay,
that very rarely happens. Welcome back, Alex. That very rarely happens, Stodgy, in the farm sim community. Everyone is usually pretty nice, even when things are maybe not going the best. It's always in a respectful manner, so we appreciate our community for being like that. You guys are awesome.
We do, and I know from personal experience that it's only a very small minority of the community. In general, the farm sim community is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, in live streaming, you're always going to have the haters here and there, but the thing about that is the majority of the people in chat are always very civil, and they have our backs and are willing to shoo those kind of people away. And so it's going to be Trelleborg that are going to take this a lot closer in the scoreline this time. But for Diacofleur, just coming up short, 843 to 792, I believe, is the final score. So Diacofleur into the losers bracket. They'll play later on. They're not out completely yet. But Trelleborg, I mean, seemed pretty comfortable through those two matches, Alex.
They did, and I think that Trelleborg are showing here why they are where they are. They are a very, very strong team. And and to score, to go ahead and score 1,250 points. Giving a little bit too much credit there. 1,250 points. They, in that first game, they took full advantage of DAF dumping all their grain, and in the second game, they played the game they played, and again outplayed DAF.
The problem. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the problem is Diacofleur. I think we're hoping to do something different than Trelleborg in that first round, and be able to beat them that way, and it backfired. So then they had to go and play a different strategy, which ended up meaning that they were trying to match Trelleborg like for like. and they had the same amount of bales, but they had 5 more into the bottom and 5 less into the top. So that's 50 points right there. Not to mention, just the timing of getting them with the multiplier, the first bale points as well. So, Trelleborg are a tough team, and they are going to be bringing their A game. So if you want to knock Trelleborg out of the championships, you best bring your best and your A game too, because they are not going to back down. We're going to have John Deere and Bednar coming up next. Trelleborg moves on. They'll face the winner of this next matchup, and then the loser of this next matchup will face off against Die Ackerfleur. And then when we get a winner or loser of game 3, which will be the winner's bracket, the loser of that drops into the loser's bracket for game 5. The winner moves on to next month's quarterfinals. So Trelleborg are 2 wins away here today from being into the quarterfinals next month.
Interesting thing is you can lose one game, but you still have to win as many games to get into the finals.
Right. Yeah.
So you actually end up playing an extra game if you lose.
You play an extra game, but you're right. You do have to win the same amount. Yeah. So you have to get 2 wins to make it either way.
We're off for a break. We'll see you in a minute.
Be right back.
And we're back, and heading on to our second game of today. We've got John Deere versus Bednar, and it's going to be an interesting match here. John Deere having had a fairly horrible back half of the season, and Bednar having a much better one, actually, culminating in beating Trelleborg in the final of the last tournament.
That
which
was
quite
impressive.
Amazing.
It was impressive. I think I fixed the giveaway stuff, at least on Twitch. It's going to be automatically put into chat now. You can also use the command on Twitch. We're giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 22 as we're having a look at the highlights from that first matchup. And I mean, Trelleborg.
This is the first.
Trelleborg just showed, Trelleborg said they don't really care for the Linder load up strategy, as we call it. We might need to find a better name because a lot more teams than Linder have used it since they unveiled it. But maybe because they unveiled it, they get naming rights. I don't know.
I was going to say, it tends to be the first team that uses it.
Right.
The thing.
The Trelleborg toss, the Cortiva flick,
Yeah.
or whatever it was called.
It's the Cortiva flick, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah.
There was Beatmaster, doing a little bit of drifting. I think he's been playing too much Forza.
With a combine. That's impressive.
He's been playing too much of the new Forza in his spare time, I think, Beatmaster.
DAF not having a great time loading those bales in that second game. And yeah, 7. It wasn't a massive difference in that second game. And this is the thing, is that the DAF, I think had they done that in that first game, would have been in a much better position going into the second game, having a closer first game. I think they just got way too beat in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the risk you take as well. When you dump your grain and you rely on the combo points, that's a risk you take. And it didn't pay off. It backfired. Yeah, they set the bale record, and they should be happy with that because they have another record in the record books now. But, if they want to keep advancing, I'm not sure that's going to be the best strategy. Granted, they won't have to play Trelleborg again, at least this weekend. So maybe it will work, but I don't know.
I think if they were to now beat John Deere and Bednar and make it to the final, they wouldn't face Trelleborg again until the grand final, because they'd be opposite ends of the board. So yeah. If they manage to use that tactic successfully and beat everybody else, they've still got to.
Right.
It's still a high chance of facing Trelleborg in the final.
I mean, they can arguably anything they do is an upset here. So
yeah,
they're into the losers bracket. They'll face the loser of this next matchup, John Deere and Bednar, which is about to get underway soon. You see the lobby. We're waiting on one player, it looks like, for the red team, and we'll be getting underway. Unfortunately, we've had to go back to doing online tournaments for these group stages. I had just really gotten back into seeing the players at events in person. We haven't been able to travel due to COVID, but at least they were able to be in person at events. And it's that extra special when you see the players live, you see their reactions, you see how stressed out, how excited, and how friendly they are too. So I know that a lot of them are probably bummed they can't be at the studio in Germany today and hanging out together again. But that's the current world we live in and what we have to deal with. So at least we're still able to have these carry on this weekend. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We'll have, groups A and B today. And so several more matches coming today. And we'll be live tomorrow at the same time. Start time of 10 a.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Eastern. And here we go, Alex. John Deere, the blue team, Bednar, the red team, and
Bednar. So this is the first time. I think this is the first time I've seen John Deere playing in a while, because they haven't made it through to the finals.
Yeah, they've been getting matched up with
most of the second half of the season.
Yeah, they've been matched up with Vulture or Trelleborg or Cortiva, and they've been knocked out a lot in the qualifier matches, which we normally don't broadcast on the English channel. We usually just do the finals on the one day of the weekend. Yeah. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how John Deere do, because like you said, it has been a while since we've seen them live on a broadcast we've done commentary for. And so we're talking about a team in John Deere that started the season very strong, going up against a team in Bednar, which finished the season very strong. So you'd have to argue that Bednar are the team in form at the moment. And coming into this one, I don't really know what to expect. What do you think, Alex?
I think of these two. John Deere have been on the wane and Bednar have been on the rise.
Right.
If I was, oh God, no, I don't want to predict.
I mean, so here's the thing. Bednar have won a tournament. The best John Deere has done this season is runner-up. They've had 2 third-place finishes.
Yeah.
And they've made the quarterfinals a further 2 times beyond that and been knocked out. So John Deere are the 8th place team. They're the higher seed here, but there's really not much between these 2 teams.
These are the 8th and the 9th placed seeds.
Right.
My gut is saying to me that Bednar are on the rise at the moment, and they would be my more favorite team. Having said that, I have just predicted Bednar, which probably means that John Deere are going to win.
Yeah, I
this
think
match.
you predicted against Bednar every time last tournament, and they went all the way and won it.
And they went on to win it. Even in the final, I said this would be a massive upset.
I think you kept doing
if
that.
Trelleborg were to win this, so Trelleborg are a shoo-in. Bednar won it.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a good point to make, because Bednar would not have been this high of a seed had it not been for the momentum that they carry into today. So, I mean, John Deere may be the higher seed, but Bednar are the team in form. So we've got 15 minutes here, and it's going to be interesting to see which team will come out on top, because if you look on the standings alone, there's not much between them. But if you're going by what we've seen from these 2 teams recently, you got to think that the lower seed and Bednar are the favorites. And we've got a lot of fans of Bednar in chat.
John Deere, at one point this season, were in 3rd place.
Yeah, when I first started doing commentary with you and Joe, Silver News, I hope his farming this summer went well. Miss having him along, but yeah, it was the 3 of us, and I remember, like, at that time, you're talking about John Deere being one of the strongest teams in Season 3, and ever since then, it's just kind of been month after month where they've, gone up against a tough opponent in the Saturday qualifiers, and they've not made it into the final days. So let's see what they can do here today, though. It doesn't matter what you've done previously. Yes, it helps your seeding, but it doesn't matter. As long as you're in the top 16, you make it. That's what really matters. Now it's time for John Deere to see if they can get back to their old ways and shock some teams here at the World Championships. Seeing the love for the Czech team Bednar, who were the only team not in person at the last tournament when they won because of COVID travel protocols. They were not able to travel to the event.
That was the other thing. We did say, oh, it would be interesting if the team that isn't here won. And yeah, it was the team that wasn't there that won. And John Deere in with 119-point first bill, 110 point for Bednar, so not a massive difference.
Nope, not a massive difference. If you get a 110 first bail against top teams, you're hoping that they're not going to be too far ahead of you. So little damage done there early on. We won't see any more points on the board for a while now. We're going to see a replay of this fight for some equipment. Oh, that's what we're seeing. Oh,
that did not go well.
John Deere flipping the John Deere. Team John Deere there.
Some air there.
Maybe some style points for the fans at home. Someone from Bednar has stolen my name. Says Hyper
it is
UK
very true. There is. Well, now Hyper, you're gonna have to support Bednar.
Yeah, I think we have a Bednar fan in the UK now, in the form of Hyper. Hello, everyone.
Can we trust BF this time? I don't trust me this time. Ah, dear.
We are live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, so hello to everyone watching. This is the Farming Simulator League. If you've never seen this, this is the official esport for Farming Simulator. It's currently a free DLC for Farming Sim 19. Go to the website, create an account, download the client if you have FS19, and you can give it a go yourself. In normal times, we do a English scrimmage stream in the evening hours for North America, on Fridays here on Twitch. And there's also a German language stream as well that goes on.
That is looking a very full trailer there for John Deere. And what do we got? That is a grain multiplier. That is a really good one for both teams. Both teams now going to try and get their grain dropped as quickly as possible, take maximum advantage of that multiplier. And it looks like Bednar are going to drop their grain first here.
Yeah, we've got over 100,000 euros that's going to be distributed based on how teams finish in these World Championships. We won't know the top 8 until we get to the finals next month, early December at some point, hopefully being in person in Switzerland. But we will have an idea who's going to finish 9th to 16th after this weekend is over. But the grand prize, if you get first place in the season final, is 31,500 euros, a total of 102,000 euros across all of the places. And just getting here earns you a bit of money as well. So just by getting here, teams have earned some prize money, which is great for these teams. We don't know what Season 4 is going to look like beyond this. We've got Farm Sim 22, of course, coming out very, very soon. 9 days away now, I think, something like that. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, nine days.
Not that anyone's counting.
No.
But yeah, we don't know what it will look like in Season 4 for the Farm Sim League. We'll hopefully have some news to announce that early next year. But at this point, we just don't really know. Our focus, of course, has been on getting these finals done, and also from another standpoint, getting Farming Simulator 22 ready to be sent out to the masses and all our fans. We're looking forward to you guys playing it.
We're looking forward to playing it.
We've got 9 minutes to go. Just the first bail point still on the board, 119 to 110. John Deere in the slight lead. And both teams, I mean, Transport Company, you think we even see anything different this weekend at all? I don't know. Transport Company has become king.
So. We kind of have already. You know, DAF did try something different last game. Admittedly, they got punished for it.
Right. but they still use Transport Company, though, in the end of the day, right, as their team perk. I mean, we know that, like, Manitou have been using Herbicide recently in tournaments. They'll be featuring at some point this weekend. They are in Group D, so that'll be tomorrow when that takes place.
I would be surprised if we saw anything, if we saw a non-Transport Company play from any of the top teams.
Right.
Some of the lower ranked teams, I can believe will try something different simply because they have nothing to lose. They know they can't outplay the top teams at their own tactics. So best thing is to try and be a bit disruptive. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of the lower ranked teams have tried to come up with some different options. We got silo closed as an option right now. That could be a really disruptive thing if either team goes for it. We will have to see what they will do. Master Dad, on all of us, suddenly this FS22 has come out of nowhere. There we go. John Deere have closed Bednar silos. And the disruption has begun. Is Bednar going to do the same thing to John Deere? No? Oh, no. Hyper is heading off somewhere. Oh, he's a long way away, though. That's not going to happen. So, wow. John Deere have a massive advantage here at the moment. All they need to do is get that grain delivered and get bales delivered at the same time. And they're gonna cause a huge problem for Bednar here.
Yeah, they got to be ready to deliver these bales, though. That's the thing, isn't it? So let's see if they can pull it off properly, because increasing your multiplier is great with silo close, but if you don't score points in the meantime, it really doesn't matter much.
It is one of the things that we consistently have actually consistently always seen from the FSL is teams increasing their multiplier and then not taking advantage of it. John Deere coming in with 2 bales while they have the 2.6 multiplier.
So they're going to get at least a couple scored.
But this is a team taking advantage of their bigger multiplier. Fantastic play there from Lucas.
Problem is, are they going to go in before they even it out? Those bales have not gone in yet.
But they should do. The advantage is those bales will now speed up as the multiplier goes down.
It's not going to be 26
they should
points.
Reach the top before.
There you go. So all that was worth really was 4 points. But remember, 4 points at the end. It could make the difference.
I was going to say, we've seen teams win by 4 points, so... Plus, it makes Bednar, panic a little bit. They have no idea exactly how many bales John Deere have lined up there. It can force errors, so it is worth a little bit more than just the 4 points, because it can cause mistakes to happen. Could cause, Bednar to make a play that they hadn't planned to otherwise.
Without fail, when Bednar are playing, their fans show up in droves. In Twitch chat.
Oh, absolutely.
I love it. Last time when they won the tournament, it was great to see the support. Now they're back again. We're getting lots of Bednar love in the Twitch chat at the moment, as we've got 40 seconds until the super drop, as we're having a look at Bednar, and Melly is bringing in more bales for Hyper to stack. So Bednar have some making up to do here now. They have a slight bale count advantage and bringing a bunch more in now. Let's see if they can close this gap a little bit.
Really nicely.
Yeah, very well done. So we can see where the super drops are going to be. Potentially, it'll be top right for the red team, bottom left, potentially blue team. This could make a difference in a matchup like this.
Are really close together.
Yeah, they really are. They're right close together. And the super drop is out there now. Not complete. There you go. Multiplier switch. Well, that doesn't help.
That is utterly pointless.
That does not help at all. 223 to 170.
Sometimes the super drop is an utter game changer, and sometimes it is just the worst. And this is just the worst. Bednar have gone into the lead, though, as John Deere bring a trailer full of bales in.
They were 1.5 minutes left. Yeah, they've been countered, though. They were one short of a combo, and they should have pushed one into the bottom. It's been countered by John Deere, so instead of the 50 bonus points for Bednar, it turns into 30 bonus points for John Deere.
That's not good for Bednar.
Good morning, good night, Red Dirt. What's up, Jimmy? I'm not sure which one it is for you. When I was trying to go to bed last night, I saw you live streaming, so I don't know if you've had any sleep yet, brother, but good to see you. This is going to come down now. It's so close that if a team makes a mistake, if a bale falls off the belt in these final minutes, like that could cost them. This one's too close to call now.
You know what? These 2 bales go in. We're almost at the point where there's 4 points between this.
Yeah, pretty darn close.
It is that close at the moment.
Well, if we,
John Deere,
we've got your mic fix now. If this is our first, this is our first virtual farmer excitement finish to a round. We've got the levels.
I'm so
good
pleased
to go.
I turned volume on my mic down slightly, or I would be busting people's eardrums.
It's now a
103-point
lead for John Deere. The bales are there for Bednar, but they have to get them in. They have 6 extra bales on the board, but they have to get them in, and not just get them in, but via the top of the conveyor. And there's a minute 45 left. They've got a full Anderson loader that they're bringing in. I just don't think there's enough time to get every single bale into the top of the barn.
That's a lot of bales Hyper has to get on that conveyor in a minute and a half.
Well, that makes sense, DJ Merlin. DJ Merlin says my team is always Trelleborg because I'm Swedish. Well, you know, makes sense to me. I do find as well that sometimes fans of certain brands are cheering on that branded team. This is, I mean, if Bednar can get all of the bales in, it'll be really close. But
it will.
They have to get them all in.
Oh,
there goes
John
one
Deere,
off for John Deere, though. So one off for John Deere.
20 points on the floor for John Deere, and gap is closing. Bednar bringing more bales in with 45 seconds left.
They might actually get them all stacked on.
Look at how quickly Hyper has got that last trailer worth in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
There were 4 points between it then.
It's going to be close. I mean, the problem now, though, is that they're even on bales.
773, 30 seconds.
Who delivers all of their bales here? Whichever team gets all of their bales wins this. And into the top. Look at that. John Deere's putting some into the bottom, though. Oh, my goodness. Bednar, 830 to 793, 10 seconds ago. 813, 840.
It's going to Bednar.
It's the bales into the top. 860 to 843. Yes, Bednar takes it. Whew. Activate hyper mode. I love it. Bednar activate hyper mode, says Hyper UK, since I have to support a fellow good name. I love it in chat. And that came down to, look at that, 3 more bales into the top. So that's an extra 30 points right there. And that's the difference.
Yeah.
John Deere were having to put them into the bottom. The one that fell off, if it had gone into the top, that would have been enough. Just mistakes in the end for John Deere. But man, we've got a close contest with these two.
That's kind of been John Deere's story for the latter half of the season. You know, it has been these unforced errors that have meant that they've not made it through to finals. And this is what we were talking about at the start. It's that Bednar on the rise, and you saw that entire Anderson of bales come in at the end there. And Hyper got every single one of those bales on that thing. We were going, it's got a minute and a half. He's never going to get an entire trailer full of bales on there. Every single one of those bales and more went in.
That was impressive. And it really was.
It really was. And you know, there were no mistakes from Bednar at the end of that, and there were a load of them from John Deere, and that made the difference.
It did indeed
make the difference.
I'm just, I'm really excited to see how close those two teams were, and I'm looking forward to seeing now what it looks like in the second match. John Deere came really close. We didn't really have a super drop that was beneficial in that one. That could have changed the course of the end of that match. Who knows what would have happened if it was something different, but very close matchup. That's what we like to see. We're going to see plenty of that as this tournament keeps on progressing. And the World Championships, we've got, the top 16 teams from the season, squaring off this week. So there's going to be some really competitive matchups.
Another interesting thing about that match, the scores that both John Deere and Bednar got there were comparable to Trelleborg's. So looking at those three teams together, especially if John Deere and Bednar have a similar game this time, that very much says that either team could beat Trelleborg.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to end up being a very close group. Much closer than I would have originally thought it would be.
Well, yeah. Well, and the thing is too that the seeding was determined. It was it was always going to be 1 against 16, 2 against 15, 3 against 14, and 4 against 13. But then all the teams in between the top 4 and the bottom 4 were randomly drawn into groups, and it just so happens that in Group A we've had the 8th place team and the 9th place team paired together. So 2 really close teams in John Deere and Bednar, and teams that on their day can beat Trelleborg. We know Bednar showed that in the last tournament. John Deere has shown that in the past. We haven't seen the best from John Deere in quite some time, but I was really surprised with their gameplay there against Bednar. They showed why they, are the 8th place team. They were in the top 4 for a long time this season, and have just kind of fallen off. But they've got every chance as well in this group. Between Bednar, John Deere, and Trelleborg especially, it might come down to a mistake between these teams. We saw in the last one, John Deere had that one falling off the belt towards the end. That may have ended up costing them. There was only 23 points in it. So John Deere has a chance of forcing a game 3 here now if they can clean up those mistakes. Both teams going with an ideal setup here. And that was not an intended pun, but a very happy accident after I said it. Both with the transport company and reserving the Agco Ideal Harvester. We'll see what they go with as far as player perks. Probably going to get the standard Under Pressure and Archimedes, and we'll see where they go from there. We got the Case Puma with the Care Wheels for Sippy over on John Deere's team. We've got Under Pressure in the Case Puma for Ventil on Bednar. The Fent Favorites, no player perk for Hyper. The Fent Favorite 515C and Archimedes for Gertch from Team John Deere. And what do the final players go with here? Archimedes and the Vultra S374 and Vultra S374 and no perk. There you go.
The interesting thing here is John Deere banned both of the manure loaded tractors. So that means both teams can only carry in the front forks 2 bales back at a time instead of 3.
Right.
It is a bit of a disruption from John Deere. They have disrupted themselves a little bit in doing it, but it does put Bednar on the back foot ever so slightly.
We have a question from Dean over on Facebook, and it says, will FS22 game and season pass come out together or be available at a later date on consoles? If you're on the PlayStation Store, you won't be able to get the year 1 season pass until the game launches on the 22nd. You're unable to pre-order it on the PlayStation Store. As far as I know, you can pre-order it on Xbox already, the year 1 season pass, but I don't think there's any sort of bundle with the game and the season pass like we have available on the Giants eShop. But you don't really, that's just putting the season pass in the game together, and keeping you from having to do 2 separate purchases basically. But at the end of the day, it's the same price. There's a slight $2 discount or so if you buy the season pass before the game launches on the 22nd, but it's going to be available for you to purchase at any time after launch too. So if you can only afford to get the game right now, the season pass will be there waiting on you later on. You can still also purchase the DLCs individually if you'd rather go that route too. Incredible Mouse in chat says, "Go John Deere." So combining the 2 teams. Here comes our first bail points. 119 for John Deere. Here comes Bednar now. I think it was
this looks
114.
Oh, slightly better there for Bednar this time.
Yeah. 4 points better. Same exact points for John Deere. We're hoping everyone's having fun so far. That was a great match in the first round between these two. Hoping for something similar the rest of the way.
John Deere a little bit on the back foot here, being a game down. Can they pull this back? Can this go to 3 games?
I think it can. These 2 teams are closely matched, but...
Well, John Deere at a fairly good advantage at the moment because they have 2 ideal combines. In fact, although amazingly, Bednar have the John Deere combine. Yeah, 2 Fent Ideal combines means that John Deere have a larger grain capacity if they wish to do the whole thing of taking the harvesters up to the sell points. The Ideal combines also have a slightly smaller header, so are easy to maneuver up there as well.
Right.
So we'll see what John Deere are going to do with that and whether they're going to take full advantage of these two combines.
It wouldn't surprise me if they are going to do that. They're going to get the grain cart full once, stay out and keep harvesting, park the grain cart up at the silo, and then they'll take the harvesters over closer to the end of the round.
I think it kind
and
of
have a
depends
lot
on
of
what
grain. We'll
these
see.
drops are. We've got direct delivery and speed limit. Direct delivery, to me, as I've said this whole season, is an underrated perk. I don't know why teams don't pick it up. Even now, John Deere have picked up the slow perk and not direct delivery. It just seems a little bit odd.
I've had another question about FS22 on Facebook from Jack. Will the saddle track pack be available after launch? We don't know that at this time. The only way to guarantee that you get it is to pre-order. We don't really have any information other than that to share at this time.
So actually, I've got a question along those lines. When will the download information for the saddle track be available to those who have pre-ordered?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that, Alex.
Because having received a few, pre-order emails, saddle track isn't a link for the saddle track isn't included in that. So
interesting. Okay, yeah, remind me of that when I'll look into it. But yeah,
I'll remind you of that later. Yeah.
Look at that. Virtual Farmer putting me on the spot on the FSL stream.
You see.
I love it. Keeping me on my toes at whatever AM it is now.
Well, I've got my Porsche
330.
I got the Revel model kit. So I got my little classic Porsche.
I'm so jealous of that. I'm hoping I can get one of those shipped to me. I'm trying my best to pull and curry some favor.
I also put an order in for the collector's edition from Game here in the UK, and that includes that classic Z-Tour tractor as well. So I'm going to be starting my farms with lots of old classic tractors.
Nice. There, I know you'll like that.
Oh yeah.
All right, we've got under 10 minutes to go now. It's still the first bail points only, and we've got Sippy going back for the New Holland here. They've got 3 harvesters now, not back for the New Holland. He's going for it now. Yeah, interesting. I think maybe he was just driving it to his tractor. I don't know if he's actually about to harvest. I guess we're about to find out. Yeah, it looks like he's switching vehicles now. Yep, and back in the tractor. That's exactly what happened there. Yeah.
It's a little bit quicker to drive the combine harvester than it is to run.
Yeah. Yeah, not many people pick the runner perk. It's a pricey one to pick for, just a small amount of time that it's effective.
Kermit will probably correct me on this if I'm wrong, but my belief is the saddle track is available on as a pre-order for all systems.
All platforms, all retailers, you get the saddle track pack as a pre-order. Right. Some retailers have extra bonuses on top of that, but everyone at least gets the saddle track pack with pre-orders on any platform. Hello, Marbear. Good to see everybody in chat hanging out. I appreciate everyone's excitement for FS22, but I don't want to just answer FS22 questions on the FSL stream. We could really go down a rabbit hole here.
FS22.
There'll be other places and times for those questions, or you'll find out soon enough when the game's out too, and it's in the hands of our influencers starting next Friday. You've got less than a week to wait for the likes of Virtual Farmer, who's in chat with me, and so many more Giants partners, ambassadors, and other content creators that will be getting early access for FS22. So don't fear, your questions will be answered, but I do want to put more focus now back on the FSL because we have a lot of games to go and a lot more action at the World Championships.
Fielden, as far as I know, that's a local one here in the UK. I don't know anywhere else.
Z-Tour,
worldwide doing that.
Like in Canada at a retailer, I can't remember, maybe in the US too. But Yeah, it's available at other places. Like different retailers in North America have the 3 different bonuses as well. The Mac Black Anthem, the Fent Black Beauty, and the Z-Tor.
Yeah.
I think if you pre-order the year 1 season bundle on the Giants eShop, you get all of those bonuses, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Did not know that. Oh,
Well, there's another copy he's going to have to go get.
Well, I need to buy a copy of the and I've got the button. No, because I need to get a copy of the year 1 pass for my brother. So
Yeah, it's Tottery Wolf. You are correct. The Discord is an amazing place to ask questions. That is a very, very good point.
Yeah, speed up has been taken by John Deere. John Deere are actually grabbing all of the power ups here, and Bednar seems to be ignoring them. Bednar now responding to the negative bonus that they're in, because they are at 1.5 and John Deere are at 2.5. But they do have the grain to respond to this with. Is the ideal combine combo that John Deere have, though, going to make a difference here?
Ooh, not quite enough. There's maybe a little bit more on one of those harvesters, but it's 2.1 to 1.9. Oh, there we go.
Oh, now there we go.
Nearly completely even. At least on the part that counts, it's even. The bars look really close too. But yeah, I didn't really see John Deere if they are ready over at the silo to deliver more grain or not. As we have a look at Lucas bringing in some bales.
I think
Good
they're
morning,
out.
Jimmy.
But Lucas at this point, yeah, there's no advantage with the multiplier at all.
We had a question on Facebook about the pre-order for FS22. How does it work? It depends on where you pre-order it from. If you get a digital copy, then yeah, you'll be sent a download link. You can pre-order a digital copy through the Giants eShop, on Steam, Epic Games, on PC. You can order it digitally on the PlayStation Store and the Microsoft stores as well for Xbox and PlayStation. But you can buy physical copies as well. But even all physical copies come with a digital download link for those of you that want a physical copy but don't have a disk drive.
Which is absolutely awesome because yeah, the collector's edition, of course, comes with the disc. For those of you who are getting the beacon in the collector's edition,
DJ Goham is getting like 3 beacons at least at this point, and he's dreaming
I've got 4
building
copies
a hat.
of it. But I don't want to open them all because I want to give them away.
Right. He's going to give them away, but he wants to keep the beacons for himself. He's going to do something crazy with them. I think he said he's going to make a hat with them, like, you know, plastered on the top and each side or something. That'll be interesting to see. We're under 4 minutes. Our super drops are out. This one is too close to call again. It's about where we were last time. Bednar back into the lead now. 52 bale points could make the difference in this contest with how close the last one was.
That is so we were talking last game about the super drop being absolutely pointless. This one is a game changer.
Yeah.
And this is the thing with the super drop. Sometimes it's completely not worth going anywhere near, and sometimes it's absolutely worth.
Neither team is making a move for it at the moment, though, which is kind of surprising.
52 bale points is just a huge amount.
I mean, you're talking about
1.5 bales.
Almost, yeah. Well, you're talking about almost 3. Yeah, you're almost talking about 3 bales. So you could drive over and get the power up in the time that you would spend, you know, bringing the same amount of bales in. So why not go for it? Like, it doesn't look like anyone is even interested, and I'm really shocked.
And John Deere could really do with those extra points right now.
Yeah. They very well could.
Now Bednar could.
Thank you, Stevie, over on Facebook for sharing the Giants German channel for Twitch, in case any of you on Facebook want to watch the stream in German instead. There's the link.
And now John Deere. Oh, no, I was about to say, now John Deere pulled well ahead, but no, this is yo-yoing all over the place. such
I'm
a
still
close
just
game
shocked
again.
no one went for that super drop. I'm flabbergasted why. Ooh, Melly had to adjust there at the last second as that bridge started to raise. There is a giveaway going on for Farming Simulator 22, everyone.
Oh man, this is those points at the moment do not represent how close this is. There's 50 points as it stands at the moment, but both teams have a whole load of bales. Bednar have 4 more bales than John Deere. If they get those in, Bednar are going to win. And that's the thing. Minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
90-point lead for John Deere at the moment. This could, again, I saw someone say it a moment ago, that it might come down to who makes a mistake. That was incredible, Mouse in chat. That's what happened last time. You got to make sure at this point you're getting all of these bales onto the belt. Interesting there from Lucas. He had a chance to pick up those 2 and decided to go for these instead.
And Bednar now closed that gap down to just... it was 10 points. It's now a 30-point lead. John Deere now loading bales on, though.
Let's see. I think both of those will go in.
Yeah.
50-point lead for Bednar.
Pulling ahead. And Bednar now putting bales, or 2 bales in the bottom.
50-point lead.
30 seconds on the clock.
90 points. 2 more onto the belt for Bednar.
20 seconds left. Oh, John Deere have bales.
They're going to have to put them in the bottom again, though. That's the problem. They've run out of time to put them into the top. Yeah, and they're not even going to score all of them at this point.
That's only 30 points.
Ooh,
no, they blocked themselves.
And they blocked themselves a calamity of errors at the end, and it's Bednar advancing.
Goes to Bednar.
And we'll see a rematch of last month's final in the early stages of Group A here. In Game 3, that'll be our next game coming up. We'll see Trelleborg taking on Bednar, the rematch. 37 bales to 33 that time.
Another really good score from Bednar there. Yeah, they're looking strong. Bednar are looking very strong. And also, I got a prediction right. Yes.
Wow, hold on. Let me go to my window and see if Big Pig is flying by, because pigs might be flying again because you've got a prediction, right?
I actually predicted a correct win.
Oh man, congrats to Bednar. They move on, so we'll see how Diakerfleur can fare against John Deere now in Game 4. So we'll have Trelleborg versus Bednar next in the winners bracket, and then we'll go to the losers bracket for back-to-back games. The winner of Trelleborg and Bednar now are into the quarterfinals. So if you think about this, like, you know, Bednar have a real chance. If they repeat what they did in the final, they'll be the first team out of this group into the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Over Trelleborg. That would be a huge shock, I think. Of course, Trelleborg would drop into the losers bracket and would face the winner of John Deere and Diakerfleur for the right to move on. But I mean, if Bednar play like they did last month, who knows? Although this time Trelleborg are going to be at full strength, so it's going to be a little bit different of a matchup. But I'm very interested to see what it looks like. We'll be right back in a moment. Don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be back with more Group A and to follow Group B action later on today at the FSL Season 3 Championship. Welcome back. We are back. Season 3 championship Group A action is still going on. Group B to follow later on today after Group A is done. We've seen Trelleborg advance into the winner's bracket. Diacrefleur drop into the loser's bracket in our first game. We just saw Bednar sweep John Deere in 2-0. And they will now face off against Trelleborg in the winner's bracket. And then we'll move over back to the loser's bracket and we'll finish this group out. But Alex, I mean, it's been fun so far. I mean, we got what we expected, I think, in that first matchup with the 1 seed beating the 16th seed. But that last one, the 2 close matches, but Bednar handled it really well.
They did, and they got decent score lines in both games as well. They are stacking well. They are putting the grain in nice and efficiently. And even in a couple of places there where they were at a disadvantage, they still came back and they evened things up. I think they're going into this match against Trelleborg in a bit very in a very good position. So I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see where they go. We have though a replay from the last game, and you can see here.
Oh, this was fun.
With
Whee!
John Gangs. But they this is the second match, I think. No, this is the first match. It seems
this was
in both
the first
matches.
matchup.
Yeah, so in both matches, both teams had an ideal and one other combine, and it was a very even match. There was this advantage here where the silo was closed and John Deere took some advantage of it, but not a massive advantage. I mean, it was a 4-point advantage, and in the end, their mistakes outweighed any advantage that gave them.
Right. In both rounds too, it seemed like for John Deere, it came down to running out of time. They were bringing bales in too late to be able to put them into the top, and so they were scoring them via the bottom late on. And they're missing out on, doubling up their points there. That could have made the difference. So if you're going to press bales and have the multiplier in your favor, you need to make sure you have enough time to get them all into the top, because into the bottom is just 10 points and may end up costing you. As in the second match, we saw this mistake where John Deere came in and kind of got the baler stuck, so they were unable to get a few in even to the bottom there. But yeah, that was a close matchup, and Bednar showed that they were the calmer team. I think they, of course, won last month's tournament. They're the team in form when you compare them with John Deere. John Deere is still a really good team, but Bednar just got it done in the end. Cut out the mistakes. Thank you, Dragon Spun, who says, "Can I just say I love you guys? You actually make this even better with your commentary." Well, you know what? It helps that I think that myself and Alex, we get along pretty well, and
we do.
We haven't known each other for super long, but we've been doing these tournaments a lot together this year. And of course, now that I've been hired as community coordinator for Giants, I have an interaction with him on that level too now. So we're talking all the time, and I was a guest on his stream earlier this week, which was a lot of fun talking about FS22. But we really appreciate you guys giving us that kind of support in the chat. We really appreciate it because we have fun doing this. But you guys do make it better. Without the interaction, we would just be talking to ourselves. So we love the support that the FSL gets.
It has been one of the nice bonuses, actually, of doing these remotely, because I used to when I used to do these on stage, I would have my mobile on stage with me with a power, a power block in the side of it, trying to make sure that I can see the chat while I'm doing it. But we get to interact with you guys, which is one of my favorite things about streaming. And it just, I think it, massively enhances the whole thing, because it does make the difference for us to be able to chat to you and go, Yeah, that's an absolutely great point about that play and things. Um, oh wow. I am Kasim. I am married with twins. I don't think that really. Okay.
Oh,
Oh
it's too
boy.
late or too early for that. I've lost it over here. I'm
That's
dead.
I'll say so. That's
Oh.
the first time that's ever happened to me.
Oh, what's up,
Ever.
Fluky? The games are going well so
Hey,
far. We've had
Fluky.
Trelleborg and Bednar win, but losing isn't the end
Oh.
of the world. We do have a losers bracket as well during the group stages. And I love
Congratulations, you
Foxjock's
broke
comment,
me.
trying to explain to my friends why waking up at 5 a.m. to watch Virtual Farming Game is worth it. Hey, keep convincing them. You know, if you need any help, let us know. But we're glad you guys are having fun. Oh, man. Phew. All right, Trelleborg versus Bednar. So this is the winners bracket. The winner of this best of 3 matchup will be our first team into the quarterfinals next month. The loser of this will drop into the losers bracket for game 5. And face off against the winner in the losers bracket between Diacrefleur and John Deere. So what's at stake here is a place in the quarterfinals and going ahead and securing your place in the championships next month, early December at some point, hopefully in person in Switzerland. We'll have the quarterfinals and beyond taking place. Red Dirt Ranch, I can feel Alex blushing from all the way over here. Oh man, we're so happy as well that everyone is joining us on YouTube and Facebook. We're on Twitch as well. We're on Twitch in English and German. So if you happen to be on YouTube or Facebook and you would prefer to watch in German, twitch.tv/giantsoftwarede will take you to the German broadcast. And the 2 awesome guys that you're seeing on screen, Klaus and Steven, they are actually in the studio in Germany doing the German language broadcast. So if you want to check that out, feel free to go over there. But if you want to hang out with us, we're more than happy to entertain you as well. So, I mean, what do you think here? Because this was the final in our last tournament of the regular season, and Bednar shocked everybody by knocking off Trelleborg. But the one difference this time is that Trelleborg have the strongest stacker in the FSL playing for them in Wooler, who had to leave the tournament early last time around because he had to get back home and get back to work the next day. So maybe that will make the difference. Well, I mean, it's a team game at the end of the day, but when you're a strong stacker, you're talking about missing out on a lot if Wooler's not around. So I'm interested to see how Trelleborg handle it now at full strength.
So we play said, last.
Don't forget about your parrot cat, VF.
Oh, he's. I pick up my cat, I cuddle him, and he climbs on my shoulder every time at the moment.
All right, I honestly don't know what to expect from this one. You know, I think both teams will go very similar strategies. They've both gone with reserving the ideal and transport company. I'm sure they'll both be clamoring for the extra ideal harvester here. I'm not seeing it yet where it's spawning, but you can bet there's probably going to be a mad dash for it. Ooh, someone for the blue team crashing into the gate and mistiming, getting out of the starting area.
That's an uncharacteristic mistake for Trelleborg. It's Wooler.
It was Wooler, yeah. And so Wooler is actually just going to go for the ideal. I don't know if he was going to go for that or not. But it did slow him down at the very least.
He seemed to be heading in that direction, and it has delayed Trelleborg by a fraction of a second.
Yeah, we love seeing the Bednar fans in chat. The Czech fans show out in force for Team Bednar, and they're rooting them on against Trelleborg now for the 2nd month in a row. As we see JK following right behind the New Holland, going to be going for first bail points here, and now setting off towards the barn. Hey, what's up, Taz?
Good morning, Taz.
That's a good point Von Hogan makes. There are no losers amongst the viewers here. More games is always better, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, 135.
135-point first bail from Trelleborg. They are throwing down the gauntlet to Bednar.
And the best we've
here.
seen is like 114, I think, from Bednar so far. So let's see
I
what
think
they're
we
going
had
to get
a
here.
190.
Okay.
From Bednar, we had a 114. 121 is still a really decent bail.
Yeah, that's
first
the best
bail,
they've
but
done so far today.
14
So
points.
wow. All right. Well, we've got 13 and a half minutes still now to determine this first of the best of three between these two. That would be me crashing into the exit gate.
I think Trelleborg are out for revenge here.
Oh, I would not doubt that at all. Trelleborg are a respectful team with their competitiveness, but they are very competitive. You can tell. I mean, you're talking about last tournament. In the qualifiers, they pulled out that first bail record by using the telehandler and grabbing the bale directly off the back of the baler and chucking it into the top and getting 140 points. And I feel like that was just to set the record and send a message, really, more than it was about winning the round itself. Because we haven't seen that from them since. But, I mean, Trelleborg won back during FarmCon. We had the real-life bale stacking challenge. Trelleborg won that, too. So you can tell they're competitive.
They're both in real life
virtual
and in
tractors
the world.
and real ones. Yeah, they are, coming out on top. So they definitely are used to winning. But Bednar bested them last month. They have every right to do it again. We'll see how this one plays out.
Oh, chat, stop it.
You guys are
You're killing me here.
killing Alex today. I love it. All right.
Man.
We've got grain multiplier and bale multiplier. Probably not worth.
Well, grain multiplier at this point, we have seen teams go for it. It can make a difference if they grab the grain multiplier now and go and dump the grain that they've got. Neither team seems to be going for it.
Because, I mean, JK's already heading in that direction.
It's a thing to do right now. Good morning, Judy. Welcome along. 11 seconds. There we go.
Bednar are going for it, but now they've got to deliver the grain. Oh, there you go. Yeah, JK was definitely in a great position to take advantage of this. Bednar have time to get over here too. I honestly, though, think that Trelleborg have a near full grain cart, whereas Bednar don't. So I think this is going to come out in the favor of Trelleborg here. I love seeing teams like that. That's actually the first time in a long time that first drop has been picked up and utilized. And I think both teams are going to be able to utilize it here. And actually, I was wrong. Bednar have about the same amount of grain.
It was a strong drop to get this early on. Normally, if you see a grain multiplier come this early, the teams will get it and they will drop it. Because it is just too much of an advantage if you get it and your opponents don't, and you need to do it.
Bednar,
and
Bednar
a surprise from Bednar taking that extra moment to get a little bit more grain has paid off. They have a 2.1 multiplier.
Yeah, that could be a huge difference.
Fantastic from Bednar.
Over one bale, a 2-point difference isn't that big, but if you're talking over 20 bales, it's quite a significant advantage. So, as JK's tractor is flipped
have a tractor on its side, but nice. JK very good at getting it back.
He made that look easy. I mean, come on. Oh man! Wow. $135 to $121. Bednar do have that multiplier advantage. Will that flip again, though? Because I don't think either of these teams are done delivering grain at this point.
They only... So, to even that up, While the multiplier is like this, now I need to deliver 7 bales.
Morning, Gamer Dragon. Morning,
Hey,
Mystic
GD.
and Smiler. Morning, everyone else. Afternoon, whatever it is for you. It's late, early for me. I can't tell
I
you
need
which
a
one.
coffee.
Yeah, I need another one.
I've
That's for sure.
I've had energy drink this morning.
Ah, there you go. All right. We're going to have our 8th minute drops here in about 23 seconds. I'm hoping for something useful again for both teams. It's always more exciting when the drops come into play. It can really start to, shift momentum a bit.
DJ Merlin asks a really good question. Why do they move when they drop the grain and not just stand still? My understanding is it actually empties faster if you're moving.
It empties faster both into the grain cart and at the silo if you're moving.
Direct delivery or a bale drop?
Direct delivery could be a good one because that's going to, add to your multiplier as you're harvesting. And both teams are still going to want to harvest for a few more minutes and lay down more straw, I'd imagine. It especially would be a good one for Trelleborg because they could even this multiplier disadvantage that they have out pretty easily.
Von Hogan, we don't really see that in the FSL because despite things like Trelleborg, being very dominant, the teams overall tend to be fairly even.
Bale drop picked up by Trelleborg. Okay.
So yeah, teams don't tend to, for lack of a better term, throw matches so that they get better matchups further down the road.
There was that bale that was added with the bale drop that we saw as Wooler pulled up there. About to go to work, Fluky. Good morning, Bad. I hope you're recovering well from your operation, my friend. Morning, Mason. Morning, everyone else. Morning, Manda. Hello.
Yeah, I had a little bit of blue raspberry focus this morning. Red dirt.
I had to give up. My only energy drink these days is coffee and the occasional Pepsi. My energy drink days were ended long ago. I used to manage a restaurant, and I pretty much lived on those things, and they absolutely ruined me. Never again.
I can tell you haven't been over to Giants offices yet. They have them in fridges.
Yeah, I'll be avoiding them even if I go over. Yeah, I can't do them. Yeah, we won't get into the details, but
no.
Yeah, I've had some I've had enough issues with them over the years that I've sworn them off at this point.
Well, I had I seriously cut down on my coffee because I got to the point where I was driving home one evening from work, having had about 10 coffees. I'd had to pull over on the side of the road because I thought I was going to have to call an ambulance.
Mason John, it doesn't cost anything to enter the FSL. You just have to sign up for a team and participate throughout the season. This is the grand finals of season 3, so these teams have earned the right to get here. This is our top 16 seeded teams throughout the season, but it's a free DLC at the moment for FS19. This season's about to end, but pretty much you have to be in Europe to play at the moment because the events take place there when they get to be in person, at least. Unfortunately, a lot of them had to be online due to COVID, but we're working on growing it in other parts of the world too.
This would have been the season to have done it from elsewhere in the world because most of the games have been online.
We had a question in chat. Can someone explain to me how the points are given? So first bale points are based on speed of delivering your first bale. Beyond that, though, the goal really is to put bales into the top of the barn here. That'll give you multiplied points. If you look at the scores below there, like with the yellow background, that's each team's multiplier. So that determines how many points they get for bales put into the top of the barn. You increase that multiplier by delivering grain to the silo. You deliver bales to score points. Putting bales into the bottom after first bale only counts for 10 points unless you have like a drop that affects that, which can happen occasionally. But yeah, that's the main goal, really. You score points by putting them into the top and get those multiplied points. So with a 2-time multiplier, you're getting 20 points per bale compared to 10. And here is the bottom boost. super drop, which is one of my favorites. And here comes Ventil from Bednar for
Oh,
it.
man.
This could be huge.
Are Bednar going to make it to it?
They
Yes,
did.
and they've got it.
So
That
40 seconds
is
now.
a game changer.
Bottom boost gives the team that has it the advantage of putting the bales into the bottom and scoring the same amount as they would get into the top. And you can also, if you time it right, get combo points a lot easier by putting them into the bottom, especially if you have transport company, because you're talking about, potentially 14 bales in a row that you can put in. The problem is Bednar only have 12 bales outstanding, and I don't know if they're ready to bring any in. They're not. So
they need to, whatever they're doing, they need to stop picking these bales up and get them in, because they've got 7 seconds. They are not going to take advantage of it.
I think really they went for that to keep Trelleborg from getting it, which wasn't the worst thing, because Trelleborg had more bales already at the barn, and Trelleborg were also going for it. So it was a.
But they're
not going to score points, but they did disrupt.
They had on. They should have taken whatever they had on that auto stacker and dumped it in the bottom. Bale combo countered from Bednar. The teams are countering each other. The trouble is, well, we got 2.5 minutes left, and it's actually fairly close still.
Yeah, the problem is Bednar are trailing, and Trelleborg have more bales at the moment, so that is an issue for Bednar. I don't think you're wrong. They should have went ahead and brought some in and then worried about going and getting the others, because now they're going to have to stack every single one onto the top in 2 minutes, whereas they could have brought in what they had, put it into the bottom, then gone back out and grabbed the ones that Hyper misses grabbing that. Yeah, just not lining up right. You want to make sure you grab it from the narrow end so that you can put it straight onto the belt. But yeah, thank you, Giant Software. I'm not sure. There might be Jenny running the chat. Might be someone else from the FSL team. But thank you for telling Mason that. Yeah, join the FSL Discord. I think I have. Oh, that's the official one. That's not the one you want. Here, this isn't pertinent for now. You can't play on stream, so ignore that part of it. But the rest of the information is helpful for you. Register your team. If you don't have a team, don't worry. Just sign up for yourself, and you'll get a key. Download it. You have to have FS19 on PC. Run the installer. It'll install it. And then join the FSL Scrimmage Discord. And even if we're not live doing scrimmage streams, you can ask in there if anyone wants to play. You might be able to find some people looking to, teach a new player or looking for players to practice against. I know, for example, the guys from the Sim Game Alliance stream team here on Twitch are doing practice 2-3 times a week, separate of our scrimmage streams. So I don't even know, to be honest, I don't know what scrimmage streams are going to look like in the coming weeks, because we do have FS22 coming out soon. I don't think we're going to be streaming next Friday, because we're going to leave that to all of our influencers who are getting early access to FS22 to, have free reign. We don't want to take away viewers from them, so we're going to let them stream FS22 next week. So I don't really know what the future of the scrim streams look like. We may be streaming FS22 instead for a bit going forward. So I'll update you guys on that when I know soon. A little bit of showmanship here by Trelleborg, and they are going to come out on top.
Got it.
I think
close, but yeah.
I want to see how many undelivered bales Bednar ended up with there, because they did have that chance to bring them in with the bottom boost, and they didn't choose to do that. So if they left bales out on the
they had a lot of bales left at the end there.
They delivered them all, but I wonder how many of those 9 put into the bottom were put in late on, because you're talking about 90 points left out there. And that would have been enough to win. I don't know if that's the difference, but I still don't understand. Like, if you go for the super drop, you kept Trelleborg from getting it. You've disrupted them, but at the same time, you didn't take full advantage of the boost.
The trouble is, that to me isn't a disruption. That's protecting your own back. The disruption is then shoving all your bales in the bottom and getting yourself a whack load of points.
Right.
And that's the trouble. They they did the minimum stop Trelleborg disrupting them.
Right.
They didn't actually then go and disrupt Trelleborg. And and it cost them.
It did.
There's
the bottom boost can be
absolutely
like the most powerful super drop as well. But at the same time, I've seen teams pick up the bottom boost and have a full Anderson loader already almost to the barn by the time that happens to be the super drop, and that works out brilliantly. Whereas there, Bednar had to spend time to go get it, but they didn't have a lot of bales on the Anderson loader ready to go in, and they still had to make that journey there too in 40 seconds. But I still don't see why you wouldn't just, even if you took the tractor with a stacker and grabbed 1 or 2, and you took 4 in on the Anderson loader, you're talking about enough points to win that round if you can get them into the top compared to the bottom. So if you're going to get those kind of drops in your favor, you have to have a little bit of luck that the timing's right, but you also need to make sure that if it goes in your favor, that you take advantage of it, because it'll end up costing you in the long run if you don't.
And there were other instances there where Bednar didn't take full advantage of what they had. I mean, they had that 2.1 multiplier, and I don't think they delivered a single bale while they had that advantage.
Yeah.
And we do see it time and time again that teams don't take advantage of the multiplier while they have it. And they kind of get stuck in, this is how we're playing. This is our...
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? It's almost like...
Yeah, this is our tactic. We're not going to deviate from that no matter what happens. And I think eventually we'll get to see teams that go, right, okay, this is our tactic, but we've got a higher multiplier at the moment. We can take a moment to go and take advantage of that.
Well, we saw Trelleborg do that. Was that actually in this previous round? I can't remember, but we saw them do the silo closed, and they went over and delivered it right away. So yeah, if you're gonna get these sort of things in your favor, you need to be ready to take advantage of them for sure. But the problem is, like you said, you have to then deviate from your normal gameplay. You have to be ready to adapt on the fly, and some teams seem a lot more comfortable in just sticking to what they're doing despite what the drops might be. The sound is not off sync. You were seeing the German casters on screen, and you were hearing myself and Virtual Farmer, aka Alex, on the English broadcast. We are at our homes. We were unable to travel to Germany due to COVID, but those German guys are in the studio. So I saw that comment over there on YouTube. So we don't have a command for that on YouTube. But yeah, we are not desynced. Don't worry. Yeah, Trelleborg, don't panic, DJ. I mean, they are just smooth operators all the way around. There's no denying it. We've rarely seen them make mistakes. A few tournaments ago is when I think it was JK was going in with the Deutschfahr that's been banned in this round with a baler on the back and ended up flipping the entire thing over. That's the only time I've seen like Trelleborg have such a big error that it cost them a round. But they were able to bounce back from that. So they're a very smooth operating team and very rarely make a mistake. So you've got to be able to disrupt them, and you have to take advantage of every little advantage you have when you're up against them, because if you don't, it's going to cost you in the long run. Pretty similar setup, same exact pieces of equipment, same player perks picked here, same team perk, both teams with the ideal harvester reserved. Let's go. Trelleborg 1 win away from being the first team into the quarterfinals. And it would be great to see Bednar force a game 3 here, but it would just be very fitting with how season 3 has gone if Trelleborg just, with 4 straight matches, becomes the first team into the quarterfinals next month. That would be very befitting of them and how they've done this season. Oh, and they're Melly now hitting the gate and mistiming the exit.
That's going to cost them the New Holland harvester. Oh,
someone on Facebook says, "Is this real?" Well, you are
Yes,
here, Tyler,
and
watching
it's
it.
awesome.
It is real and it is awesome. This is the Farming Simulator League's official esport. This is the end of season 3, our World Championship group stages. We'll have the finals early next month. But yeah, season 3 been going on for a while, and Alex, you've been around for just about every bit of it, haven't you?
I have. I started when this was known as the Farming Simulator Championship back at FarmCon 18, which, oh my god, that's 4 years ago nearly.
Yeah, it seems like
And,
an
yeah,
eternity, doesn't it?
it does. Especially after the last couple of years. So we are coming to the end of season 3 here, and it has been a cracking season. Trelleborg once again have been all over this season.
Yeah, they really have.
But yeah,
I see Mystic Sim Racing says this has a ban phase. Only time I see that is Rainbow Six. Yes, pick and ban phase is how every round starts. It's definitely something that I think blows people away. I have a friend of mine who, for the first time when he watched it, he was blown away when he saw there was a ban phase. He gave it a try because he's a friend of mine, and he we take our advice from each other well. But he was still skeptical, I think. And as soon as he started watching and saw the pick and ban phase, his mind was blown, and he was like, "Okay, I'm sold on this." Because there's a pick and ban phase, and I cannot believe that this is the thing. And we get that a lot. We've had people who come in and say, I joined this stream as kind of like a meme to make fun of it, but now I'm in love with this and I can't look away. And it happens a lot.
it happens every single stream, and it's people come in and go, "Oh, what is this thing? This is." And absolutely fully prepared to take the mickey out of it, and they are still here 3 hours later saying how much they're enjoying it.
I love what Cara Luna said on Twitch. This isn't real. This is unreal. I love it. Giova, we don't know anything about the future of the FSL beyond the end of season 3 here. We don't know what season 4 will look like. We will probably have an announcement about it early next year, but at this point, we don't really know whether season 4 will be on 19 or 22. Of course, a lot of our focus on like internal game design for the last couple of years, understandably, has been on FS22, especially these last 9 months or so. It's been, the main focus. Beyond that, though, we still have like the year 1 season pass DLC that we're going to have to start working on once 22 is released. The precision farming DLC, which we'll be releasing in the spring for free for FS22 as well. So we don't really have any news about the future of the FSL in season 4 yet, but hopefully we'll have it early next year.
Which would be cool. I'm looking forward to seeing what the next phase, the next season of the FSL holds. And JK heading to drop that first load of
Someone on Miles on Facebook said, I had no idea this existed. Goodbye, CSGO. Hello, Farm Sim League. Oh, that's high praise. Thank you for that compliment. Jack over on Facebook says, I always used to think it was weird, but now that I've seen it, I'm addicted.
I can live. I have my coffee. Yes. Dad.
Some of the teams are sponsored, yes. We've got Trelleborg and Bednar in this one, which are 2 sponsored teams. We had John Deere play already today. Not all the teams. LSA Esport is like an esport organization. Same for Kalwana Gaming and My Insanity. And then Diacrefleur are our only like wild card team that are not sponsored. But other than that, yeah, we've got Valtra, Lendner. Oh, DJK Anfield too. Sorry, I missed them. They're actually like sponsored. I think they're like a football club and everything. We've learned recently. So they're like an entire organization. And then we've got Cortiva, who are the main sponsors and also have a team. They're the 2nd seeds. They'll be playing tomorrow in Group C. We've got Corona, we've got Astragon, we've got Herman, we've got Manitou, and we've got Perdinger, all branded teams that take place in the FSL.
Trelleborg still going with that harvesting. They must be getting full on one of those combines because the lights started flashing. Either that or they are just signaling to each other.
Very well could
No,
be
I
that.
think it is that ideal combine is getting pretty full at this point. And Bednar are heading up to the top with Melly. He's doing the top end of the field.
So what do you think
Opening
about,
things.
like, we've not talked about it a lot, but Trelleborg were the winners of season 2, correct, Alex?
Yes.
But then they lost one of their best players to Cortiva. Cortiva went and signed Rablix from Trelleborg. But here Trelleborg has just bounced back and remains, the top seed coming into this season's finals. It's pretty impressive.
It's a really interesting. I don't think anybody on the Trelleborg team this year was on the Trelleborg team last year.
And they're still strong as ever. Yeah, it's very interesting.
In fact, they went to Cortiva, John Deere, and I can't remember where the other team member went. But yeah, the Trelleborg team that has been so dominant from about a quarter of the way into the season is not the Trelleborg team from last year.
Right.
Which has been really interesting. It was the Cortiva at the beginning of the season were looking like they were going to dominate everything, and then about a quarter of the way through, they started losing to Trelleborg more and more, to the point where we had several rounds where Cortiva didn't even make it into the finals because they got beat by Trelleborg every time going into the finals.
Hey, Gavino on YouTube. Normally I don't get to watch this live, so this is rare. Unfortunately, I'm only able to stay for half an hour. Well, we hope it's an exciting half hour for you. And we're glad you're able to join us at least for a little bit. You can always go back and watch the VODs on Twitch and YouTube and the like as well if you want to check in on what happened later on. This is the group stages of the World Championships for Season 3. We have Groups A and B today. We're still in Group A, so a lot more games to come today, and then we'll have Groups C and D tomorrow. So a lot more action still to come this weekend. I don't think Trelleborg has a coach, at least that I'm aware of.
I thought they did. I thought the teams do have a coach. They tend to be another player.
I mean, you can
as well.
have a coach. But I guess it's just we've never seen them on a broadcast or anything. They might have coaches that help them out, like, when they're practicing. I've never really seen, like, a live coach, like, in person at an event. Of course, we're online now, so we don't really know what we're looking at.
Right. Yeah, we don't see a coach on stage or anything ever.
Right.
Teams. But
I like what Von Hogan has said. In the Borg, the individuals don't matter; the collective will adapt, and that's what makes them a good team. I mean, you're not wrong about that,
very
Von.
True. Yeah, they lose a player, they assimilate a new one.
Yeah, so Bednar need to win this to force a game 3, or they're into the losers bracket. The winner of this matchup will be the first team into the quarterfinals for next month, which is where you want to be. That's where the big prize money is. Let's see the Vuller double bail check. I don't know if we're going to see them pull out the telehandler at any point today.
It's been banned a fair amount today, actually.
It has.
Oh, we had a bail flip. That's what happened.
Can we call that the hyper bail flip? As we have a look at Beatmaster
That's
for
the kind of
Trelleborg.
tactic you don't want.
Right. Having a look at Beatmaster picking up some bales in the Anderson loader here.
And Trelleborg now with a comfortable lead of 50 points. But Hyper is coming in and loading those balls up.
Hyper has been a pretty strong stacker today. Like in the last, in the first matchups against John Deere, it was his stacking really that I think helped them win. They were able to score more points via the top of the barn, doubling up what they were getting compared to John Deere. So, I mean, Wooler is a very strong stacker, but he's right up against it, going up against Hyper here today.
And now, in fact, Bednar have gone into the lead. But an entire bale trailer coming in for Trelleborg.
Bradley Carson, this is the Farming Simulator League arena for the FSL tournament today, but this is being played on FS19. It's a free DLC for Farm Sim 19. As Crazy Tool is our super drop. What do you think about Crazy Tool at this point of the game, Alex? It allows you to press bales for a low amount of straw.
A Crazy Tool is normally a fairly average one. It's worth getting if you're out there, but not so much, for running out there to get it.
Right.
That's the thing. It can create
too.
you a few nice quick bales in the last few moments of the game, which can be really useful. Looks like neither team is particularly going, this is worth going out of our way for at the moment. And it looks like it's about to expire. Trelleborg about to head back into the lead, but Bednar do have more bales on the field. So
they need to get them in. They have to get them in.
They need to get them in.
Did
they have? Oh, it was a bale-tastic. So Trelleborg have actually had a really, really good
that's
thing there with those bales.
50 bonus points now for Trelleborg on top of that. I mean, so the problem there was Bednar were out gathering all these bales and not paying attention to what Trelleborg were doing close enough. So 50 bonus points scored. That could end up being the difference, despite if Bednar gets all of these bales in or not. 577 to 456, just over 2 minutes to go. Wooler bringing in a couple on the front, a couple sitting there for him already. Very rarely does Wooler make a mistake where one of these falls off. Just a smooth operator with the stacking in the FSL. Yeah,
Lots
so Taz,
of bales coming in,
you can't unload the autoloader directly onto the belt unless a player uses the Easy Stack team perk, which widens the barn doors at the top. Otherwise, you can't unload it on there because half of them or all of them would fall off when they got near the top. So you don't see Easy Stack used a lot anymore because it's 3 extra points that you have to spend and sacrifice from other places.
And it used to be worth doing, but the trouble is Trelleborg have got masters at countering it. So it used to be worth a huge amount of points, and now teams just use it to get points for themselves.
Yeah, I see it used in the scrimmage streams still quite a bit, but when it comes to official tournaments, I hardly ever see it used now. So a minute to go, and it's 20-ish point lead, or was at least. It's going to go back and forth now, as it always does. A 1-point lead now for Trelleborg.
And more bales coming in for Bednar.
Bednar just don't have the bales now, unless Trelleborg messes up. Like, the only way Bednar can win now is if Wooler messes up and a bale drops off the belt here.
Yeah.
30 seconds to go. 837 to 796.
Bednar do have bales. But I don't think it's enough.
Yeah.
I don't think there are enough bales here. I think that 50 points is going to be what's costing. Is going to cost Bednar. Oh.
Bednar, Hyper's going to have to put one into the bottom.
Oh, it's not going to be enough.
It's not enough.
Oh.
And then Trelleborg coming in at the end too.
Oh man.
Well,
that was close actually.
I have to give credit to Bednar. You know, they've played well again. They beat Trelleborg in the final in the last tournament, albeit with a different three playing. They
Look
had
at
one
that,
more
though.
Bale than Trelleborg.
Yeah, it
But
was that Bale-tastic.
yep, you're
That
right.
Bale-tastic did it.
Not countering that. I mean, if they had countered that, that's 50 points off the board for Trelleborg and 30 on the board for Bednar. So that definitely would have won it for Bednar.
That was it.
So the Bale-tastic ends up winning it, and that's great to see. Some combo points making the difference. So I think rightfully so, Trelleborg are the first team into next month's finals. They're going into the quarterfinals now, and Bednar will now drop into the losers bracket in Game 5. They'll play the winner of John Deere and Diakerfleur, which will be our next game. And then we'll see the winner of that one take on Bednar for the right to be the second team to advance to the quarterfinals next month. This has been fun so far. I need more coffee at some point soon. And some tea at some point today. Got to make sure protecting the voice and taking care of it. We'll see how it goes. But you know what? We have you here too, Alex. I'm really happy to be alongside you again for this tournament. I have an absolute blast during the FSL. It's so much fun.
An absolute pleasure.
So we're gonna have. I don't know if we're having a quick break here. We're going to have a look at highlights first, but we're probably going to have a quick break here shortly, and we'll be back with more. You're having a look at Steven and Klaas in the studio during the German broadcast. And Alex, we'll be back with the rest of Group A coming up right after this. See you in a bit.
Yes. And welcome back. So that has been a first set of pretty exciting games. We've had the first 2 rounds played, plus we've had the first losers round played. Next up, oh no, and we've had not the first losers round, the first winners round. Trelleborg are through. My brain is not working. So Trelleborg through. Next up, we have the first losers rounds, which is the Activa versus John Deere. It is going to be interesting to see which of these two teams go through. They will face a Bednar for the final place in the grand finals with Trelleborg having already gone through. I'm looking forward to this game. This is I don't know quite what to expect, but this is the previous game, and that is Trelleborg scoring a massive 135 points with their first bail. Cracking start to that first game. JK showing us how easily he can ride a tractor, and then Trelleborg knowing they've won as they come to the end of that first game. Beatmaster getting beaten to the ideal combine in that first one. Hyper doing a hyper flip with the bales, which you don't quite want to do. And Wooler then timing it perfectly, coming off that bridge and holding those bales nicely. And then a 937 to 906 finale. Really, couple of fairly decisive wins there for Trelleborg. Really well played. I think the biggest issue Bednar had was their gameplay was not disruptive enough. In that first game, they came in and they got the bottom boost and then failed to take advantage of it. They stopped Trelleborg getting it, but they could have won had they then dumped any bales they had on their bale trailer into the bottom. And the second game, there was Crazy Tool sitting out there, which would have done. There were other opportunities, and I think that's what Bednar are going to have to do. I think in general, we say this a lot here, but I think in general, Bednar are going to need. I think all teams need to be a little bit more disruptive to beat Trelleborg. We see it time and again. Teams that beat them tend to disrupt Trelleborg's gameplay. So yeah, there's definite possibility there for that to happen. We are giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 22 in the stream today. If you would like to be in with a chance for that, I am putting the link in the chat. I think there's a little bit of a delay in the chat between me talking. So I put the link in the chat a little while ago. DAF versus John Deere now. Our first game in the losers bracket. Hey Kermit, welcome along. Welcome back.
Welcome back along.
I am welcome back along. I
had to get a coffee made there. There just wasn't enough time in the break, so thanks for taking the reins.
Well, I'm popping off every so often because my wife's still in bed at the moment. So I will be popping off every so often to go and check on her, and hopefully I can make it back in the 2 minutes. But yeah.
Understood.
So I understand fully.
We've got Diacrefleur now against John Deere. I'm really curious to see. Diacrefleur, they won that mini tournament to become the 16th seed. And it was about as we expected against Trelleborg. They did set the bale record in the first game, but they lost in 2 matches in a row. But can they now cause an upset against the 8th seeded team, John Deere? You're talking about 8 places between these two teams. Diacrefleur didn't score any circuit points during the regular season. There were not 16 teams that scored points in the overall Season 3 standings, so it came down to a mini tournament that Diacrefleur won. They've been practicing a lot in our scrimmage streams and elsewhere, especially Matza and Deere showing up to a lot of those in the wee hours of the morning, starting at like 1 a.m. Central European time. They show up. So I'm curious to see if they can cause an upset. This would be a huge upset if they could get a win against John Deere here.
It really would, and then it would then be Bednar after that, which is who are a very strong team. But if anything, DAF has shown that they can be a disruptive team. I don't think the tactic they used against
2 telehandlers
was the right time to do it. Ooh,
2 telehandlers. One for each team, picking the Massey 9407, both with the Case Puma.
I think that is John Deere being put on the back foot.
I love Epic Bubbles comment. Is it fair for John Deere to go up against the faceless ghosts of TAF? Yeah, so Diagrafleur, I guess, being that last team to get in and not ever making it to a quarterfinal stage previously, they don't have a team picture. But if they upset John Deere here, we might have to start thinking about getting some team pictures made for the Field Fleas, which is what Diagrafleur translates to, I believe.
The Field Fleas.
Yeah. Something like that. That's what Donner Kyle from Team Manitou, who is bilingual and helps out a lot during the scrimmage streams, and I believe he's even talked with Dajnet now, the creator of PV County and Uncharted. He's going to do some translation for instructions for maybe some mods and the like. So
fantastic.
Yeah, Donner Kyle from the
the
US originally, but lives in Germany now, bilingual and very helpful.
He's going to have his awesome PV Tools program out fairly quickly, which is going to make things very easy.
I know a lot of people love PV Tools, so yeah, shout out to Dajnet, who's a Twitch partner.
Yeah.
He'll be getting early access just like Alex here will be too, so starting next Friday, you'll see some of his streams. Some of the other stream team members too, I believe, will be getting it.
It's going to be it's going to be a busy day here on Twitch next Friday.
It is. We're looking forward to it, and we're looking forward to seeing not just next Friday, but in the years to come, what you guys do with FS22, because it never ceases to amaze us, the creativity that exists in this community and what people can create. And before I even knew you, Alex, your videos were very beneficial to me. Your how-to with the landscape tool in FS19 was a godsend and a game changer for me. So.
I got to do this. I got to do this because somebody from Giants saw my videos, liked what I did, and when it was asked around the office, who should we ask to come and do this, from the guys who applied, my name came up because of the videos I created. So I'm very, very thankful to Giants for looking at my stuff and going, we like your stuff. We want you to do this.
It's similar to me too. I have a similar story, and now look at me as well. Giants were crazy enough to hire me full time. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I think I had 1,500 subscribers on YouTube at the time. I was
the smallest of quantity doesn't mean quality in our eyes.
No,
and
it's very true.
It's the Giants partner program is relatively a low bar to get into, because at the end of the day, if you've just started out being a content creator, doesn't necessarily mean that your content isn't good. It just means you haven't put in the same amount of time, and so many factors come into it. Sometimes it's just a little bit of luck or timing and things like that. So Dashnet the legend. Yeah, we've got a lot of SGA team members in chat here today. They're big supporters of Diagrafleur, as well. As I was saying earlier, these two teams intermingle a lot now and practice FSL together. And Diagrafleur have been very receptive and helpful in teaching the North American audience how the FSL works, and are always showing up and playing games until 4 a.m. their time. And it's really fun to do those streams from my perspective, because it's really fun to see the two communities from Europe and North America connected. It's just lovely to see, because we're a worldwide game now. Farm Sim 22 is going to release in more countries than ever before. It's the first time we're self-publishing it, and we're publishing it and distributing it in more countries than ever before. So it's going to be an interesting release, because it's really kind of stepping into the unknown for us a bit at Giants.
So they're heading to drop their brain, so they are not going to do the 2 harvester setup. They are not. So they are not going to leave that there and get the harvesters in. What they did do was they picked up the first drop. They happened to have a harvester going past the first power-ups and picked up a bale drop. It was only a single bale, but that is still 20 points. And we've seen games won by far less than 20 points. And John Deere have stopped the AFs.
Yeah, 3-1 here.
Are they going to take advantage of that? Because we know DAF like to go in and drop everything in the harvesters at the end. So John Deere have an opportunity here to go and score some bale points at a 3 times multiplier. But will they do it?
Hi, Jaren in Twitch chat. Hello, everyone else on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. What's going on, Scurvy? What's going on, NBC? I don't think I've said hi to you guys yet today. Good to see you all here. 9.5 minutes to go in this first of the best of 3. This is our first game in the losers bracket. It feels so weird saying losers bracket, you know, because really just by getting here, just by getting here, these teams really have, you know, shown they've been successful. They're getting prize money already just getting here. The further you advance, the higher up that amount goes, of course. But at the same time, like, it's impressive that Diacrofleur have made it as the 16th team. You know, they had to play that mini tournament, earn the right to get here. So one of these teams will continue on and have to play Bednar in the next matchup. One of these teams, though, their tournament will be coming to an end here today.
This is the first full knockout game.
Yeah, it really is. You're correct. Chud's Clubhouse, you built a farm from the ground up and logged force maps for 600 plus hours in Farm Sim 19. Was amazing. You know, man, fans of our gameplay for hundreds, thousands of hours. And with the new, like, changes we made in the feedback blog to seasonal cycles, I'm waiting to see, like, the people that are going to be crazy enough to do a full, like, 28-day months and try to do, like, 330 days in a row of content. Is anyone
I'm also
going to do this?
Because I tend to play now, because for me start from scratch isn't extreme enough. I am going to do a tutorial on how to start in survival mode.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. Yeah, I know you've said that, like, start from scratch is still too much money for you to start with, so you know, I look forward to that.
The real challenge is starting from nothing.
I think that's the beauty of our game, you know, and I think, like you were saying earlier, 22 is like the first time that you feel a little bit more okay without, like, any mods to start with. Of course, mods will start coming out within due time, but it's really great once the mods start coming out too, because really you can tailor the gameplay experience to be whatever you want it to be. We've got role players, we've got hardcore players that want to do, like you're explaining, like a survival type thing. And so many varieties of maps and mods in 19 and 22, I'm sure will be the same. Now we've got cross-platform multiplayer, so you can experience it with all your friends, no matter what platform they're on. And it's just going to be exciting to see what people do with it. You know, we're talking about at least 2 years and maybe a 3-year cycle again. We don't really know that yet. We know at least 2 because there is a year 2 season pass planned beyond year 1. But for now, we're just going to take each moment as it comes. We're very much looking forward to you guys having it in your hands in the very near future and seeing the reception that it gets, because it is a big step forward for us as a company and for the game as a series too. So I'm excited.
I'm just looking at people putting how many hours they've got of FS19 in, and then looking at my my Steam account and going, "Oh, is 6,388 hours too many?"
Yeah, and then I love it, man. I really do, and I was a fan of the game first, and thought these things before I was hired by Giants, but we've got one of, if not the best mod communities in all of gaming, and we've got one of, if not the best communities, full stop, in gaming.
I mean,
and
I play.
it's just going to keep growing.
I play Farm Sim day in and day out for probably 4 hours every day. Just creating content, streaming, all of that. And if the game wasn't so adaptable and wasn't so customizable, that would not be possible. Whoa! Daff getting Elite Cafe getting some air
I
there.
thought for a second that he was gonna like catch those back on the fork midair. That would have been too good to be true though. But oh my, some serious. When he was like starting to go over that bridge, I was like, that bridge is gonna be too high by the time he flies over it. Whew. What's up, Billy? Good to see you.
Actually, Uncharted is a cracking map, but it's way too big for me to do on my own.
I feel like you asked me a question on your stream the other day about the year cycle of the game. Maybe it was someone else's stream. And I see that being addressed, after my comment. We don't really know what it's going to look like, but we know that like fans of the game have been receptive to it, and internally it has allowed us. The company has scaled. We have more people now, so that helps. But also having an extra year, of course, allows us to get more done. And it also, for 19's sake, it allowed modders to get creative as well and do things that maybe they wouldn't have done previously. All right, we've got our super drops here. Going back to the FSL action now. 290 to 214. Super drop is a multiplier switch.
Multiplier switch. Would be in DF's favor, but I'm not sure it's worth going out there for it.
Right, the DAF space program. Well done, Tottery. Watch out, Tony Hawk. That's going to highlights. I love it. That's definitely the best thing I've seen all morning. I love it. Yeah, those moments in the FSL, like, while it may cost DAF some precious time, it's entertaining for us watching, isn't it? So we love those moments when they happen, or someone ends up in the moat or stuck on a bridge. Those are always fun to see from a commentator and spectator's perspective. What's up, Mr. T?
Hey, T, welcome along. Only 4 hours, 4,000 hours, T. I thought you'd have had more.
Well, thanks for sharing the clip there, L. Rodas, and sorry about the timeout. I assume you're trying to share the clip of that airtime there. And I will grab that and reshare it real quick. Thank you for doing that. All right, 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. John Deere in the lead, 563 to 442. Both teams even at the moment on bales. What's Gaffy doing here?
Waiting to counter. But it seems that it's not coming, so...
Yeah, there wasn't John Deere. Well, now the chance to counter is going to be coming up in the near future, but mistimed it there.
Yeah. And has reset it.
Impressive, everyone, with their hours in the game. I love it. Hello, Andy Brown, who on Facebook says a big hello from the United Kingdom. We've got Alex doing commentary from the UK with us today, aka Virtual Farmer. Love seeing how worldwide this game is. During my scrimmage streams, which we do like 7 p.m. Eastern time in North America, we get viewers from Europe and Asia, from New Zealand and Australia throughout the stream. We get viewers in from Brazil as well, and so many other places. And like I said, 22 will be distributed in more countries than ever before. So we really appreciate, like, without you guys, the game wouldn't be where it is today. You guys have helped to make it successful. And the more successful it gets, the more we can do, the more people we can hire. The U.S. office is really just still getting underway. So we'll be scaling it up at some point in the near future. Hopefully, we'll have a physical office existing within the next 6 to 8 months. We'll see how that plays out. As one bail just fell off for DAF, and they're just not going to have enough here in this first round. I think this is just, it's really going to come down to bail count here, I think, more than anything. I'm not sure.
The
what's
interesting
won
thing
this
with
for
this
John Deere.
game has been DAF haven't played a bad game, but John Deere have played a better one. There was nothing there that I would say stands out massively with DAF having have made lots of mistakes, and it shows in the bail numbers. It just didn't get as many bails in.
Three bails different, but 8 less into the top, 5 more into the bottom. But you've got to make sure that when you get the bails, that you get them into the top.
And also less grain, significantly less grain delivered. That's an interesting one.
I see Giova in chat say nobody used the Lindner tactic. Well, Diakrafleur tried to use that strategy of dumping grain and loading bales a lot at once against Trelleborg, but it did not work. That was our first matchup of the day. In fact, the very first round of the day. But since then, it hasn't been used much as we get a look at that World Championship trophy. Of course, that's at stake. Also, the bragging rights and the prize money that comes with finishing first as well. That'll be all decided early in December. We're hoping that it'll be an in-person event taking place in Switzerland. All the details of that event is still to be announced. So stay tuned to all our social media channels, the Farming Simulator League website as well. Make sure you go bookmark that. Put that in chat now for you, and you'll get news there. But if you're not aware as well, if you like watching the FSL but you're not aware, we actually have separate social media accounts for FSL on places like Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. So go look up FSL Esports on all of those platforms as well if you want to give them a follow, and you'll get news directly from them when it's announced. My cat is not happy at the moment.
No.
The Catinator has made another appearance. If you guys could hear her yelling.
Dear. I don't know where mine is. Mine is actually shut out of the room at the moment, and I haven't got any space to give him a spot in here. At some point, I'm hoping he's going to take up residence on my couch behind. Then we can have a cat cam in stream.
There you go. Yeah, my cat is not happy that my wife's asleep right now. My cat is obsessed with, if she's awake, she needs to be sitting on my wife's lap, and she doesn't always get her way, and so she doesn't like when she doesn't get her way, as most cats are. So okay, John Deere takes the first one. John Deere are now one more win away from advancing to play Bednar in the next game down here in the losers bracket. Diakrafleur have not yet won a single match, and they need to keep themselves alive here, or the 16th place team will be the first one eliminated.
So, can
Jack,
they do it?
Have a good night. Go get some rest in Australia. Thanks for tuning in with us. We also have Gavino on YouTube in Australia. So we've got Aussies on all of the different platforms we're streaming on today. We appreciate you guys supporting us no matter where you are in the world today, no matter what time it is. Thank you all for tuning in. I hope you're having fun so far.
Coming up to midday here in the UK. Check my
Coming up to 5 a.m. for me. It's nearly actual morning.
The sun must be rising for you. Oh no, maybe not this time of year.
Not yet. No, it's still pretty dark out there. All right, here we go. Diakrafleur against John Deere. second of the best of 3. The Vultra G145 is banned. Now, Diacrofleur get 2 choices in a row. The Fent favorite 515C is gone. See what else they go with.
Have they banned anything? Oh, here we go. Second ban phase for them. Oh, no! Why? Why?
Poor Alex. He loves the New Holland.
Nobody's used it yet today, I should point out.
The Steyr is banned as well. So 2 Carewell tractors out there. But I'm not sure. I mean, the preferred Carewell tractor is almost always the case Puma 240. And that's still in play.
Both teams grabbing an ideal, getting themselves a large combine straight off the bat. Now, Case Puma and the Archimedes. So DF switching it up this time.
Interesting here.
And John Deere have still gone for the telehandler.
It worked the last time for them, so why not? I like, though, that Diacrofleur are going to be using the John Deere against John Deere in hopes that they can force a 3 of the best of 3 here, third match. Pretty similar other than the switch up of the John Deere 6120M compared to the Massey 9407 telehandler. But pretty identical setup for both teams here.
And so here we go. We've got the New Holland up high. We've got the Rosselmash downloaded. Right. So the ideal combine is off to the left-hand side. And mistake from John Deere straight out the gate, and that is going to cost them the ideal combine.
Yeah, that could be huge for Diacrofleur. Look, I think it was Matza going
looks
for
like
it.
DAF are going to beat John Deere to the Kuhn Baylor as well.
Wow,
they have.
So,
this
well,
is
a good start to the round for Diacrofleur at least.
Yeah, that is not a good start for John Deere.
And then lowering the header too late there too and destroying a little bit of crop. So some mistakes out of the gate here. The winner of this matchup faces Bednar in Game 5 today and still gives themselves a chance at making next month's quarterfinals in the Season 3 championship. So a lot is at stake here. One of these teams will go home, and Diacrofleur have to win this round, or it's going to be them that are the first ones out.
And they're going in for a Trelleborg toss? No, they've not quite perfected that yet.
You know, sometimes,
128 points.
yeah, I mean, 128, and like, where's John Deere at this point? They got beat to the Baylor, so slowed them down a little bit.
They got that big Krone Baylor on the back of that.
When he's messed that up. Another mistake.
Wow,
so yeah.
We have just a whole load of unforced errors straight into this second game from John Deere.
And now, like, you know, he's been able to score 106, but he's also going to waste time where he's unhooked from the Baylor. He's going to have to hook back up to it. Meanwhile, Deere is already out here and is going to have probably 3-4 bales minimum pressed before John Deere can get back out there with their Baylor.
Yeah,
I do not have a count on that, T. I don't have a count on the pre-orders at this time. I'm not really sure.
I was having a look at the numbers for previous Farm Sim games on Steam, so Steam Tracker. And yeah, it's quite an interesting thing to look at. And every game has had significantly more players than the previous one.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, So DJ Merlin asks, is JD panicking or what's going on with him? I feel like, at times if you make a mistake early, it can go one of two ways. You can have that affect you, and then you start making more errors because you're too nervous about, what that could have potentially cost you, or you can just forget about it, put it out of your mind, and move on. And that's what, the top teams at the high end of the table are able to do when they make mistakes. Giova, thank you for the feedback about the mouse arrow being on screen. I didn't even notice that. It should be fixed now.
Right.
We appreciate you guys helping us out. This is on FS19. We've had a question on YouTube. Sorry, Alex. This is FS19.
Direct delivery and silo closed. There is a good opportunity for one team to disrupt the other. Close the silos and then deliver your own grain. I actually think I think John Deere are probably going to do it. I don't think it's going to make much difference. I think no, John Deere are not going that route this game.
Yeah, it had already gone. The minute was up by the time they got over there. So missed opportunity, and DAF are bringing in their grain cart now. So John Deere must be planning to bring their harvesters in and have a whole lot of grain at once to input. So if DAF are going to deliver grain now, they need to deliver bales and take advantage of this advantage while they have it. Let's see if they do, in fact, deliver grain, or if they're going to also park their grain cart at the silo.
I was just checking on what Dear Young meant, who's a member of the DAF team. It actually means Deer Boy. So he's obviously a John Deere fan.
Up against John Deere here. I love it.
Up against John Deere. Very pleased to see that Case Baylor and its New Holland equivalent in FS22. Those are gorgeous looking bits of kit.
Yeah, they are, aren't they?
250 horsepower, though, is quite a lot.
It is quite a lot. Yeah, over 400 vehicles and machinery in the base game of FS22. And, of course, we've announced the Year 1 Season Pass, which is 3 packs of equipment with 1 large expansion that comes with a bunch of equipment and a map. So lots more still to come, and then that doesn't even count all the mods that'll be created. And I know it'll be just a short amount of time before we start seeing the first of those rolling out. And here comes Lucas now for John Deere, bringing in the Massey Combine to the silo, and he's going to pull that up right next to the Horsch auger wagon. I think so, Taz. I think I've managed to knock off most questions about 22.
As tells me he's been following you around streams asking awkward questions.
He even found me in a stream that wasn't planned. It was like an impromptu. I just stopped in on Wheels' stream with SGA. They're all the time in like voice chat with each other. And I was in there and Taz came in. It's just... It's like it's like a bat signal goes up every time.
He said he found you in the stream. Couldn't remember whose stream it was he found you in. So it was Wheels.
Yes. Yeah, Taz is great. He always has some questions, a lot of questions.
Taz is awesome. He's getting me a David Brown made for FS22. I am very happy.
You're excited about that. Love it. All right, under 8 minutes to go. We got Bale drop and bridges lowered. It looks like they are going for the drop this time. They've gone for Bale drop, John Deere, so that'll move one Bale near the barn for them. John Deere now delivering their grain. And Matza, is he going to go back for... Oh, he's going for the Anderson loader, isn't he? Nope. He's going to have to drop that weight off the back. I do think it'll hook up, but it's a little bit awkward at times for a baler, at least. I've never tried it. He probably knows better than me, though. He might be able to hook it up to the back with the weight still on it with the Anderson loader. I've definitely tried it with a baler before, and it caused some issues.
Lucas
That was interesting from Lucas. Yeah.
Where's he going?
You've got a
2.2 multiplier, and he's run off.
Yeah. And, like, will he get back in time? Yeah, now Diacofleur flipping it back. Like, you could have scored extra points there. I don't really, I don't understand when teams do this, you know? It's easy for us to sit here at home and criticize, if you will, and question why they're not doing things and scoring points when they can, but you would like to think they know better than us. But when I see things like that, when you have your team, you have to know, unless the team's just not coordinating well, that you're delivering grain, you're getting the multiplier in your favor. And if you're at the barn with a couple of bales, and especially with the telehandler, you could have put them halfway up the belt with the telehandler and scored a couple extra points there.
Yeah. It's why I don't quite understand why direct delivery doesn't get used. You know, how incredibly disruptive would that be for you to just score a huge number of points?
Right.
Or have your multiplier just keep going up and causing the other team still journey out there and get this, you know, to go and counter your grain delivery. It's very, very weird.
Taffy having some trouble getting the second of the bales on there, now going for the third one. This is the nice thing about these manure forks. You get it lined up right, you can pick up 3 onto the front and bring them in. As we see Gertsch for John Deere loading up the Anderson loader. So right now, John Deere have 2 more bales. They have the lead. DAF, Elite Coffee is bringing in 3 bales on the front here.
They just don't seem to be able to generate the bales that John Deere are. DAF, for whatever reason. Ooh, that was very close. Nearly in the moat with that bale, and that's gonna backfire. And hey, JD man, by the way.
Ooh, Lucas.
I saw you come in.
Catching a little bit of air there on the back. Oh, a bale has ended up in the moat. That's for the blue team.
That is the one that I said was dangerous for him to not spend a little bit of time picking it up. They're going to have to get that bale back. They've got to go down into the moat.
Ooh, 47 bale points.
47 bale points. That is a lot of bale points.
And I wonder if it's actually more for Diacofleur or not.
Yeah,
we only saw one side.
It's normally weighted in the favor of the team with the lower points.
Yeah, it's either based and it also is based on the multiplier too. It's hard to see. That's 47 in the distance. That would be for the blue team. So maybe it's lower than 47 for the red team. It doesn't look like anyone is going for this super drop though. Oh wait, now there's someone for the. Oh, nope, they're turning back now. I thought someone for the red team was headed that direction, but I think they realized they didn't have enough time to go for it. This has just been a very strange round.
It has.
Decisions being made.
Is now in the lead as well. Oh no, and John Deere's back in the lead. And John Deere have a lot of bales here. But John Deere have
the lead here in a second. John Deere in the lead here coming up soon. As soon as these two go in. And there it is. No, this is FS19. This is the Farming Simulator League Arena. This is Season 3 championships for the Farming Simulator League. Our e-sport for Farming Simulator.
2 minutes 20 on the clock. Still plenty to play for. John Deere still 70 odd points in the lead.
They've got 4 bales here, but I don't know. I haven't seen John Deere if they're ready to bring an Anderson loader in, but it looked like Diacroflow were pretty close to bringing one in. But did they have enough time to get them all into the top? That is the question.
Minute 50 on the clock.
Now, what I would do here if I were Diacroflow is maybe think about John Deere is coming in now, but you could have thought about dumping those into the bottom and going for bonus points, but it looks like they're going to unload them and try to stack them, which is probably the safer bet, to not really bet on that timing. But I don't think they can get all of these bales into the top. Matza has brought these in and does not have a stacker on the front. And then Deere has the Vultra, which doesn't have a stacker on the front. So it is down really just to Kafi to make sure in this next minute he gets every single one of these stacked onto the belt. John Deere are trying to do the same. If John Deere gets all of their bales in via the top here, I don't think Diacroflow have enough. They've got 4 extra outstanding. It's not going to be enough to make up the difference. I don't believe. We'll see how it plays out. 40 seconds to go. 12 outstanding bales for DAF, the blue team. 10 outstanding for John Deere, the red team. There is a giveaway going on for Farming Simulator 22 during today's stream. Go enter on the Gleam link. If you can't hang around for the whole stream, don't worry. Gleam makes you sign up with your email. You'll get contacted via email if you win. So definitely enter. You might win FS22, which releases in 9 days.
Reigning champions are Trelleborg, but not the current Trelleborg team. Cortiba went until this week.
Unfortunately for our 16th seeded team, Diacroflow, they've made it to this tournament, but they are our first team out. John Deere advances to play Bednar. That'll be coming up in the very next matchup. And one of those 2 teams, John Deere and Bednar now, who we saw face off in Game 2, and Bednar came out victorious, will play each other again. And the winner of that one will move on to next month's quarterfinals.
Anything could happen at this point. It's very possible John Deere could get their own back against Bednar and knock them out here. Or Bednar could beat John Deere for a second time.
I mean, it was Bednar won in straight games of the best of 3 against John Deere, but those 2 games were like the closest to score-wise that we've had in any matchup so far today. So you can't really say, okay, Bednar won those 2, so Bednar's taking this. No. It still could come down to, I mean, John Deere just made a lot of mistakes early in that round, and it ended up not costing them. So if Bednar now go and make mistakes, maybe it ends up costing them. I guess we'll see. But it's interesting to see, the same 2 teams face off again in the losers bracket between these teams. It's a cool way, I think, of running the tournament because it gives teams an extra chance. It adds a little bit more excitement into things because, normally you would take the winner basically of the semifinal, if you will, of the group, Trelleborg and Bednar facing off, and you would think that like those 2 teams advance, but it just gives us more chances to see more matches, which is always a good thing. And it gives teams a chance, if they come up against a team that's really tough, to be able to potentially bounce back and, get back into things.
So we will be back in a couple of minutes. We will see you then.
All right, welcome back. Season 3 Championship Group A still underway. If you're just joining us, you haven't even missed half of it yet. You've missed quite a few matches already. We've got one more matchup to take place in Group A. That's Game 5 in the losers bracket. We'll have Bednar against John Deere, a rematch from the second matchup we had in Group A. The winner of that will advance to next month's quarterfinals, and then we'll be moving on to Group B. So one more matchup only to take place in Group A, but really, I think it's been about as we expected, I would say, based off of how these teams have done throughout the season. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, it's played out pretty much as I'd expected it to so far. Looking at this, this is the last
that
game
was
we
so
had,
fun.
where we had that was a lot of air.
If
That
there was a
was an
record
awful
for
lot of
like
air he got.
most airtime for a Bale, like DAF would have another record with that. That was amazing, especially that camera angle we got of it, like shooting straight up into the sky. Oh man!
And Lucas getting ready to do a counter there, and yeah, they just never seemed to create enough bales. DAF.
Yeah,
That was
I think the problem
their
for
whole
them is
issue.
that, if I were them, I don't know if I would have used that Lindner load up strategy in the very first game against Trelleborg, because yeah, they set a Bale record, but it backfired. They didn't win. I would have maybe saved that for this matchup, because it may
Trelleborg
have it may have disrupted John Deere more, right? Like, so the problem is once they unveiled that and it backfired, they couldn't really go back to it again. Teams were expecting it. I think DAF coming in had the advantage of, a lot of these teams wouldn't have come up against them before, and so wouldn't have known what to expect. But yeah, they used it against Trelleborg early in the very first match of the day, and it backfired. And so they're now, like you said, they're just not creating enough bales, having to deliver grain and the like. They can't get the same, anywhere near that 51 bale count by doing the normal strategy.
I think the unfortunate thing for them, I mean, this was this bale that the moment that bridge went up, that was in the water.
Right.
But I think the unfortunate thing for them was they went up against Trelleborg that first match.
Yeah.
It meant that.
I mean, they knew what they were getting into, though, right? They played in that tournament for the 16th seed, so they were always, if they were going to win that, they were always going to go up against Trelleborg. I know they were excited to play Trelleborg, and I know a lot of people wanted to see an upset, but it's one thing dreaming it up, it's another pulling it off at the end of the day. Against John Deere, I thought maybe they'd have more of a chance to disrupt and cause John Deere problems. We saw John Deere have some mistakes in that second round, but it really didn't cost them in the end, and John Deere looked pretty comfortable. So, best of luck to Diacrefleur in the future. I hope we see them in Season 4. It's a pleasure having them around the FSL scrimmage streams that I do, and it was great to see them, as the 16th seed, get a chance in the group stages of the Season 3 championship as well. But unfortunately for them, they're the lowest seed, and they become the first team eliminated out of the Season 3 championships. And now it's going to come down to one of John Deere and Bednar will advance, and the other one will be eliminated as well. One team will make it into next month's quarterfinals, and the other's Season 3 will come to an end here in just about 30 minutes or so, depending on if it goes to the best of 3. It might be 45 minutes.
I do think that DAF have the right idea, though. They are looking for ways to disrupt their opponents, and I hope to see them back in Season 4. I think that will go a long way. That philosophy and that thought, just with a little bit better implementation.
Right.
And so we have our final match of Group A. This is John Deere versus Bednar. One will go through, one will fall out. Two fairly big teams, actually.
Well, and Bednar has already won 2 games against John Deere, but you know what? That means nothing now at this point. They've got to go win 2 more, or they'll go home. So, you got to put out of your mind what just happened. even though it was just today and the second matchup of the day. You've got to put that out of your mind because it means nothing now. If we go back,
do John Deere have something that they can pull out of their back pocket though to beat Bednar? That is the question.
So I was just looking back. So earlier on, they played each other, right, in our second matchup, and it was 860 to 843. Bednar won the first round, and then 804 to 754 in the second. So I mean, not a whole lot in it, but I think for John Deere, if they want to advance here, they've got to be a little bit more creative with how they disrupt. They've got to be a little bit more aggressive to take a chance on a super drop or even a regular drop. We've not seen really teams take advantage of moments of having a multiplier advantage, even if it's just 2 or 3 bales. If you're already near the barn and you have a multiplier advantage early, why not go ahead and score them and get those extra points? Because you're talking in that first round, they lost by 17 points. If you score just a couple extra points on a few bales, that gap is significantly decreased. So you've got to, you got to take some chances. I get the reasons why teams want to play it safe and not really risk going for this or that. But I feel like with these two teams so evenly matched, if John Deere wants to advance, they need to gamble a little bit here and there. All right, we're ready to get underway. 15 minutes to go. And this will be another best of 3, of course. One team will advance. One team will go home and be out of the Season 3 championships here today.
Oh, and Bednar
a couple of crashes.
The post.
Yeah, John Deere, too.
Oh, yeah, a couple of crashes.
A couple of players from each team there.
Too.
Here goes Sippy for the Kuhn Baylor. And Ventil for Bednar was beaten by John Deere to that Baylor as well. So John Deere grabbing 2 Baylors out of the gate. This is interesting. So Sippy's going to go for the first Bale points. And then Lucas is actually, I think, hopped out now with the other Baylor and hopped instead into the ideal. So interesting. They went ahead and grabbed 2 Baylors for later on.
Trying to deny Bednar that extra Baylor as well, because Bednar have had to go all the way up to the top to get the Baylor, which means they're likely to have the lower initial Bale points.
Well, first, that's a first good moment. Like I was just saying, John Deere need to find a way to disrupt, gamble a little bit, take some chances. That's a good way to do it early on, and it's a very good point you made. If Sippy gets this right and doesn't, mess up on delivering the Bale, which he's not gotten it right. So he's missed out on an extra time advantage because here comes Ventil anyways. And in fact, it's not going to be that much of a difference at all by the time this one goes in. 4 points in it.
4 points. John Deere making unforced errors again.
Do you think Bednar has the advantage of not having just played and having a little bit more time to just gather their thoughts and figure out how they're going to approach taking on John Deere?
Possibly. But this is, this is not something that is sudden for John Deere. We saw this the last couple of games as well. It didn't cost them the last couple of games, but I think if they do the same against Bednar, they are going to find themselves going out of this championship at this point.
Right.
Hyper is getting ready to empty. I'm guessing that is going to be the overloader as it goes along. Lots of teams discovering that emptying your combine as you go along just is a much more efficient way of doing things. Plus, it helps that the combine empties quicker as it's moving.
Right. Hello, Brian chat on Twitch. Hello, everyone else on Twitch, Brian. YouTube, and Facebook. Thank you for joining us today. This is our last matchup of Group A. We still have 5 games, 5 matchups to go in Group B today. We'll have Group C and D tomorrow. Start time 10 a.m. Central European time again tomorrow for those. But yeah, we've still got this one, at least 2 more in this one, if not 3. We've not had anything go to a best of 3 yet today, but I feel like we might see it at some point. But at least 6 more matchups to go today, which is nice.
And both teams are ignoring them. Oh, no, here we go.
Someone in the combine for Bednar.
And they've gone for grain multiplier. Now, John Deere could be really nasty
and get silo plus
and close the silo, but it doesn't look like they're going to.
They've only got 3 seconds to go grab it. They did. They got it just in time, so that was smart.
And they locked the silo. And it is longer for the silo lock than it is for the multiplier.
That was good.
That is
especially
nasty.
Because Ventil's taken the time to go over now. So that was a nice disrupt by John Deere. Good bit of play, but they left it. They left it close. I wasn't sure if they were going to go for it, and that would have been a huge mistake if they hadn't. So I'm glad they did.
And John Deere now taking the advantage of being able to drop grain. And this is the thing. As long as John Deere go and score points at this point, go and deliver bales at this point, this is worth it. If they don't, it isn't. That's the thing.
3-1. John Deere in the favor, but Alex is right. They need to deliver bales now to take advantage. Taz says he's browsing FS22 machinery on the Giants page. You know what? This is an FSL stream, so I don't want to talk about FS22 a lot. But yesterday, someone found a piece of equipment listed on that page that wasn't shown in a fact sheet. So if you dig, enough there, you'll find something that is announced, but hasn't been announced on a fact sheet. So there's just not enough fact sheet Fridays left to get everything announced.
And there are machines that also have appeared elsewhere that haven't been announced on the fact sheet or on the equipment page yet.
Right.
Because I know that I'm looking for one machine to turn up and it's not on there yet.
Jay Charlesworth, this is the Farming Simulator League eSport on Farming Sim 19, as it says on Facebook. We're playing FS19. This is not on FS22. You are right. 22 has not been released yet, but 19 has been out for nearly 3 years. So
it has.
That's what this DLC runs on. $118 to $114. Still just the first bale points. Under 9 minutes to go. We're 40 seconds away from our next drop.
John Deere, where are those bales? Why are you not scoring points?
Yeah, you'd be getting 30 points. Even if you just go put in 2 bales, you're talking about, 10 more points than you would get normally into the top with a 2-time multiplier.
He's even down that end. He could
take 2 in on that. Yeah, but the problem is he doesn't have a stacker on the front, does he?
No.
So.
But he could just drop those bales off and the stacker come in and throw a load of bales on there. It's really weird. The amount of time it's going to take them to drop those bales off, just have that little side thing, they are not going to create 2 more bales.
I've just noticed Lucas has now hopped back into his tractor, which was up on the hill still. So Lucas has the John Deere with the manure fork, but he was running a combine instead. So he's had to go all the way up there, and now he's going for the bales that he dropped. But now, look, Bednar are ready to flip it back, so they've left it too late. By the time he gets there, it's going to be evened up, if not in Bednar's favor. And so now I don't even think he's going to bother coming in with them. Looks like he might still bring them in, but yeah, opportunity missed to score 10 extra points per bale there for John Deere.
And now I have to ask, are Bednar sitting there ready to put bales on the conveyor? Because if they go ahead and have a higher multiplier, Are there going to be bales on their conveyor? And again, the answer is going to be no. John Deere are there. John Deere are ready to drop grain.
Okay, well now now they need to score these bales. Please, John Deere.
Yeah.
Please score these bales. Lucas was bringing them in, and they've not scored them yet. But here now Bednar delivering grain. So
the team that cracks this is the team that is going to walk all over everybody else. And I've said that all season. The team that manages to score points when they have a bonus in their favor are going to have to work less hard overall.
Right.
And you need to be able to go and adjust your gameplay to work in these periods where you have an advanced multiplier.
Yeah, now the multipliers are evened up. Chances really missed. Bridges raised was picked up by Bednar.
For Bale.
Yeah, I mean, they're not out of it, Dragon, but they have had chances to, really take advantage of having the multiplier in their favor, and they've not done so. And that just continues to baffle Alex and I think, from our perspective, because we see it time and time again, and we're always questioning why it goes on so much.
It's like direct delivery. Direct delivery could give a team a massive, massive advantage, and we see nobody use it.
Yeah. It's just very slow for one thing, but I would like to see it a little bit faster, and maybe it would make more of an advantage. But
it does mean the team doesn't have to go to the silo to drop off grain.
Right, but it's still not good enough to not deliver grain entirely. It might give you a little bit of an extra boost,
but it either means you deliver more grain, or you end up not having to deliver any further grain.
Right. Now, see, if I was Melly here, I get that you want to get these off, but now if bottom boost comes up as the super drop in 20 seconds, you've already unloaded your Anderson loader. As Hyper hits the bridge there and loses a couple of bales, he's going to have to leave one behind. That might end up in the water. Glad you're having fun, DJ.
The second
Merlin,
match
and everyone
in a
else.
row we've seen that happen as well.
Oh, look at that, coming right in behind him.
Oh, man.
Good bit of work there. So bale points is our super drop.
Has spawned.
31 points.
And it is bale points.
For the red team.
Bale points
20 points for the blue team. And this is close. Under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah. We are now bale for bale stacking.
And I don't see anyone making a move towards the super drop. Now, I thought maybe someone from the red team was doing it, but they were just turning around. So I don't think anyone's going to go for the bale points here.
They would be very useful for Bednar right now. But yeah, nobody is out there getting them. John Deere have more bales on the field, but Bednar have more points on the board.
This is a close one. 2.5 to go.
I look at the chat. Farmers have never been known to be good tacticians. I agree with Fielden. You have to be a fantastic tactician to be a farmer.
Yeah.
You have to know exactly when to do the right things. Otherwise, you're going to have failed crops left, right, and centre. And Hyper heading out there to grab more bales because there are no more for him to stack. And 100 points behind for Bednar at the moment. Well, 80 points behind to be exact. Oh, and he's ignored a bale. Drove straight past it as John Deere dropped 8 more bales off. Hyper is coming in. There are another 14 bales there.
So I don't think that Bednar have enough bales at the moment to make this up, even if they get all of them in. They're going to need John Deere to have some fall off or something.
It's a complete reverse of last time.
Well, you know, it started off with John Deere just kind of coming out of the gate with some disrupts. They failed to take advantage of the multiplier in their favor, but they have done a good job otherwise of disrupting Bednar early on. And they've played a smooth game. So yeah, Bednar took it 2 games of the best of 3 in straight games in the earlier matchup. But here, the second time around today, it's looking likely that John Deere are going to come out victorious in the first of this best of 3. Like I said, what Bednar did earlier today was just a couple hours ago means nothing at this point. They're going to have to hope for a mistake here. Or they're going to have to be bouncing back.
798 to 754.
That's
Do John Deere have
40.
any more bales for kicking around? Yeah, they do.
838
838
to 754.
Are those bales going in?
Oh,
no, they're not.
Oh,
that's a horrible error.
That
for,
definitely
for
seals
Bednar.
it then. It definitely sealed it there.
Yep,
that would have been
that's it.
20 extra points, so it wouldn't have made
man.
the difference. But wow, okay. So yeah, Bednar won 2 games earlier, but now they're 1 loss away from going out of the tournament. So they've got to be careful now. They've got to bounce back in the second of the best of 3. 40 bales to 37, 5 more input into the top for John Deere. So you're talking about 50 extra points. That wasn't the entire gap there, but it definitely helped them cruise to that lead at the end.
And that is a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, John Deere are the higher seeded team, but Bednar beat them in 2 games earlier.
Yes.
Bednar won last month's tournament. They're definitely the team more informed coming in. But, you know, John Deere showing that they can still hang, and they are 1 more win away now from advancing to next month's quarterfinals. So Janice on Facebook says, first time seeing this, how does this work? How do you win? Well, that's there's multiple ways to win, but the gist of it is you harvest your grain, you either deliver it to increase your multiplier, or you dump it on the ground, as some teams try to do, and try to bank on combo points. But you score points by delivering bales to the barn. You get points, 10 points per bale into the bottom. You get multiplied points into the top based on your current multiplier that you get when you deliver grain to increase it. That's it in a nutshell, but there's also drops and super drops and team perks and a lot more strategy that can go into the gameplay as well. So welcome along. We hope you're going to enjoy yourself. We have a blast with the Farming Simulator League. And no, you're not... and if you're just joining us too, don't worry, the audio is not desynced. You're seeing Klaus and Steven in the studio in Germany doing the German language broadcast, which is live on twitch.tv/giantsoftwarede. And the audio you're hearing is myself and Virtual Farmer, aka Alex, live from our homes in the UK and the US, respectively. It's been an exciting day.
A far nicer hour of the day for me than it is for you.
That's okay. That's all right. We're almost halfway through here, through today's matches. And we're about to be 4 hours into it. So,
yep.
Yeah, things are moving along.
Going into our second match of, our final match of the first. Well, no, actually, not necessarily, because if Bednar win this,
Yeah, we haven't
then
seen the best
it
of
could go.
3. We haven't seen anything
haven't.
go to a third match yet, but these are the two teams that are the closest matched. I think that we've seen come up against each other. They're literally 8th and
Yeah.
9th in the standings for the season. Granted, Bednar climbed up massively by winning last month's tournament, but I don't want to say I'm surprised, but Bednar just seemed, even though the scores were kind of close, especially in the first game in the earlier rounds when Bednar won and advanced to play Trelleborg, they seemed pretty comfortable. John Deere has definitely come out and done something a little bit different to try to disrupt Bednar. They were able to beat them to some equipment early in the last game, as we're going to see both telehandlers banned here.
Without taking no chances. Because John Deere have actually used those telehandlers to good effect.
Yeah.
So far.
We'll see how this one plays out. Bednar have to win this, or they're going to be out of this tournament, which would be a surprise, really. If you were looking at all of the teams coming in just based off of their form throughout the entire season, John Deere was great early in the season. They've kind of tailed off. They've come up against some really tough teams in qualifiers and not advanced to final days in the circuit tournaments. Bednar won last month's tournament. Trelleborg being the number 1 overall seed and Diakerfleur the 16th overall seed, which is the highest and lowest you can get, obviously. Those were kind of to be expected, how those played out. But this one is, the toss-up of the group for sure. And I could very much see John Deere advancing now. I could see Bednar forcing a third. It's going to come down to disruptions, potentially mistakes made by either team, as we're seeing a completely identical setup here. Although John Deere has gone with Archimedes with Gertsch, who selected the 6120M, whereas Melly has done it for Valtra. So those two will probably be harvesting early on and delivering the Horsch auger wagon.
A good spread. Where is the ideal?
The giveaway link
like
is in the Twitch chat again. So make sure you go enter that. It's pinned to the top of the YouTube as well. We're giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 22 during today's stream. And it's being run through Gleam, so if you can't stick around for the whole thing, don't worry. If you win, you will be contacted via email.
Melly is into the crop with Ventil right behind.
So this time the teams just didn't worry about that second ideal. We've got Bednar with the case, and we've got John Deere with the John Deere combine.
Which is an interesting choice. Normally you don't get teams going like that. They'll one of them will definitely try and get that second ideal to get an advantage on that.
Sometimes in my experience playing, I haven't played a lot, but I do play sometimes on Friday nights when we're doing the scrimmage streams. Occasionally I'll pop in my off time and play a round or two with SGA as well when they're practicing. Sometimes it's hard to find that ideal. I'm always looking for it at the beginning of a round 2 if I'm going for a harvester. Sometimes you can't really see it directly from the starting area, so maybe that was what happened in that case.
And Sippy heading back out with the John Deere baler as Hyper is dancing round the auger wagon.
I personally think that 2 ideals are great, but an ideal with the case or the New Holland is not a bad setup either, because then you're talking about the case and the John Deere have the biggest header, so these teams may have sacrificed some storage in the grain tank, but if you combine the two, it's still enough to fill up the auger wagon, and with the bigger cutter you get a wider straw swath as well, so it's not the worst thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, it does concentrate the straw a little bit more with that wider header, which means you can create bales slightly quicker as well. So it's a trade-off.
Right.
And as we've seen many times before, it is the little things that make all the difference in this. You can you just a few seconds or a single bale or any of these things can make a massive, massive difference.
Right. We're seconds away from our first drop of this round. Let's see if any teams are going to go for it. Speed limit will slow your opponents down. Grain multiplier will increase how fast your multiplier goes up if you're ready to deliver grain. I have a feeling John Deere are going to go for this one because here comes Sippy right here to fill up the cart, following along with Lucas, and they're right near it. So they have time to go ahead and fill this thing up and be close enough to grab it.
And Hyper
and it looks like,
is
Bednar are doing the same
the
thing.
same way as well.
They're almost, I thought I was watching the same team for a second because they're almost in identical locations. And then I realized as you started to say it, I was like, wait, that's a different team. So there John Deere have picked it up. And there Bednar have picked it up.
So I'm expecting both teams to go and drop their bales now. As John Deere coming to do exactly that. Sippy dropping. Well, how long they got? They've got about 60 seconds left for teams to drop these off. And this is probably going to result in a
this is a wash.
Even number. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And there it is. Pretty much identical. 30 seconds left. Probably not enough time to get any more grain in, but that would have been a sneaky little move if a team could have pulled that off. I don't think it's going to happen. So it's pretty much as you were, but each team had the opportunity to get that. It would have been a mistake to let your opponents get it and not grab it yourself. So,
looking at that, looking at the white bars, that was pretty much an identical grain drop.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, the John Deere holds 300 less liters of grain compared to the Case's tank. But I don't think that. We don't know if both teams were completely full in their grain cart when they took it either, because they had to get it there. It's awesome to hear, Billy. Kick back and enjoy, buddy. So if John Deere win, that'll be it for Group A today. If Bednar win, we'll go to the third of the best of three. We got 9 minutes to go until that's decided. We've got Group B coming up after this. That features our second seeded team, Vultra, very strong team, taking on 15th place DJK Ehrenfeld. We also have LSA Esports against Lindner as the second game in Group B in a similar format, or same format exactly. So winners advance. Losers go into the loser bracket. Well, I mean, this one isn't over yet, but what do you think about that one? Do you think it almost seems like that group is maybe not as evenly matched? Like, of course, Group A removed Trelleborg. With Bednar and John Deere in this group, it's so evenly matched. Whereas you look at these teams, and other than Vultra, I don't really know what to expect from that group. I would expect Lindner to advance, probably to play Vultra. If I had to go just based off of previous results, I would say Vultra and Lindner are the two teams that make it out of that group, but I don't really know. It really could be anyone.
I kind of think that's where that group is headed as well.
Yeah, I mean, Vultra has been really strong.
Both DJK and LSA have done fairly well, but Lindner have been doing well recently. And Vultra have just been almost unstoppable later this season.
Janus on Facebook says, do these players stream as well? When they're in the competition, I don't believe so, but some of them do stream outside of when they're doing these competitions, like when they're doing practice and the like, but especially because they are at home and they could do it, but when you're in an online tournament, you don't want to bog down your internet. You know, you got to play it safe. Competition above everything else. Rico on Twitch says, I'm impressed with the camera coverage, not what I was expecting. Yeah, the FSL team in Germany are the ones that are doing this. I'm not sure who's running the spectator mode for you guys and switching all the cameras around, but Alex and I just show up and talk. They make it really easy for us.
Oh, yeah.
They're running the audio. They're sending us the video. They're sending out the stream to you guys. They're responding in chat across 3 platforms when they can, as well as organizing the tournament. So yeah, we're blessed to have a good team running it, and you can actually do spectator mode within the client on your own too, and there's some hotkeys set up for it. So yeah, it's set up pretty well to be able to be a spectator and switch around, and whoever's producing it for us on our end, they're doing a great job today.
I've done some streams before where we've had people playing, and I've gone, right, I'll sit this one out. You guys can play, and I will run spectator mode and commentate on what's going on. And it's been enormous fun doing that. You know,
we need to get you to stay up. You were talking about those energy drinks. We need to get you to stay up late one night when we get back to doing scrim streams.
Well, I said to you that last time. I might, with Friday evenings being vacated from the English scrims, I might do some on my own channel and do some Friday night scrims.
Yeah, I would love to see. Like, I'm really surprised that there aren't any, UK teams represented in this season. It's very surprising to me.
It's an interesting one. I have talked about there being, UK teams, but there's not really been any come forward since it came out. I think it's more that I think it's in the past it's been the travel,
right,
to get there.
Understood.
And I don't.
I know
think
there's
that's
interest
improved.
for sure. Right. Yeah, I mean, with this season, it's been just tough overall with COVID. I mean, even you're talking about Bednar winning last month's tournament, and they were the only team unable to travel from the Czech Republic to the studio in Germany. Or no, that was Hero Fest, wasn't it? That they couldn't go to, that they won. Yeah, so even that has been impacted within Europe itself. So it's just a weird thing that we have to deal with right now, and I'm not sure it'll ever go away fully, so we're just going to have to learn how to adapt with it. And I just hope that, I know Europe has a lot of, rising numbers in cases, and as does the rest of the world. And the reason this tournament isn't taking place in person, and it's kind of a last-minute change. I think it was announced on Monday because the region that the office is in Germany and Bavaria has gone to like the red light of their COVID protocols, which is like the highest they can get. So stuff is starting to be shut down, and in-person events and travel from outside places is, I guess, not allowed again. So we've kind of had to adapt on the fly at the last minute and switch things up. And now the finals would have been taking place tomorrow, and today would have been Group C and D. But instead, we're going to have to wait until early December now for the quarterfinals all the way to the final. But you know what? I think that's not necessarily a bad thing either, because if we can get those finals in person in Switzerland, it's just going to be better for the content overall. It'll be exciting to see that, and I hope that it ends up, taking place.
And there's a... Oh, John Deere just missed it.
What's up, Spartan?
A
Get hype. 9 days
for
to
Bednar.
go. Very well done by Bednar, meanwhile.
Oh.
That's
perfectly timed.
That's huge, because Bednar have to win this and force the third game, or they're out. I like that, this losers bracket it's ended up being a rematch of something we saw earlier. But now, like, if John Deere win this, then they've won 2 and lost 2 against Bednar today in advance. But if Bednar can win this, it basically comes down to like a best of 5, which I think would be very just for these two teams right now. Because then it would mean a team would have had to have won 3 games against the other to advance. So we'll see what happens in the final 2 minutes or so. But right now, a 95-point lead for Bednar, but that's about to shrink a little bit. John Deere does have the bail advantage, but they're trailing. Bridge jumps are the bomb, right, Rico? Stuff gets exciting in the FSL. I mean, as a bail is dropping off here. That was for Bednar, because we're seeing the ghost of John Deere. So if you're wondering, these silhouettes, this is just a way, it's useful, especially at the barn, late in a round, to see what both teams are doing. So we were looking at Bednar's belt, but we were seeing as well what John Deere were doing. Now we switched back. I think John Deere have gone into the lead, and for Bednar, I don't know where their bales are, Alex. They were nowhere in sight, and they still aren't.
They've got 5 bales behind, or they've had some drop off the conveyor. That is not good.
Yeah, so John Deere into the lead now. I thought Bednar were looking pretty comfortable, but the problem is now they've brought these bales in, and Hyper needs to get all of these into the top.
And John Deere have the bales here to win this. This is not good for Bednar. And John Deere really pulling it out of the bag in this second game, really not wanting to come out of to go out of this at this point. 7-10 to 75, and it's so close. 30 seconds.
Bednar back in the lead. Now John Deere in the lead.
John Deere.
2 more about to go in for
on the
Bednar,
clock.
but
There
then
are
2 more
not
going
enough
in for
time for Bednar to get these bales on. I don't think.
They're going to have to put some in the bottom.
It's 5 points between them. Are these last bales going in for Bednar? If they are, this could be it. 6, 5,
oh my gosh.
4, 3.
855 to 850.
By 5 points.
Oh my goodness, by 5 points, they forced the first of the best of 3 today. Holy cow, Alex. That
was way too close.
I don't take favorites, but I am glad that's happened. I feel like this matchup deserves a third of the best of 3 to decide which of these two teams moves on to next month's quarterfinals. Same amount of bales delivered. 4 more into the top for John Deere. But Bednar getting that bale-tastic combo saved them in the end. Because you're talking about 50 points that would be off the board if they didn't get that. So, I mean, that's what ended up, forcing this third game, getting those combo points. And that was what, at the 3rd or 4th minute? We had no way of knowing that it was going to come down to that at the time that it happened. But then minutes later, it literally has saved Bednar here from going out.
It really was. It really was. There's 2 bales at the end of that are just slowly moving up to the top, and they get in with 2 seconds left on the clock.
Right.
Wow. Insane. Wow. So, Bednar, by the skin of their teeth, are still in this.
I love seeing the reactions in chat now coming through.
Oh, yeah.
We have a slight delay. Of course, the stream is on a delay for competitive purposes. So it's always fun that we freak out and have a good time, and then we see chat also doing the same moments later. That was wild. That was the most entertaining match of the day so far. And I feel like I needed that one 4 hours in too. That's as good as a third cup of coffee there. That was. A little bit of a boost of energy. Wow. Man.
Wow.
Well,
so there we have it.
Buckle up because
we're going to the third game.
I misspoke earlier. So now Bednar has won 3 games against John Deere today, and John Deere has won 1. But John Deere is still only one more win away from advancing. And buckle up because one of these teams is going to the quarterfinals next month, and one will be seeing their season 3 come to an end. And I can't even predict what the heck's going to happen, Alex.
Oh, okay, this is just all over the place right now. It is John Deere coming in strong in that first game, decisively beating Bednar. The second game, Bednar coming back and by the skin of their teeth staying in this. Is that going to be enough to disrupt John Deere? And can Bednar now use this momentum to come back and win this third game? Or is John Deere going through to the finals?
Right. It's crazy. So Dr. Krupra Lowell is saying in chat, wanting to know if it's only like grain and bale farming. Yep. You harvest grain, you deliver your grain to increase your multiplier, and then you deliver bales to score points. That's the simple way of explaining the FSL. There's no forestry or animal husbandry or anything like that you can see in a regular farm sim experience. In the arena, the basics are harvest your grain, deliver it to increase your multiplier, or dump it on the ground, as we see some teams do, and try to count on getting combo points, because you get combos for 10, 15, 20, 25 bales in a row. The points keep going up as you do that in a row. You don't see that happen a whole lot when the teams are this closely matched, because they're often, timing things right. But you can't get combo points if you get that amount of bales that I just said in a row without reply from your opponents. Your opponents can counter those combos if they time it right as well. And then, of course, there's team perks, player perks, drops and super drops, and it all starts with what we're seeing now, the ban phase and the pick phase. So there is a little bit more to it than just harvesting grain and delivering bales. But at the end of the day, those two things are how you score points. Billy, if the next match is like that again, I may need to lay down after.
It's just, it's crazy.
Yeah, the audio is not desynced, guys. You're seeing the German casters, you're hearing the English casters. Have no fear.
The next time I get to do this live and on camera, I'm gonna do the whole thing of mouthing stuff and then talking occasionally when it doesn't match my mouth movements. Just see if I can get a desync thing going in the chat.
Oh, that's great. All right, well, so far, similar setups, exactly.
Banning of the telehandlers again.
There it is. Same setup, same equipment. Same perks. So let's see who advances and whose season comes to an end. I feel like this is a pretty just end we're about to see for these two teams. They're John Deere, the 8th seed, Bednar, the 9th seed coming in. Them advancing. If John Deere advances, then you're talking about the 2 highest seeded teams from the group advancing. If it's Bednar, then they're 1 spot below John Deere, but arguably the team more in form, having won last month's tournament. I don't think John Deere ever won a tournament this season either. They had a runner-up medal. They've had 1 or 2 third-place finishes, but I think before Bednar had won, it was pretty much like Valtra, Cortiva, and Trelleborg had the monopoly on tournament wins.
The best tournament result they had was a winner. I'm just trying to find out which one it was.
Oh, really? It must have been one of the real early ones before I even started doing commentary. I feel like. As we see Ventil going to the barn. So you also get points based on how fast you get the first bale in. So that's why they put the first bale into the bottom. It doesn't matter if it goes in bottom or top. You're not getting the multiplier points. This one, the first bale, is based on speed. So 123 points for Bednar. And let's see what John Deere can get. Oh, he's backed that up against the door there.
And that's not good.
It's not going to go in. Wow, John Deere making a mistake again early.
Unforced error.
That might end up costing. Remember that 20 points. It could have been a lot less if he had got that in properly. This is the only map. This is the Farming Simulator League Arena. This is the map that the client is built on. So at this time, it's only this map. It's a reverse mirrored map for each team. So they have the same amount of space. It's just flipped. So for example, the red team's barn is parallel to the blue team's silo and vice versa. All right. 15 seconds away from our 12th minute drop.
Yeah, it looks like they haven't actually won a tournament this year. It's a lot of Trelleborg and Cortiva early on.
Yeah, and Valtra with some, and then Bednar, of course, winning the last one, which was a big surprise. And
so they don't seem to have taken a tournament at all. I thought they had. And we've got direct delivery and bridges raised. Again, direct delivery at this stage would be a massive thing. But it looks like neither team's going for it.
The John Deere and Bednar games at this point. Yeah, well, one of these teams will advance, the other will be out. And then we're moving on. No matter who wins, we'll be moving on to Group B after this. 5 more matchups to go in that before that group is decided. We've got Valtra, DJK, Aenfeld, LSA Esports, and Lindner in Group B coming up soon. But first, we got to decide which of these 2 teams is advancing to next month's quarterfinals. By the way, like if you... Let me go see this. I had it up earlier. Let's get this back. Like, there's a lot at stake here. Not just moving on, but prize money-wise.
Oh, yeah.
So, if you don't advance, if you finish 9th to 16th place, which means not advancing out of the group stages, you get 1,550 euros. If you advance just by making it to the quarterfinals and not going any further next month, you're getting almost 4,000 euros more per team, 5,150 euros. So there is, a good bit at stake in advancing. And of course, not just that, but you also give your chance of increasing that even more if you make it to the semifinals or to the final. Lots at stake here.
$103 points to 123. No extra points beyond first bale yet scored.
No clue, Spartan. Like, we've had that question asked a lot. We don't know any idea about what it's going to look like going forward, to be honest. But you're not wrong. There's definitely a potential that we could see more mechanics introduced if it ever makes its way to FS22. But at this time, we don't really know what it's going to look like.
One thing I'm fairly certain of is if it makes its way to FS22, then it's not going to look anything like this.
Right.
The difference between season 2 and season 3 is incredible. I'd
be willing to bet that season 4 will be on FS19 as well. I don't know this for sure, but if giving the previous season, season 3 started early this year. So
Yeah.
if we want to start season 4 early next year, there's just absolutely not enough time to rebuild it on 22. So my guess would be that it's probably still going to be on 19, but again, I don't know for sure. We'll have more news early next year about that.
I have my suspicions where it might start, where the first game might be next year.
Yeah, you think
if
Agritechnica?
I think Agritechnica is my bet.
Well,
that is me.
We hope.
I will say,
but
chat,
at this
that
point,
is me not knowing anything.
At this point, in-person events are again not allowed in Germany.
Yeah.
So,
But that's February, March next year. Agritechnica, I think.
We'll see how it plays out. I really hope that in-person events across an entire season will happen at some point soon.
Gotcha.
But we can't really guarantee that, as Bednar are delivering grain now.
Introducing a logging challenge. Oh no. We've got herbicide and speed limit. I would guess speed limit will be grabbed by one or both teams.
Bednar have a nice multiplier advantage right now, but John Deere are about to fix that.
There we go. John Deere going for slowdown for 90 seconds on Bednar.
I want to laugh at that one, Feldon, but I can't.
Yeah.
I can't find the period. I'm laughing at myself saying the comment, but I don't know. Maybe not your best work on that one. I see where you're going with it, though. You want to give a stab at pronouncing that map, by the way, Alex, live on the FSL stream?
Hut Baileron?
I thought he wasn't gonna even make a single comment at first.
No, because the thing is, I've got to. At some point, I've got to do a map tour, so I've got to get the name of this map down.
It's Au Belleron.
Haut Baileron.
It's just like you say "ou" basically. Haut Belleron.
Haut Baileron.
Yeah. Not even the T at the
now
end.
my bad French accent's coming out. Haut Baileron.
Yeah. You're close. You're close. You're getting there. We'll keep working on it. DJ Goham was like, I'm still calling it Hot Belleron.
Hot Belleron.
It's hot. Yeah. I have the added benefit, of course, of working at Giants and being like, okay, how the heck did we say this?
How did... That's useful because then you can tell me on these streams.
Right.
I would fail hard at any logging competition. Oh, straight behind comes Hyper.
Lovely.
Very efficient use of the bridge. And now Bednar start scoring some points. It is 2-2. And these 20 points, this could be the difference between these two teams.
And I think it's going to be close again, though. They're close in bail count, but right now Bednar does have the lead. I'm going to be curious to see, like, if a bottom boost happens and a team has the Anderson loader ready, like, imagine seeing a bottom boost decide which one of these two teams advances to the quarterfinals next month. Like, the problem is, like, Bednar are just now bringing their loader back out to load it up. So if that is what it is, they need to forget about having it full and just get in what they have.
Yeah.
But it could not end up being that. It could be something completely different. We'll see.
What?
Fail points could make a difference
out
too.
From our point of view. Neither team is out there. $183 to $163. Still
Wow.
20 points.
What
in
was
it.
the drop? Have they shown it? Bale points.
Bale
20 points for the red
Bale
team, 40
points.
for the blue team.
Oof. Do you know what? That closes up the 20-point gap.
But are they going to go for it? It doesn't look like they're interested at all.
No.
Even if you're
40 Bale
Bednar,
points,
yeah, it's
actually.
20 points, but like, oh, someone is going for it for John Deere.
Yep.
They have gone for it.
And
I was about to
has
say, if you
reversed
were
the point
Bednar, you
deficit.
want even Bednar should have gone for it for the 20 points.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're talking about that would have been a 60-point swing basically, if you would have got 20 points and denied John Deere 40. But Bednar didn't seem interested in going for it.
That could cost Bednar. That's taken Bednar's 20-point advantage from first Bale and flipped it to John Deere.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, the good thing for Bednar is they have the bales now. They just need to get them in. So they at least have that.
And wow, Bednar have so many bales.
Yeah, they have 8 more at the moment, and Hyper is stacking them on at the moment. So this is going to, and right here is going to, it's even, 483 to 483. Bednar about to take the lead.
And
so if they go bale for bale now with no mistakes, Bednar are going to win this. And there's a mistake.
Oh, John Deere
Ooh, Lucas was almost stuck. Ooh. Now is not the time, Lucas. Now is not the time.
I can't afford this.
Here comes Hyper now. This one's going to start going up.
Across this bridge?
Yeah,
Yes,
well timed. Oh, and look, Melly coming in with the Anderson loader.
This does not look good for John Deere. Hyper has been on absolute fire today.
Hyper has been in amazing stacking form. Like, even against Trelleborg, he was matching Vuller almost stride for stride.
And Lucas
563 to 493. Wow.
Wow. This is
90-point lead for Bednar.
Breath holding. 1 minute 20 left.
It's going to come down. Like, John Deere's only hope is bales falling off the top now. And Hyper has not had that happen to him a lot today. Hyper's got the time here and needs to make sure he takes the time to not make an error here, because an error is the only thing that is going to keep Bednar from advancing to next month's quarterfinals. 723 to 633, 90-point lead. It's closing a bit, but it's going to extend now.
For Bednar.
Oof.
Bednar have the bales to win this. They just
Bednar
need to
actually
keep them going on there.
Not going for that bale points was maybe the right thing, because they just stayed out and pressed more, and made up for it in the end. 30 seconds to go.
John Deere just
I just don't see
the bales in.
I don't see a route to John Deere winning now, unless it's just a massive error.
Oh, John Deere are going to have to be very careful how they put these bales on. Side-by-side bales all off quite a bit.
He doesn't really have a choice, does he? It's not going to make a difference anyways.
Both teams trying, and this has gone Bednar's way. Nothing John Deere can do about it.
I think that's the biggest margin of victory between these two teams in any of the matches we've seen them play today. And Bednar saved their best for last, really. Bounced back from losing the first one. And that was really impressive. Well done to Bednar.
Look at that. So many more bales for Bednar delivered.
Especially
and
into
that's
the
what
top.
It was. They just pressed more.
Wow. Really well done.
The drops that John Deere picked up did not help them at all.
Man, the fact that last one came down to 5 points. John Deere were 5 points away, or 6 points from advancing. Bednar pulled it out in the end of that one, and then just were really strong in that one. They are the third of the best of three. Bednar advanced to next month's quarterfinals. So we've got the first place team and the 9th seeded team, Bednar, advancing to the quarterfinals next month. And that wraps up Group A. And that was pretty darn exciting, especially the matches between those two we just saw.
That was absolutely amazing. I can't believe that went to that on that second game, and Bednar were 5 points away from going out. That is insane.
Yeah, it comes down to slim margins at times when you're
Really
putting
does.
teams that are so closely matched together. It's bound to happen.
And John Deere's unlucky run at the end of this season has continued, and they're out. John Deere will not make it through to the grand final. We will be back in a couple of minutes. See you then.
All right, we're back. Season 3
We're
championship group stages. And we've had Trelleborg and Bednar advance out of Group A. And now we've got Group B coming up, which features Valtra, our second overall seed, DJK Aenfeld, the 15th seed. And then we also have LSA Esports and Lindner in this group. And Lindner, our 7th seed, LSA, our 10th seed. But man, Group A, I think it ended up being about what we expected. But the John Deere and Bednar matches especially were very entertaining. And most of them, except for that last one, were really, really close. Even that last one, though, less than 100 points in it. But yeah, some really close ones, including that 5-point win for Bednar in that second there of the best of 3 to force the third. And if they hadn't done that, we'd be talking about John Deere advancing instead.
Absolutely, and say 5 points was the difference in that second game between the two going out, and here we can see the replays of it. It was lots of. So this is the first game. Yeah, this is the first game, and you can see Bednar just coming around and desperately trying to get points in the whole way through this. And John Deere actually outplaying them. Playing that first game really well, coming in really strong. Knowing I think it's their last chance.
That was the best game we'd seen John Deere play all day. Like, they didn't really have a lot of mistakes, and then they came out, especially in that third, and started making mistakes again. And this is like the last time that you want to do that sort of thing, As we have a look now at Hyper going around the grain cart and pushing it out of the way a little bit. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but not a bad strategy because it does sit on a lot of grain. Lots of airtime in the matchup between these teams today, for sure.
Trying to save as much time as possible, just getting in as quickly as they can. Hyper doing a
There was that
fantastic job of
Bale-tastic.
getting the Bale-tastic.
And they wouldn't have won without that.
And
I mean, that's 50
no.
points, and they won by 5. Without that, they're losing by a decent margin.
That is what won them in it. And there it is. And it was last 2 seconds. 2 bales on that conveyor won that.
Right. Some end of the bottom as well. All at the end there. It was really well played that second round, like to close that gap.
This is where things start to go wrong for John Deere. Just completely unable to get that bale in at the start, dropping 20 points. Hyper going in and really well navigating those. Melly not quite managing so well.
It's tough to drive a harvester in through those buildings. Believe me, I've tried. And this mistake too, I mean, it just was a couple of mistakes made by John Deere at the worst possible time. That one cost them precious seconds as Lucas had to drive all the way back around and go grab that bale, just costing them precious seconds. And in the end, it was a 90-point lead, a 90-point victory for Bednar, and they advance. And it'll be interesting to see how Bednar can do in next month's finals because they're into the quarterfinals now. And they showed at Hero Fest that they can go on and win a whole tournament. So they've made it to the point that they need to be at. They've given themselves the chance. And if they play like they did, especially at that Hero Fest tournament, they bring their A game, they're definitely going to be in contention. Now they don't have to face Trelleborg until the grand final if they get all the way through. That's not to say they haven't got other big teams like Vultra and Cortiva that they would have to face for that point. But they do have they know that they don't have to face Trelleborg again until the very end if they have to. Yeah, and I mean, I think that whoever advances to the quarterfinals, you could make an argument for any one of them to win the entire Season 3 championship. Like, if Vulture advances out of Group B, which we expect, the likes of Trelleborg and Vulture, our top 2 seeds, are always going to be the main favorites. But any team that makes it to the quarterfinals is only a couple of rounds, a couple of matchups winning, a couple of matchups away from winning the whole thing. So any team will have a chance, really. But we've got Vultra, our 2nd seed, against DJK Ahenfeld, our 15th seed, coming up in this next one. And I would expect pretty much something similar to what we saw with Trelleborg and Diakerfleur in this one, because there is, unfortunately, on paper, a gulf in class here between these two teams coming up. So Vultra have to be the high favorites. Vultra won 3 tournaments this season. They had 1 runner-up, 2 third-place finishes, and then 1 time they got knocked out at the quarterfinal stage. So, they and Vultra too. Like, you're talking about a team that they didn't win their first tournament until like halfway through the season. And then they really just started to pick up a lot of momentum. It's kind of tailed off a little bit now in the past couple of tournaments, but they were the hot team there for a while.
They came to prominence and started getting up to their position of 2nd overall when Cortiva had that unlucky run of facing Trelleborg coming into
that was unfortunate.
Into the tournament.
They played each other in the qualifiers a lot, and they were the top 2 seeds at the time. And that really, you're right, they gave Vultra a massive opportunity to move up in the table. But they also showed that they could, beat Trelleborg. They've done some awesome stuff here and there.
They very much came through to then win those ones, having been given that opportunity, and it's not, it's not a case of either Trelleborg or Contiva are out. Vulture took advantage of that. It's a case of Vulture had an opportunity and then played so well that they took the maximum possibility of that opportunity.
So DJK and Ehrenfeld, meanwhile, they've made it to the quarterfinal stage twice. That's where they got their 60 circuit points from. They've never advanced beyond that. So I don't think they've ever beaten a fellow seeded team. I would have to go back and look at their results. But my guess is that in the qualifiers, I'm not sure which tournaments it is that they made it to. I'm going to go through and look now. Let's see. Not the first two tournaments of the season.
No.
Not the third. Fourth tournament, not that one either. Fifth tournament, nope. Keep on going.
Sixth, nope.
Nope. Well, so
it
it's
must
been,
have been
it's
really
been kind of
late
recent.
in the season, I think.
Oh, there it is. FarmCon tournament is the first one, and they lost to My Insanity, 2-0. So yeah, they played My Insanity, and that's a seeded team they lost to.
Yeah,
and then
they lost to Lindner in the studio in-person tournament.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, they beat
and...
BVZZ that in the qualifiers, the play-ins. Who else did they beat? Yeah, that's interesting. Because they now are very much looking at having to have a massive upset. I mean, they'll have to not just beat a seeded team for the first time, but beat one of the strongest teams in the entire of Season 3.
Yeah. So, FarmCon, they beat Goanna.
Oh, wow, okay.
And...
So then they have beat a seeded team.
They beat Vultra, in all fairness.
What? Really?
DJK Enfield in the studio beat Vultra to make it into the last 8. So
wow, yeah, the August
of
tournament.
beating big teams.
Wow, so they're actually playing Vultra again. Wow, well, good find there.
So this is a rematch.
Okay.
Last time they played
Unfortunately,
Vultra,
I can't see what the scores were because it's a it doesn't show it for play-ins.
Doesn't show.
Unfortunately. Wow, okay. Well, this is a rematch then.
This is suddenly turned
so
into
okay, never
else.
mind. So DJK does have history of beating Vultra. That's impressive. But like, I'm now curious.
The only seeded team that they have history of beating is Vultra, and they're coming up against them.
I'm kind of interested though how that tournament played out. Was Vultra at full strength?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know now. And at the same time, have they just angered the beast here? Is Vultra going to come out seeking retribution? But I'm glad you found that out because I mean that evens things up. You got the 2 seed against the 15th seed, but DJK Ehrenfeld are here because they were able to beat Vultra one time. For one thing, that's how they scored some circuit points.
I'm suddenly going, hang on, what's just happened?
I mean, that would be a huge upset if they can do it again. I mean, you're talking about this. One of the best teams in the entire tournament. I'm not sure what's happened to the poor guy's head on DJK's team.
It's a little bit squish.
I think that the crop job on that one needs maybe a little bit more TLC. All right, Vultra.
No, I think DJK are the football team, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, so they're actually, we found out when Lars was on the broadcast with us that they are actually like an entire, I don't think it's just football. I think it's like an entire sports club.
No.
So multiple sports and even esports as well under the same banner.
DJK have not done anything.
Very interesting.
Don't often see that because it doesn't cost anything to ban. Yeah, any of the tractors, it doesn't cost anything to ban. So we don't tend to find teams not banning stuff.
Right. I've seen teams do it before because maybe they want to make sure that a piece of equipment they want is there, but it's very rare for sure. This time they do ban the Steyr. So maybe because they were picking first, they didn't want to ban something and then, have Vulture also ban their second choice or something. But we have 2 care wheel tractors. Like actually all 3 of the main care wheel tractors have been banned here.
Yeah.
So the only one
we've got the
outstanding is
Vultra.
the Vultra is the only
The
one
Vultra
available.
G series.
Which that
still
one
has it.
does not have enough horsepower to pull any of the balers though. So it's 5 horsepower short of being able to pull the John Deere and the Kuhn, which are the lowest horsepower required balers in the game. So that's a very interesting bit of banning there.
Now I'm confused. I have never seen anybody use the Manitou forklift.
Very interesting.
Okay. What is going on?
Maybe it is like the best disruption that we've never seen. We're about to find out. But I think DJK are leaving a lot of points on the board here. Yeah, they've left 3 points on the board. They could have easily picked a tractor there. That had to be a mistake. But it can't be. I feel like.
Yeah,
because you would have got the Fiat if you didn't lock anything in time. I think is how it works. I'm confused, DJK. Now is not the time, unless this plays into their strategy somehow. But I can't see how it would.
Again, doing this against Ultra.
Very, very interesting. Oh, you know what? I've missed as well, though. They've gone with Big Haul as their team perk. We've not seen that in ages.
This is weird. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, our feed's frozen at the moment.
Our feed's frozen, but yeah, I even if our feed hadn't frozen, I don't know what's going on. Why would you not pick a personal perk?
Oh yeah, isn't it is it Diotka Anfeld? Is that this team?
Yeah.
I think that's maybe what Lars told us.
It's I'm actually watching the stream, which is a minute behind.
Secret forklift techniques.
To no one's surprise, Diotka did not drive that forklift out of there.
Yeah, no. I don't think anyone's surprised at that.
No.
So I wonder.
My commentary is currently a minute behind what's on screen.
Right. Yeah, we're doing what we can here. We're trying to get the feed on our side fixed.
Comes out at the end of next week. And I'm massively looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome.
Belden, not sure who's more confused now, VF and Kerm, us or Valtra. Yeah, it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up for sure.
I have no idea what's going on. This is awesome. Okay. I want to say, what's going to be the first bail points? But by the time the chat hears this, they're already going to know that. Way to go with mixing things up. Here we go.
Aha.
And
now
we're
our
back.
feed's back.
There we go. 126 to 127 on first bail points. So that is pretty even.
Win or lose, I'm just glad to see something other than Transport Company here in the group stages.
Interestingly as well, have Ditka gone with the Russell Mash as well? Yeah.
I think the Russell Mash
this
and
is
Big Haul
totally
is a good
different.
combination, in my opinion. And it just really depends on how you play it. I've said this before. I'd like to see someone use those two things in combination. They also have an ideal as well. So with the Russell Mash, they ignore weeds with that harvester.
Oh,
so
that's
they can
true.
just
Yeah.
they can just harvest away. And with Big Haul,
Hey.
they can, either unload into the grain cart into the Big Haul trailer or directly into it. So, I mean, time will tell if it's going to work or not. And I'm not sure still why they would leave 3 points on the board when you could have,
No.
at least spent it on a tractor, or you could have spent it on runner, or even 6 cents or head start. You could have spent it somewhere. The problem is they only have they have 2 tractors, right? And then they have the forklift. So
yeah. Right now, to my mind, the Otka are doing a perfectly. This is not how you play the FSL.
And they're only 1 point behind based off first bail, but yeah, I'm gonna be curious to see how the rest of these 10 minutes play out. The thing is now, okay, so Alex, we've said it time and time again. Vulture only have 2 bales pressed, but they have a 3-1 advantage. DJK honking and flashing the lights. Maybe they're just here to have some fun. They're just here to please the fans at home. They're all 3 right here in the field. They're emptying into the grain cart. So now what do? Are they going to park the Big Haul directly at the silo and run the grain cart to it? Or, like, what's the play here?
And that's where
we're gonna find out,
confused.
I guess.
If you've got cool, why are you filling the overloader?
Because they've not picked it up yet, for one thing. But at the same time, yeah, like, maybe you should have just ignored that and went and got the Big Haul. I don't know. We're so not used to seeing this strategy that I don't know what to expect.
I mean, if you could see my face right now, there is just this look of utter confusion. I have no idea.
Well, maybe they're hoping the same thing is happening to Vulture right now. If you want to beat a team like this, I don't know if this is what they did to them in the qualifiers when they beat them or not, but I have a feeling they're trying to disrupt and do something different here.
But the only thing I've so far seen them do is disrupt themselves, which is
well, and they're delivering the grain. They're delivering the grain with the
Big Haul.
With the grain cart. So maybe they've done that now to try to even things out, so Vulture can't go crazy scoring points, and then they're going to load up the Big Haul late and take advantage of the multiplier for the rest of the round. I don't really know here. I'm not sure what the heck is going on.
But they've got the Big Haul trailer on. They haven't created well, no, they have. They've created a few bales.
This is the first match up of Group B, Silent Storm. So at the very least, they're best of 3. So at the very least, we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 games. Is that right? No, 10 games at the least. Could be more out of this group. We got 5 matchups to go, 5 games of at least 2 rounds. And dumping a little grain there, a little cab wheat there.
They must be going for grain points.
They must be going for it at the end, I imagine. Like, have they picked up the Big Haul yet?
2 balers? They can't put, but they haven't got the equipment to do 2 balers. Unless they're going to load bales with... they got a 3rd harvester out now.
So 3 harvesters, then they're going to grab the Big Haul. I mean, this could end up working. The thing is, is they've delivered a little bit to keep Vulture from having a commanding early lead in the multiplayer.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to bank
understand...
on having the multiplier at the end and scoring a lot of their bales at the end, too. So it's going to come down to timing still. Still don't get why they left 3 points on the board in the pick phase.
But the problem they've got is they've got nothing to run multiple balers. Because unless they're going to load bales with the forklift, they can't run 2 balers.
Right.
And they're not creating bales, they're harvesting 6 minutes. At the 7-minute mark. They don't have enough time to create the bales to score the points.
Meanwhile, Vulture just delivered more grain. So they've got a 2.8 to a 1.2, and they're about to score some bales at 28 points apiece. They should be going in at any moment now. There's one. Yeah, I'm confused.
I mean, we've been confused and seen an absolutely corker of a game before when Lintner started just dropping grain on the ground without anybody knowing why.
I don't think our minds will ever be blown to that effect again. I remember you thinking,
I will be honest.
What are they doing?
My mind will explode if Diotka in this. Because whatever strategy they're trying to run now, I cannot see it. I cannot see how they are going to press the bales they need to press to win this.
Yeah.
That's the trouble. They've got 6 bales total.
I'm wondering if they're playing a long con here and their actual disruption, as they're dumping grain now onto the top of the truck. I wonder if their actual disruption is to make Vulture think they don't know what the heck they're doing in the first round of the 3, and then they're gonna bring something out in the second round. But that's a risky move to take if that's what they're doing. But yeah, that one's definitely coming off for Vulture. I still don't.
That's
with
coming
under
off,
5 minutes to go now.
Scotty's worried.
Around 5 minutes to go, look at the bale count: 22 for Vulture, 6 for Diotka.
Are they hoping they get Crazy Tool? No, because they can't get the bales back. They've not got transport company, so they can't get the bales back.
I don't know. I really don't know what to expect.
Are they going to try and stop Vulture's? I suppose they could try and stop Vulture's conveyor, but they're going to have to do that quick.
Yeah.
Because Vulture are just scoring.
Super drop is about to appear. There's Vulture bringing in the Anderson loader. Plus they had 3 on the front of the John Deere, I think. So 17 bales right there. They're not far off from getting a baling spree. Bale withering for 1 bale or 3 bales.
Team going out for that. Right.
Diotka currently have. Is that like a multiplied player? Yeah, that's just a bug there. So I thought someone was just standing in the middle of the field doing nothing for a second.
Whatever Vulture, whatever Diotka are gonna do, they've got to do it quickly. Because
they've got to press
we're
more
now
bales.
Under 4 minutes. They've pressed 6 bales total.
Yeah, you can break. Yeah, if you get it to 3 to 1 on the conveyor, you can break the other team's conveyor.
That's what I'm wondering.
They're going to be so far behind by then that it's not going to
all these bales on.
Make a difference.
Here we go.
The next 2 that go in is a bale-tastic for Vulture, and it's about to happen now. There it is. There's the bale-tastic.
And here we go.
Close to the baling spree now, or bale pressive. Oof. Crashing on the approach, though.
They have nearly 60,000 litres of grain to put in here.
The problem is, it's about to be a bale pressive now. 1 away from that for Vulture.
There's a bale pressive.
There's the bale pressive. They're going to get the baling spree as well. When these two go in, that's the bailing spree.
Oh my god!
So, I mean, bonus points galore. And it's almost 1,000 to 100 points here.
Holy crap!
And they're 2 away from the impossible.
And it's not even. It's not even.
Here comes Martin with the 2 for the impossible.
With the 2 for the impossible.
And there it is, impossible. 1191 to 126. What the heck happened in that tournament when DJ Diatka beat Valtra? And now he's pushing 1 bale on the front of the John Deere. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man.
Oh, this is making my brain hurt.
Hello to all the Polish fans coming in over on YouTube. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch today.
What the hell? I thought 1250 was gonna be the big score today.
Oh,
they may possibly have given Valtra. Yeah, no kidding. This is properly throwing it.
Oh man. The scary thing is there's still a minute for Valtra to score more points. Oh my!
I honestly don't understand what the tactic was here. What was this tactic?
Amanda guts to choose the forklift is worth 1,000 points, right? Look at this guy's just in the barn over here.
What is going on?
And now he's stuck in the wall. I don't really care for what's going on here. Like, I really hope that this isn't on purpose from Diatka. I want to see them do something different in this second match. Because this hasn't been even close. And they're, like, messing around. They, like, gave up ages ago.
My only thought is they messed up their picks. They did something wrong early on when they were doing their picks and messed it up and as a result they just decided to have some fun.
Just when you think you've seen it all in the FSL. You haven't.
1,600 dude. They delivered
42 bales to 6.
6 bales and delivered 6 bales.
Well, at least they didn't leave any. Oh no, wait. They had 6 undelivered too, with 6 delivered. So they pressed 12.
Oh, sorry. They had 6
but
delivered.
they
bales,
only
so
got
12
6 in
total.
Oh man.
What the hell?
I have to say that, to be honest, credit to Klaus and Steven here who are on camera, because if you could see our faces, I don't think we'd be keeping as straight as faces. Like, I'm over here cleaning my glasses and rubbing the bridge of my nose in confusion. Like, I don't. I have nothing to say. Like, I have no way to explain what we just witnessed.
No.
Oh, so Diatka have had a new player for a week and unfortunately had connection problems at the beginning. We've just had Giant Software, whoever's running that over there. Thanks for that bit of information. So they've had to scramble within the last week and find a new player. That's bad timing.
So I'm guessing the connection issues meant that the selections went awry, and because the selections went awry, they kind of left themselves with a setup they knew they couldn't win with. That's the only thing I can think.
Oh man, no, that score is not a record. Maybe it might be for like a actual. I mean, this isn't the finals technically of a tournament. This is like a group stage, which is kind of unique for the season championship. But no, the record belongs to Diatka Fleur, who we saw in Group A, with 1,533 points in the 4th online tournament play-in round. They also have the record that they set today for most bales with 51. The first bail point record in our caster sheet has not been updated yet, but it is Trelleborg that holds it currently with 140.
Good.
And then most grain delivered in a round is Lindner's with 71,749.
You can see how hard that 1,500 point record is to get, because Ultra had everything going for them then. You know, they had their opposing team pretty much gifting them everything they needed to score as many points as possible, even with an impossible, and they still only got 1,400 points. So that 1,500 is just massive.
Wow. Well, I
It's
really
just
hope that they can sort out the connection problems if that's what was going on there. I really hope
Yeah.
that they can give a better showing because, I mean, we're all over the place. So we came into that and we were like, you know, they haven't beat a seeded team. Then we looked into it. We realized that Diaka have actually beaten Vultra in a qualifier previously.
Yeah.
And so then all of a sudden we're expecting, oh, well, this might be closer than we're thinking. And then they go out and that happens and blow our minds even more. Wow. I hope that they can give a better showing in the second one, or they are going out quick. This is the Farming Simulator League Season 3 Championships. This is the official Farming Simulator esport. Reslam.
And it is awesome and surprising and utterly confusing right now. Right, here we go. JK versus Diaka versus Vultra again.
You're seeing the German casters and hearing the English casters on this channel. The German casters are doing the German broadcast on Giant Software DE. We are not desynced. We're not there in person because we're in the UK and the US. We're not allowed to travel over to the studio in Germany. But in normal times, we would be there. Good luck, Steve, over on Facebook, looking into trying to get involved with the Farming Simulator League. Steve, I don't know where you're from in the world, but there's a couple of chances normally. There might not be a lot of scrimmage streams coming up soon because of Farming Simulator 22 releasing, but normally I host a stream at 7 p.m. Eastern time mainly for the North American audience, although we have people from Europe play and we have people from Asia and Oceania tune in and watch. Those are Friday nights. Wednesdays, a lot of the time on the German channel, there's a German language scrimmage stream too. And then there's other people that are practicing on their own, always looking for, you know, more players to get involved. So definitely go sign up, download the DLC. It's free if you own FS19. And definitely check it out. There's even information on the website how to set up training mode if you just want to get in on your own and mess around in the client to kind of get used to how the mechanics work.
If they pick a forklift on purpose,
well, they've already started better than they did last time.
Yeah,
they've gone with transport company as well. They've gone with transport company instead of big haul.
Yeah, there we go. My brain isn't going to melt. That's good news.
Very good news. All right. Similar setups for the teams then. This should be, at least, it's starting out more evenly matched. Like, it was a bad start from the get-go for Diaka last time. Amanda, no one's banned the forklift, so we could see it again.
I'm not sure. Can you actually ban the forklift?
Yeah, I guess you could. I don't know why you would.
It is not possible to ban the forklift. Something would be broken if that happened.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can't ban the equipment that's free. The Fiat, the New Holland skid steer, the Manitou.
Yeah, got off to a much better start this time, though. They've grabbed themselves the New Holland Combine and grabbed themselves the Ideal, and they are out there. I did think they'd got Big Hall for a moment again, but no, they have got Transport Company this time. So they've got quite a bit of an uphill battle. I mean, they do now have to beat Ultra twice. There's no more chances, but they'd always have to beat Ultra twice anyway. So
Martin was formerly the record holder of first bail with 139 before Trelleborg broke it. So very strong first bail player. He's well out ahead of Jeppy here from Diatka.
And
he messed it up though. So a chance here for Diatka to, 126. Much better start for them. And he missed pushing it in.
Oh, and he's missed again. Martin, what is going on?
117.
There we go, 117.
I mean, that would have been 135 range if he had pulled it off first swing.
It would.
So that's a huge loss of points there and time too, because now Jeppy is already out pressing more bales ahead of Martin.
Martin is heading out to the top end of the field to get these. We don't know, Harv, yet exactly what the next season of FSL will be. If it starts in the spring, it's very likely the next season of FSL will be on FSL 19. FS 19 rather than FS 22.
A long-term goal of ours is, though, to get it playable on console. So, it's possible down the road in the future. It's probably more of a long-term thing, but we just don't really know at this point. But the first hurdle for consoles to get it has been met because consoles can now connect to dedicated servers, and the Farming Simulator League requires a dedicated server to run. So that first hurdle has been jumped, but it's not like it's going to happen soon. It's going to take a lot of work to get it ready and approved, of course. And you're also talking about a game that has mainly been mouse and keyboard, although you can request to use a controller on PC, and you would have to figure out how do we adapt it to be fair. Is it going to be a separate competition? Does console and PC get their own thing, or is it a mesh of the two? We're not really sure how it'll play out, because obviously on console your only option is to play with controller.
And Diatka going for the bale pickup. Or the bale drop, sorry.
Who flipped their tractor at the start, DJ Merlin? Or you mean in like an earlier game?
I was thinking.
Or at the very start of this one.
One of the Vultra players did as they were going for the combine. It was as they were going for the New Holland combine. One of the Vultra players flipped their tractor.
Yeah, you see the tractors getting flipped a lot going for the harvesters, especially at the beginning of a round, because there's no time to waste to beat someone else to it. Ooh, little bit of a mistake there, pulling too far forward, but he was able to save it. So Diatka here and Vulture both delivering grain. So this is, I think, going to end up being in slight favor of Vulture. Nope, maybe even. Yep, even.
That happens an awful lot, even though Vultra have slightly further to tip it back the other way if they want to. Which is likely to happen one more time.
Is Martin running for his tractor now?
Who flipped his tractor.
Well, Martin did first bale, so he's going to get someone else's tractor. Would be my guess at this point. Yeah, he's gone up and grabbed the Vultra that was left at the top of the hill.
I'm slightly surprised with having that large crone baler that Diatka didn't go and put that on it, because it would have run faster.
Right.
And both teams now having switched over their balers to the bigger tractors.
Well, I have to say that almost 6 minutes into this one, things are looking a lot better for Diaka so far, which is good news for them and for us watching. Hopefully things will be a lot closer in this one for their sake. Because as we learned, they have beaten Vulture this season on a qualifier. So we know they can compete with them. But you wouldn't have been able to tell it from that first round.
It would be amazing to see them come back from that atrocious first game and beat Vulture, actually.
Yeah, they're going to have to win back-to-back games to do that, but it's possible.
They are.
They've got to make sure there's no mistakes the rest of the way, though, if it's going to happen.
Yeah.
They definitely can't. If they win this round, they definitely can't go in the next round and pick the forklift again.
No.
So both teams getting their grain carts ready again. So this is probably going to end up being evened out at the same time yet again. 8th minute drops are just now landing. Let's see what they are as soon as we get the camera switched to them. Herbicide and direct delivery. I would go for direct delivery here. Because if you go for direct delivery and the other team doesn't, both teams are going to deliver the same amount of grain, and that's going to cancel each other out. So this is your one opportunity here to get direct delivery.
Going for it?
Well, they're not harvesting right now is the problem. Neither team is. So
neither team is.
And I don't know if either team is interested in harvesting more.
And no,
nope, he's just going to take those in.
Why?
I think both teams are done harvesting. They're going to focus on pressing bales. That must be why.
But it's still I would still say it's a disruptive play. If you go and pick something like that up, the other team sees you've picked the bonus up, and then that makes them move.
Right.
It's, even if you don't use it, it makes the other team go, why have they bothered picking that up?
Right. And, well, the drops are gone now, and this one drops off the belt for Scotty, for Vultra. So yeah, neither team picking up the 8th minute drop.
This through too much. It just seems weird to me that if you're right by it, why not at least pick it up? It's weird. It's a weird one, especially if the other team isn't.
Both teams are just pressing bales now, but I mean, you could pick it up when you're going by it. It takes you like half a second if you time it right. Granted, if he wasn't careful, he could have dropped those bales off the front. So maybe he thought that was more important, but still. So I wouldn't bet on any more harvesting to be going down by either team. They've got straw on the ground. They need to get pressed for both sides. And right now, Diatka in the lead with 6 minutes to go. Falwi is stacking the bales on the belt.
Playing an impressive game now that they've got past their connection issues.
We'll have both teams bringing in full Anderson loaders at some point. I think both teams are pretty far behind on pressing bales because Monty's having to follow Martin around and pretty much pick them up as he's dropping them. But I feel like Diatka are in the same situation.
And Jeppy going through, pressing more bales. Well, we got 20 bales to 17, but Diatka do have more delivered at this point.
Right. I think teams need to be careful of not falling behind the other one bringing the Anderson loader in, because combo points could make or break this one with how it's shaping up.
Very much.
Balwi has 3 on the front of the John Deere he's about to bring in. So Diatka are running bales in on the front of the John Deere. They're bringing bales in on the Anderson loader at some point as Monty goes flying over. Nice airtime for the Anderson loader. But I don't think either team's running 2 balers. I almost thought that's what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But I don't think. I think both teams are utilizing a combination of 1 baler, the John Deere to bring some in on the front, and then the Anderson loader to stack a bunch up at one time. As Raveheart is looking for a path to the barn, this bridge is lowering for him here. He had to kind of adjust and go to the far. So, ooh, a little shaky, but luckily it had just come down, so he had plenty of time to adjust.
Multiplier switch is a completely useless bonus. As both teams are on 2.0. And Scotty
Vultra
is waiting.
into a nice little lead now, but Falwy's got a bunch of bales here. They need to be careful. They didn't get the counter points, but they've reset the combo for Vultra at least.
I think they were holding it off. What they were watching for there, and the reason why Scotty held off putting those bales on there was because he knew
he didn't want them to get the counter.
For him.
Smart.
Yeah, and it meant it cost them bale points as well.
Yes, Ace Viper is like a reverse mirrored map, so it's the same amount of land, same crops, same everything as far as the map goes. They're separated by a giant ravine, so they can't reach each other. But it's the same square area of the map, but the only difference is that it's just a flipped mirror image. So, like the barn you're seeing for the blue team now is parallel to the silo for the red team and vice versa. But everything else is the same. So now Scotty delaying things again. Maybe hoping to counter on his side now.
Yeah, he knows Diotka have hills, and he knows that he can.
Oh, those two have fallen off.
Not good.
That might actually work in his favor if Scotty is waiting to. Scotty's actually left now and went ahead and put some on.
And in fact, he's loaded that on now to reset the counter.
So 2 minutes to go.
And the thing is, he doesn't need to load it in the bottom.
I didn't even see the super drop. It clearly wasn't important.
Oh no, me neither.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was multiplier switch. It was completely.
Well, that's why. Gotcha. Monty coming in with the Anderson loader. Martin was just about to head out there with the baler. I wonder if he got across. Bales are kind of all over the place for Vultra. Falwy is stacking them, but the problem for him now is there's 10 outstanding somewhere else that need to be brought in with a minute and a half to go. So Vultra have the bales at the barn with a minute 20 to go to win this. Diotka have to get theirs in, and I don't think they've brought all of them in. There's 3 on the baler, and there's, 3 on that loader? No, there's more than that.
Yeah.
Diotka in the lead, but that's about to change.
Oh, bad bale loading from Vultra there. Scotty's got one on the side, and I think that one on the top might fail.
Ooh, that one's going.
It has. No, it's not made it.
That one's 2 have fallen off. That
dropped down the bottom.
That helps Diotka's chances. Much better round than last round. It makes sense now to know that what happened was a new player and some connection issues. That's the bad thing about having to do these online due to COVID. It's bound to happen at times. Diotka might be doing this.
No.
Oh, he's only got 1 on there, but still, 1 might make the difference. I think Diotka might do this, Alex, and force a third match of the best of 3.
I did
it's
not
close
think
now.
That was going to be the case.
It's close now, though. The problem is Monty has to put these into the bottom. So does Scotty. But Vultra taking the lead.
Vultra taking it.
Oh,
yes.
Oh,
yes, Vultra taking the dying
Vultra.
second with all those bales at the bottom.
Wow.
Oh my God. I did not think that was going to happen.
Me either. And they had Diotka had 1 undelivered that they were trying to push in the bottom, but that wouldn't have mattered. They would have lost by 3 points.
But that bale that they had to push in the bottom fell off the top.
Man, well,
would have
I wish we could have seen the same Diaka in that first match as we saw in the second.
Oh, yeah.
Because it would have been a lot more entertaining of a matchup overall. And they really, I thought they were going to pull that off and force the third there until the very end. But credit to Vultra.
That was so close.
They pulled it off again. We've seen Vultra so many times, Alex, pull off last-second wins like that. They score a lot of their points very late in a round. So credit to Vultra. I mean, that first one was a breeze and really shouldn't have happened.
I'm just watching the stream back, and it really was. A Bale dropped on the front at the end, which would have won Diaka the one drop Diaka the game.
Wow,
which is just
crazy,
heart-wrenching.
So Diaka are into the losers bracket at least. They're not out completely, so they'll play the loser of LSA and Lindner our next matchup. So Diaka still have a chance.
Yeah.
If they play like they did in that second game, the one we just saw, in the next matchup they get, they're going to be a lot better off. They showed in that one that they're a good team, and I'm glad they were at least able to have a more respectful game against Vultra, and Vultra just pulled it off at the end.
Yeah, just absolutely amazing. Just throwing Bales at that bottom door as much as they can. I will say, comment in the chat, the German guys really commentating on what just happened. My arms are flailing all over the place here because I'm and they are so composed and so calm.
Yeah, this is live now. Yep, it is live at the studio.
I just can't.
We'll be back briefly, guys. We'll have LSA Esports against Lindner in Game 2 of Group B coming up soon. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Season 3 championship. We're into Group B now. We just saw Vultra advance to Game 3, which will be coming up after this next one. Vultra will be facing the winner of this next one, which is LSA Esports against Lindner. And wow, okay, so we just saw two completely different games. Some mistakes made right away in the pick and ban phase by Diaka. And that first round was not even close. What was it, 1,300 some points to 100 something? I mean, an absolute demolition in that first one. And then in the second one, we thought Diaka were going to take it until the last seconds. They had a bail fall off the belt that would have won it for them, and they fell just short. But they are not completely out. It is double elimination, so they'll face the loser of this next matchup in the first game of the losers bracket coming up in a bit. We're having a look now at the highlights from that last game. So they went with Big Hall early on in the first one. This is where they kind of made some mistakes, and we weren't really sure what in the world was going on. Is look at Jeppy there jackknifing the Big Hall truck. Yeah, this first round was just a complete wash. It was a demolition and really did not show how close these teams actually are. The second round was much better at showing how close these teams were. We had Vulture going all the way up to an Impossible in the first match, which gives them a bunch of combo points, not to mention just the sheer amount of bails in comparison that they scored over Diaka. Very Tron music here, banging tunes indeed. Glad you guys are enjoying it. It's been an interesting time. We're having some like rewinding and stuff going on with the feed now. Apologies for that during these highlights. And now we're just going to jump straight into the next match. I think we had some issues with the highlights there, but looks like Lindner and LSA might be ready to get underway here shortly, so we'll be moving to that. Reminder, you're seeing Steven and Klaus on the screen, so the audio is not desynced. They're doing the German language broadcast. You see it on the screen there now. You can go to Giant Software DE to watch it on Twitch in German language and hear these two guys' voices over there. And it's myself and Virtual Farmer. Alex, alongside Kermit here with you guys. Alex had to step away for a moment. He'll be back shortly. But, man, that was a very interesting matchup. Now we've got LSA versus Lindner. And both of these two teams, it's going to be hard to predict. Lindner, the 7th place team. They've had 2 third-place finishes. That's the best they've done this season. And then LSA, who are the 10th place team, have had 3 third-place finishes, but the problem is that Lindner has gotten to the quarterfinals 5 more times beyond that compared to LSA. So hard to predict this one. We thought the last one, at first was easy to predict, and they were like, wait a minute, Diaka have actually beaten Vulture in a qualifier on a Saturday before in a previous tournament, and I thought there was going to be a third game for us there by Diaka until Vulture pulled it out in the end. All the questions about will the FSL come to FS22, we don't know at this time. If we have news on that, we'll share it hopefully early next year. We have no idea though. Right now our focus for FS22 has been getting FS22 itself out there into the world and having it, ready to be delivered to the masses and the best game that it possibly can be. So LSA Esports versus Lindner. Lindner, of course, the reason that the one strategy of dumping your grain on the ground and scoring combo points is called the Lindner load up is because they were the first ones to unveil it. Will we see them do something similar here? They've kind of shied away from that strategy since that tournament when they first broke it out. I haven't seen them use it so much. All right, so the Deutschfar and the Massey Ferguson have been banned straight away in the ban phase here. LSA gets another pick straight away. And cheekily, they ban, they're messing with them. They're messing with them. They're like, we're acting like they were going to ban the Lindner track. And now I thought they were going to do the Ideal. They're confusing me even now. And it looks like they're going to stick with the Manitou. So they've banned both telehandlers. I feel like they were just messing with Lindner there by showing them the Lindner tractor as the ban. And now the John Deere 6120M has been banned as well. So, okay, now we're into the Captain Pig phase. Hope everyone's been having a good time so far today. We've got, this is our second game in Group B. We have 5 matchups to get through between the winner's bracket and the loser's bracket. It's best of 3 in each matchup, and then beyond that, if you're eliminated, you get another chance. It's double elimination, so you have to lose twice before you're completely eliminated. Morning Driver over on YouTube. Hello, David on Facebook. Hello, Kurt and everyone else on Twitch. Thanks all of you for tuning in across multiple platforms. We appreciate the Farm Sim community. You guys make our game even more awesome, and we love being able to interact with you all. All right, so both teams are going to pick the Lin track. They have the Vulture S374 and the Case Puma 240 with the Care wheels. So narrow tires for Linux and Ferrex. So bet on them with Under Pressure and the narrow tire tractor on going for first bail points. We're going to see Apollo and Anton doing the stacking. You guys remember the speed skater? We just need Ono in there. Apollo and Anton doing the stacking with the Lindner. Never thought I'd have a speed skating Olympic reference during an FSL match. All right, here we go. 15 minutes. First of the best of 3 between these two teams. Our second game of Group B as Zerzurus beat someone from LSA to the ideal. Very well done. Crashed that Vulture right into the back of it and got there before Anton in the Case Harvester. Linux grabbing the Case Baler. Zerzurus and Apollo, look at this pattern they're going in here. Both in the ideals. The blue team, because they didn't get the second ideal, have had to settle for the Case. That's not the worst thing, though. I like all the speculation or all the dreams about crazy stuff to do with the FSL. You guys are great. I love all the crazy schemes and things that you come up with. All right, so Ferrex heading with the first bail now. So first bail points are all based on time. The actual equation to decide first bail points is a crazy list. So if you want to dive further into it, go check out the stat sheet. It's listed on there. 124 for Lindner. Linux, meanwhile, has gotten stuck, and he is going to go for a ride. Ooh, oh my goodness. Linux, not a great start for LSA, as the Baler is stuck on that bridge. Goodness. So a great start for Lindner, not so great for LSA. What's up, Game Bunny? Yes, but are they as fast as the Speed Skater? Well, speed is key in the FSL, but you also, like we just saw with Linux, you have to make sure that you're going with a combination of speed and precision, because one tiny little mistake can cost you. Linux has had to now go for the New Holland Baler, and he's just going to leave the Case Baler where it was. So first bail points are pretty much off the board now for LSA. Their first bail points will likely be scored when they're ready to deliver their first set of bails. All right, Felden, I'll give you credit. That's better than your last one. It's not the worst case scenario for them. Well done. The LSA has had to adapt and go with the Case Combine at the beginning because they were beaten to the ideal. And then they had to go grab the New Holland Baler, I think, because they left the Case Baler on the bridge. A little bit of a mistake by Linux. So Surin and Linux we see on the screen now. Anton behind them in the Case Harvester. They're loading up some grain in the grain cart. We've got bridges raised and speed limit as the 12-minute drops. It looks like someone from LSA is going for these. Gonna go for speed limit, looks like. All right, so Anton picks up speed limit. That'll slow down Lindner by 20%. Just over 11 minutes to go here. First of the best of 3 between these two teams. Ferrix is bringing the horse in towards the silo, ready to deliver some grain. I'm not sure what the status is for LSA. There we go, right on cue. Producer switches the camera. So both teams ready to deliver grain. So this is pretty much going to cancel each other out. Actually, Linux is going to leave it. Meanwhile, Lindner are delivering it. Linux is leaving. So will Lindner take advantage? They only have 2 bales pressed, but if they go deliver them now, that would be 60 points. You're talking about potentially 20 extra points scored early in the round if you choose to do this. It didn't. Yeah, it is at 3.0. It's at 3.0 to 1. The belt has stopped for LSA. And LSA seem like they're leaving their grain cart at the silo. And what they're going to do then is fill up both of their harvesters and then drive the harvesters over to the silo, pull it up near the grain cart, and then empty all that grain at one time. So what Lindner needs to do in the meantime is take advantage of this multiplier advantage and score some points before LSA have the time to get back over there and cancel it out. Barracks going back for the tractor here. That poor case Baylor still just hanging out on the middle drawbridge. If the other team goes across a drawbridge, by the way, it actually lifts the drawbridge for the opposing team side. So I wonder if they go across their side in the middle enough, if that Baylor is going to budge at all. Also, the problem is basically what LSA have done by getting that stuck on the bridge and leaving it there is they've limited their travel options to only 2 of the drawbridges or the 1 static bridge until they move that thing out of the way, if they move that thing out of the way. Having a look at Zerzurus and the Lindner, 4-team Lindner. Gonna go pick up some bales, I would assume. Might be going to hook up to the grain cart. The old combine grain chain. You know it, Feldon. There is a giveaway going on. It's pinned on YouTube. On Twitch, I'm about to put the command in chat. Again, it's for a copy of Farming Simulator 22. Maybe you've heard of it. And if you enter the giveaway, you don't have to stick around for the entire stream. So if you have to go out for whatever reason, have no fear. You have to put your email in on Gleam. The winner will be contacted via email. Anton now getting the case harvester stuck. This is a tough harvester to maneuver through this area because you have to have the header down on the ground or you won't make it. It's not easy. So here's Lindner grabbing bales with the Anderson, but they've not delivered any. They could have extended their lead by now to even more. I think Linux just tried to hop out of that tractor and grab bale multiplier, but kept on rolling past. Is he going to go for speed up? I mean, deliver the bales, guys. There's been a baler streak for LSA because they've grabbed another baler, but that doesn't really matter so much. I just don't understand why teams don't take advantage of the multiplier. Like, the amount of time Lindner had that in their favor, they could have delivered at least half of the bales they have now. But they didn't do it. And now the multiplier is in LSA's favor. So a huge missed opportunity, in my opinion, for Lindner there. It's 2.7 in the favor of LSA now. Lindner are bringing more grain in, but a massively missed opportunity. Interesting. it looks like by the end of this, it's just going to be a 2-to-2 multiplier. So now either team having an advantage is gone. It's just going to be as you were. And right now, LSA has a lot of catching up to do. But Linder could have made it worse on them. They had a very good opportunity there to score 30 points per bale. But instead, they've decided to just wait and bring them all in at once, which could pay off as well because they've got 14 on the back, and Zerzeris is trying to grab 2 more here. In fact, he'll go for the 3rd one as well, I would imagine, since he has the manure fork. They've got to time this right, but this could potentially now be a bale pressive at the minimum for Lindner. If they get these right, they're going to put them in via the top, though. So it's going to come down to the stacking, but they have the bales there. I'm not sure. When you go to that link, it should say when the contest ends. I would assume the winner's picked at the end of the stream and then contacted via email. But I'm not sure exactly how long it runs. Oh, tomorrow. Hello, so it's all weekend long, the giveaway. It's only one weekend one giveaway for the entire weekend. Welcome back, Alex. So you've not missed much. You missed Lindner. So LSA messed up the first bale points. Lennox got stuck on the bridge. You can see it in the distance there. Bale points, so. You can see it in the distance there. The bale is still stuck on the bridge in the middle. So that's what happened. Lennox got stuck and then left the baler. Lindner had a 3-to-1 advantage for probably 2 to 3 minutes and didn't bring any bales in, or they could have been even further ahead. And now we're coming down to, it's going to come down to which team gets the most bales in at the end, who makes the least amount of stakes. Potentially we're seconds away from the super drop. Maybe that could change things.
So a fairly normal game that we've got here so far.
I mean, kind of.
Not.
Oh, bottom boost. Like that could be huge.
That could. 79 seconds on it as well.
Here comes Linux for it. LSA need this. They need this. Especially because they're there now with the Anderson loader, and he's waiting for Linux to get it, and he's going to dump them into the bottom. Here it goes. So we're going to actually see this utilized properly. So Zerzeris is going to try to counter.
Right.
Oof.
And
Bale-tastic.
Oh, it was a
Bale-tastic. So he countered the Bale Pressive, which is actually more points. You counter that one, but okay. Well, that makes things interesting then. Bottom boost is kind of giving LSA a lifeline. It's wild because Linux got that baler stuck right at the beginning of the round, and basically the entire round, because they left it there, they've not been able to use the middle bridge at all.
But I should suspect that stopped Lindner using the middle bridge either.
Well, they can still go across it, and lift it and everything, but LSA have not been able to use it at all. But man, this bottom boost is even things out. He's waiting to counter, and he got it wrong. Unfortunately.
He missed it.
So Bale-tastic for Lindner
so slightly wrong.
Has given Lindner the lead now. Okay. And now the problem for LSA is the bale difference. So even though they got the bottom boost, they're now 10 bales behind.
Cost LSA. And here we go. Lindner going further into the lead. 514 to... There we go. 554 to 480. LSA need to get these bales in quickly. Oh, wow. See what you mean by the bale difference. That's an 8 bale deficit.
Yeah. And almost 100 points between them, too, with 1:50 to go. So it doesn't look like good news for LSA. Without the bottom boost, they'd be even worse off here. But it also came down to like counter points and then mistiming a counter as well. So it wasn't just down to the error at the beginning of the round, but yeah, massive gap in the first bale points too did not help. I don't see anything changing here. Like Lindner has this one unless they just have all their bales drop off the belt or something. A 214-point lead now. That's going to be hard to close in a minute with the bale count against you.
Yeah, with a single Anderson, that's not possible. And they don't even have that.
No, they do not. Lindner was bringing theirs in. So yeah, Lindner's going to take this first round of this best of 3.
All things considered, though, this is a good score from both teams.
Yeah, not bad. LSA needs to make sure that they don't make that same mistake on the first bale again. Because not only did they miss out on the first bale points, but it just set them behind. Because then Linux had to go grab a different baler. As we see Surin going up into the top of the barn. A little showmanship. This is the first one of the best of 3, Kurt. And victory for Lindner.
There we go.
Well, I know you missed a lot of that one, but you know, it was pretty much Lindner's from the start. Lindner didn't make any mistakes really, and 42 bales delivered to 34. But on top of that, look at the difference in the amount that went into the top part of the barn. So that, you know, Lindner kind of proved me wrong there, because I was wondering why Lindner had the 3-1 for several minutes and they didn't bring a single bale in, but it didn't matter in the end. They won by a fair margin.
Awful lot, though.
We do.
We see it an awful lot where teams get that 3-point multiplier and they just never use it.
Right. The problem is when they had it, they only had 2 bales, and so they were pressing more. And then I think instead they just wanted to bring in a full set of bales, which was the right call, because then they were able to, you know, really pad their lead. LSA made it interesting when they grabbed bottom boost and got those combo points, but Lindner also did a good job of countering that, or it could have been a lot worse. So yeah, good play there by Lindner. And
but we have got to the point now, though, where we've seen teams relying on the fact that their opponents won't use that 3 times multiplier, because that's how the whole idea of giving excuse me, the whole idea of seeing the overloader trailer in position and filling up with 2 combines. If you're going against a team who isn't doing that, you are relying on them not putting bales in the time between they dump their first lot of grain and they dump their second.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what happened.
So there's
there.
a whole tactic that's up around it.
Yeah, LSA, that's what happened. LSA decided to do the grain chain with bringing the combines to the silo. So it took significantly more time for them to get over there with all of their grain. Whereas Lindner brought just 2 loads of the grain cart over at differing times. One before LSA emptied theirs, and then one after to get it back in their favor. But in between that time, there was a lot of time where they could have brought a few bales in. But I guess you do have to weigh at the end of that, you know, is it worth the amount of time to bring a few in and score them at 30 points compared to pressing more and just scoring them at 20 at the end anyways?
My thing would be the reason why you hold off and when you do all the grain together at the 8-minute mark is because what you're trying to do is line everything up so that if grain multiplier hits at that point, you can get an advantage over your opponents.
Right.
If you're not using that tactic, the advantage is that you're getting your grain in early. You can score extra points while you've got the 3 times multiplier, and that offsets this whole multiplier thing you've got later on. Teams that do that scoring in that middle part and then get hit by that grain multiplier lose. Yep. And I've not seen anybody do that counter movement in the middle. And it just seems weird because it's a move that will win it if the grain multiplier doesn't happen, and will counter the grain multiplier if it does.
Yep, you're right on with that. Well, I guess we're going to see what happens now in the second of the best of three. I mean, LSA have to force the third here, or they're going to be playing Diatka and Feld in the losers bracket. So basically, the winner of this one will play Vultra in game 3 directly after this, and then we'll go to game 4, which will be the first game of the losers bracket. So basically the winner of game 1 moves on to game 3. The loser of game 1 goes to game 4. Game 2, the winner goes to game 3. The loser goes to game 4. And then the loser of game 3 would go into game 5. But the winner of game 3, they're done and they're into the quarterfinals. So LSA's up against it here. They've got to force a third, or they're going to be playing Diatka in that losers bracket game 4. And we've had both telehandlers banned straight away. The John Deere with the manure fork and the Deutz-Fahr have been banned as well. So we've seen Transport Company, other than I think a mistake made by Diatka with Big Haul, we've seen Transport Company picked every single time by team so far. And that's not really a big surprise because it's become the meta tactic now, the meta team perk for Season 3 of the FSL, hasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, and nobody's found a combination yet which they can beat it with.
It's interesting because early in the season, it was like Transport Company and Easy Stack. You saw Herbicide more back then. Not really so much any of the other team perks. Cortiva for a while, I think it was, that used Bottleneck and did it pretty well earlier in the season. But as the season has progressed and these patches have come out, Transport Company has reigned supreme for sure.
And the same thing kind of happened with Season 2. Transport Company came in and out, and eventually it became the thing to use by the end of the season. So,
right,
interesting. It's a very powerful thing, this Anderson Stacker, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes into the next season as well.
Well, you know, it's easier. You waste less time bringing a lot of bales in, right? Like if you don't have it, then you have to bring them in individually, like on the front of a stacker. So if you don't have Transport Company, you need really 2 good stackers on the front of a tractor to bring bales in. But you're also spending time not pressing bales to bring them in. And then also with the Anderson loader, you have more of a potential for combo points because you bring in 14 on the back of it with a full load. And then if you bring in some on the front as well, you've got, you know, enough there to get you to the second tier, the bale oppressive of the combos. So it definitely is a powerful team perk, and you can see why it's the favorite team perk tactic for sure.
The thing that I am wondering though is if you've got 2 balers out there which could both carry 3 bales, could you keep 2 tractors and balers coming in all the time and have a stacker there just stacking those constantly? And would that offset it if you were to pick up another perk that would maybe help you, like raising the bridges?
Yeah, bottleneck is not a bad, like Cortiva used it really well. It raises the 2 innermost bridges on the opponent's side. So 134 for Lender, 128 for LSA. Good first bales by both teams there. A lot better go around this time for Linux of LSA. Not getting stuck on the bridge.
Hollow coming round, filling up that Ideal. They've got the Ideal and the John Deere on LSA's side, and the Case and the Ideal on Lintner's side.
Eric's running the John Deere baler for Team Lindner, who are 1 win away from advancing to play Vultra for a chance to make it to the quarterfinals. I think perks are a good way of switching up how the gameplay works, Kurt. But I do think that there needs to be some consideration into balancing of the perks going forward for season 4, because transport company is arguably too powerful and needs a way to be nerfed. And what I've heard suggested, and I like this idea of a way to disrupt people using transport company all the time, is maybe they should allow in the ban phase the ability to ban team perks. Because then if you go up against a team that you think is only comfortable with transport company or any other perk, you ban it instead of a piece of equipment, and maybe it costs you a point or two, but that would be a huge way to disrupt someone that scores a lot of points using transport company.
It would be wonderfully disruptive as well.
Definitely.
Really disruptive.
So I don't know if that is a solution or not, but that's a good idea, I think. I think it was Big Daddy from the Sim Game Alliance who has been practicing the FSL a lot that I first heard that idea from, and I quite like it because I don't want to see team perks go away. I think they're a great way to add extra bit of strategy in, but there does need to be some consideration in the future season of how to make more than one team perk viable to be used on a regular basis, because we're just not getting a whole lot of variety right now with what teams are picking. Very rarely does someone deviate from transport company intentionally. We've seen Manitou using herbicide a bit recently in tournaments. I'll be interested tomorrow to see, when we've got Group C and D playing, whether they will use herbicide in these group stages of the championship or not. As we've got a 3-1 currently, but Lindner are there ready to counter this and deliver grain at the silo. So this is going to end up being 2.0 to 2.0.
Will FSL come to consoles with FS22? We don't know yet. Twisted Soccer.
Long-term goal, we would love to see it. You have dedicated servers, the ability to connect to them on console and FS22. So that's the first hurdle, but we're not talking about something that's going to happen in like just a few months. We're talking long-term here, at least a year, if not more away, because it's also going to have to be built for consoles, right? It's not been developed yet for consoles, and it's not even been developed for PC yet on 22. So it's going to be more of a long-term thing. You know, our focus, our developers' focus, our coders and our artists has been fully on Farming Simulator 22, which comes out in 9 days. And then after that, the work doesn't stop on 22 either. So, you know, we only have a limited amount of manpower. The company is scaling, and we're hoping to grow even more. I have a feeling that you guys are going to make 22 a huge success, which will help Giants as a company grow even more, which just means better things for the players and fans of our game going forward. There's a couple of drops, or super drop that deletes bales from the other team. I don't think there's anything that takes grain away from the other team, but that could be an interesting drop too if there was like a grain rot or something like that. Or maybe you have like an infestation drop or something like that.
People taking the mickey out of me for my spelling now.
That wouldn't be bad either,
Right.
Sheldon.
Oh.
Banning the piece of equipment from the perk, so you ban the Anderson and they only get like half of the size of a loader. That'd be interesting as well. Not a bad idea. I love the ideas.
Just thinking, we do have. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I was just thinking whether we had anything under Arcusan that took less bales.
Gotcha.
I suppose the 4-stack does, but try to deliver stuff with the 4-stack would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Direct delivery and speed up are 8-minute drops. Direct delivery could be useful here, especially if one team gets it and the other does not. But also, close to this time of the game, teams aren't interested in harvesting so much anymore. Anton's picked up speed up.
Yep.
That's a good idea too, Harv. They can't pick the same perk in game 2 as game 1. The cow
That would
blizzard
require a lot
work.
of external configuration, though, I think, as opposed to stuff that just runs when the when you go in and join a game.
Transport company has to use the forklift. That's not a bad.
Oh God.
The problem is like if you try to balance it too much, then you're gonna have like the opposite effect. Like we definitely need to find the right balance. I don't have the answer to that. Like, you know, I'm not making those kind of decisions from an esports like organization standpoint.
It's one of those things where you want it to be able to be that you come in and a team can come in with the strategy that will work against one perk and won't work against another.
Right.
And that means, so if everything's well balanced, then a team can come in and they can play, and then they may not know what the other team is going to play against them with.
I like it, Feldon. I like it. Yeah, I just, you know, I would like to see a little bit more variety. I think it would just make for... It's already interesting enough and entertaining, but being able to see more variety, you would start seeing more teams pulling off upsets. You know, I don't think there would be as much of a domination, for example.
I'd like to see more things introduced that allow teams to disrupt their opponents.
Right. Because that's pretty much like you said earlier, like the only way, I mean, maybe this is generalizing it too much, but your best bet of trying to beat Trelleborg right now is either them making a mistake or you disrupting them well to where they can't react to it. And they are pretty good at adapting to disruptions still. So, you know, they've been dominant this season. They haven't won every tournament. They've been runners-up a lot, too, but they've won the most tournaments. They're first place for a reason, and they've just been by far the most consistent team. And they've finished, you know, Vulture are a good team as well, but they almost had 300 more circuit points than Vulture overall this season, so...
It would be good to have stuff that you can do that. You come in and it's stuff you can do to disrupt the team.
Incredible Mouse isn't wrong as well. You have to admit most games are pretty close, meaning there's actually a good balance that forces skill to succeed. Yeah, but see, at the same time as that, like, yeah, it is often though like for like, because teams will go with Transport Company. As it looks like LSA decided to go for some bonus points and just dump theirs into the bottom, despite the fact that they could get double the points per bale. They've picked up a bale pressive, though, so 150 bonus points there for LSA. And switching it up a little bit, which they need to do here to force a third game.
That actually is pretty cool.
I like seeing teams...
going themselves up to 526 points.
I like seeing teams do a combo of that, like putting them into the bottom to get a bonus, but also putting the majority into the top and scoring them on the multiplied points. It's a very good little... I mean, that in itself was a disrupt, and I don't think Lindner was expecting that to happen.
That was something Lindner were not expecting them to do at all, and now Lindner are massively on the back foot. And you have to wonder, there's 300 points sitting there.
And when you pre-order Farming Simulator 22, It comes out November 22nd. There's a question on Facebook. You can preload it if it's through our eShop. You can preload it starting on the 20th, but that just downloads the game. It doesn't unlock until the 22nd at midnight Central European time. And that varies based on the platform you get it on. All right. 2.5 to go. Alex, what do you think? Has those combo points, is that going to be enough for LSA? I mean, it's 150 points. It's pretty much...
If LSA can get the rest of their bales in, then I think that's going to be enough. There's only 5 bales in it. 5 bales is only 50 points difference. 50 points difference will not win this.
Right. I think that was a good bit of disruption too, because if you're Lindner, you're thinking, and you have a glance over, because the teams can see each other on the other side of the map. They're probably thinking, we've got time to get in and counter them, because they're going to dump them on the ground. And then all of a sudden they put them in and score the combo points instead. And it's 150 extra points on the board there. That's, I think, going to make the difference.
And that's still more points than they would have got if they put them in the top.
Right.
Putting all those bales in there and getting a bale pressive, it's 14 bales, which is 140 points. Putting it in the top, 150 points. Putting it in the bottom is 10 extra points. So it's worth throwing them in the bottom.
Right.
While you have a 2x multiplier.
A little bit closer now with 1:15 to go. So Lindner still have a chance if LSA were to have a bale or two fall off. But LSA has the bale advantage. There's a counter, meanwhile, for LSA.
And LSA countered.
So that was good timing by LSA. And they have a 2-point lead at the moment. But Anton having some trouble now with the bales. Here comes Apollo with more in for Lindner.
Get those bales on there, because,
Lindner are about to briefly take the lead here. 754 to 736. Anton doesn't have any on the belt at the moment. They're going to put one into the bottom. 34 seconds to go. I don't think there's enough time to get all of these into the top. So Lindner might actually do this after all. 804 to 766. It's going to be close.
20 seconds is all they need to get bales on that conveyor up. This is very late for Lindner putting these on, and he's got bales falling off. Oh, wow. LSA are in the lead, and well in the lead, actually.
Yep,
I think they've got this.
866, 886, 906.
There we go.
864, it closed a little bit. 926, I think.
Impressive.
Yes, horses are in FS22. There. That was impressive. Really well done by LSA. So we're going to a third and this one, which is good to see. Look at that!
This is what
150 points.
Like seeing this from the unseeded teams.
Right. It's good to see. LSA are one of the better unseeded or non-branded teams. They're definitely seeded because they've got the circuit points and made it here. But yeah, they're one of the more impressive ones.
They are. And the fact is they used a tactic there people have not used. And it was, having seen stuff earlier on, it was a tactic I was wondering if a good tactic to do. Oh my god, how disruptive was that? And if you manage to get the bale pressive off it, then you will get more points for that Anderson full of bales than you would if you put them in the top.
Right. You have to get the bale pressive and not have it countered. But they knew. I think they knew, they saw, because they had already put a couple in on the belt, and then they brought in the Anderson loader, and they realized that Lindner were nowhere near their barn to counter it. So why not put them in the bottom? Because the amount of time it would have taken to put them in the top, Lindner probably would have been back over and countered. It was a good bit of fast strategy. I think they decided to do that kind of on the fly, and it was came down to just perfect timing for them, and it was a smart move because it won them that round, and they're still alive with a chance to stay in the winners bracket and face of Ultra for an opportunity to go into the quarterfinal.
I'm a little bit stunned that worked as well as it did. I'm impressed.
Yeah, very impressed.
I want to see more teams do it because I want to see somebody do it to Trelleborg. Because if you want to throw Trelleborg off, you do stuff that Trelleborg have no idea when it's going to happen.
I feel
And
like the problem, though, with how Trelleborg plays is that at that point, Vuller probably would have already been at the barn, like just consistently stacking bales up on the belt, but you never know.
You never know. And if you can catch them off guard like that, then yeah. And it's a tactic that could happen at almost any point, and so the only defense against it is to have somebody at the barn with a bale at all times, which is just nuts. So yeah,
thank you, Zach Shaggy in Twitch chat saying good show, gents, close game. Thank you for being here on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Over on Facebook, Alex, you've got a hello from a Sean saying hi to you. I don't know if you see that.
Hello. I'm seeing interestingly, I think I'm seeing a different live chat over on Facebook because half the things you say,
Are you watching the Farming Simulator feed or is there an FSL feed?
I'm watching the Farming Simulator League esports feed.
I didn't realize it was in both places. See, I have
are we on both?
Well, we're covering both.
Are we both?
Yeah. I'm watching the Farming Simulator channel on Facebook.
People.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Well, cool. We've got both areas covered then.
Wow. Hello to everybody on both Facebook pages. Wow, that's a full stream we're going to watch. Right, what have we got banned? Oh, we've got telehandlers banned. We've got the John Deere banned. That is a dot. What is going on? So we got the Vultra and the Case Puma. We got Under Pressure and Archimedes on both sides, and we got the little Lindner Lindtrack getting its first outing today. It's great to see it. We don't often see that because it tends to lose out to the John Deere that's got banned. So yeah, that's quite awesome to see that coming out. What is gonna be kicking off here? Where have we got our combine? So we've got the Massey at the top, the New Holland, and there is the Ideal. So third pad down the hill is where the Ideal is, and both teams are away. Looking like LSA are getting a slightly better start here. Can they turn that into grabbing that Ideal? And yes, they can. Just. Oh, that was close. And they've got the New Holland as well. So both that Ideal and that New Holland, while Lindner have grabbed the Ideal that they have pre-selected, and they are kicking off around the field. Lennox following up behind for LSA, trying to get that first bale created as quickly as they can. While Lindner is already on their way to the power. But that's quite a long run they've got to get that in. But Lindner is heading across the bridge. As LSA aren't quite there. This is going to go first ill to Lindner, who do a 132.
Ooh, nice.
With a slide. Well, as LSA are taking a little bit slower.
Hey, still better than getting stuck on the bridge right away with it. Absolutely. So this is our second game of Group B. The winner faces Vultra. The loser will face Diatka Ehrenfeld in the loser's bracket, since we have double elimination. Is this only the second time, or is it the third time now that we've had it go to best of 3?
This is the second time
Because we've
today,
had Bednar and John Deere. And that's game 5, the losers bracket of Group A went to best of 3. So yeah, this is the second. I think you are correct.
I'd forgotten this had gone to best of 3.
Oh, the sun is up and out in full strength here now, by the way. So I'm nice and awake.
Morning has broken, as they say.
At this point.
It is now
8
It is now
a.m. roughly.
12 minutes past 3 here, and the sun is on its way down.
Sounds
Give
about
me
right.
another hour and I'll be in complete darkness.
Sounds about right.
Because the UK is way further north than everybody realizes. I mean, we're in line with Siberia here. Right. Lennox is taking it empty. So that combine is empty. He's going to go and fill up off the other one. And we've got our first drop. It is a Bale multiplier and bridges lowered. At this point, neither of those are particularly useful to either team.
Although, you know, I have an argument to make there that, like, if, like, Lindner has 3 bales and they have a stacker capable of bringing all 3 in, and it's right there at the barn, so you could bring them in, put them into the bottom, and you're going to score 15 points per bale, or put them in the top, you'll score 35 points per bale. So
my thing would be both teams are emptying, so you've got to take somebody off emptying and sacrifice grain.
Right. With everything, you have to weigh the risk versus the reward, right?
I think compared to some other options, I would say at this point, if I was to see direct delivery at this point, I think direct delivery should be a pick every time. But as you said many times, a direct delivery at minute 8 isn't, because people aren't particularly harvesting at that point.
Right.
By the same thought, I think Bale multiplier at minute 12 isn't much use. A Bale multiplier at minute 8 is.
Right.
And that's...
It all comes down to when they drop and if you can get them where they drop as well. Looks like our multipliers are going to be completely evened up here at 2 times a piece, with just over 10 minutes to go, and this winner takes all. The winner of this advances into the winner's bracket. It's not all hope lost for the team that loses, because they'll still have a chance. And this could potentially, you know, we could see a rematch of this match potentially too in the loser's bracket. Winner plays Valtra in our next match.
Yep. Which will be an very interesting match, I think. And the big Valtra now being pulled out for doing the baling. This is I haven't seen that. Just trying to think if we've seen that Kuhn Baler in the... No, so not seen that. Oh, hang on, I think we got a brand new Kuhn Baler for FS22, haven't we? Square one by the looks of things. So yeah.
New bale sizes in FS22.
Oh,
be interesting to see if that ever comes into play in the FSL in the future as well.
That would be very interesting. Yeah, do you get larger bales and fewer of them, or do you get smaller bales?
There's there's an idea if like FSL ever comes. We were talking about how to counteract Transport Company. Transport Company gets these standard size bales, but potentially you could get a baler and not use Transport Company and get bigger bales, and so you're bringing in more liters per bale. That'd be an interesting way to counter it too. Who knows what
That
the
would.
future holds? We have no clue. There's so much potential, though. If you think about it, like this is the group stages of the Season 3 World Championship, and it'll be wrapped up at the finals next month. But it's still in its infancy as an esport, the Farming Simulator League. So the ceiling is still very high for how much further it can grow, both in popularity and within the game itself, how the game plays. So it's going to evolve over time and continue to get better, in my opinion. So as long as you guys keep showing up and supporting it, and these manufacturers, oh, careful, Anton.
Oh, almost in the water.
Oh man, as more manufacturers get interested as well in sponsoring the FSL and also sponsoring teams, we're working on growing it in North America. I know Alex has said that there is interest from teams in the UK as well to get involved. And then, that doesn't even touch half of the globe as well. So who knows what it'll look like.
Yeah, we've had
by the
we've
end
had
of the cycle of
interest
FS22, who knows what FS22 and, for that matter, the FSL will look like. It's going to be interesting the next few years.
We've had interest in teams from South Africa as well, and Australia, and it truly is. There truly are people who would like to take part in this worldwide.
Some of our Brazilian ambassadors and the Brazilian community run their own FSL stuff too. They're streaming it in Brazilian Portuguese on I think Twitch and other platforms, and so they're trying their best to get it going there. So in a long-term plan, I would love to see this is called the World Championship, but really it's just European teams competing. It's about winners of the Super Bowl calling themselves champions of the world, and it's only played in one country.
Yeah,
by teams from one country.
Or the baseball World Series.
Yeah, so the World Series. But to be fair, that one is at least played in two countries because we do have some Canadian teams in the MLB. But I would like to see more than just Europe represented in the future.
Played in the UK now, isn't it?
But
I think there's a
yeah, they play in London some games.
But there is a British team, isn't there, in the NFL?
No, there's not. There's been talks of adding one, but there's not. They come over.
I thought there was a London team in the NFL.
No, it's basically the Jacksonville Jaguars, because they can't sell out their own stadium often, or one of the teams that go to London to play the 1 or 2 games a year that are played at Wembley. And there's been talks of adding a London team, but I don't know how logistically you could pull that off. It would be just wild to have one team all the way across the Atlantic in a league, because they'd have to travel over and play 4 or 5 home games in a row, or away games in a row, and then have 4 or 5 home games in a row to make it work, probably. A weird idea. But yeah, I'd love to see a proper world championship where we have, the different circuits from regions competing to see who they send to that world championship. But that's, again, a long-term goal. We're getting ahead of ourselves here. Let's focus on the here and now, which is one of these teams advancing, as LSA has a 254 to 192 lead at the minute with just under 5 to go, 45 seconds away from the super drop. And the super drop made the difference last time. No, it didn't. No, it was the combo points.
Quick turn away from that to avoid getting stuck on the bridge. Game Bunny, you're looking forward to getting FS22 and learning next week? Awesome. You and me both.
Awesome to hear that, Bunny. Are you going to be joining Daddy-O and crew on their multiplayer server?
Wet pails. 254 to 192. LSA are doing really well, actually. I'm impressed by their gameplay. He says, has a pail. Oh, bottom boost.
Ooh. And LSA is already going for it. I can see Linux on the far side. Linux is getting it. This is going LSA's favor, and they've got all of these here, so Anton can start pushing these into the bottom in a second.
And Lennox Lennox.
Go for it, Anton. Why are you putting them on the top still? Put them into the bottom, man.
Just shove them in the bottom.
Put them in the bottom, man. What are you doing?
What are you doing? You got 30 seconds. Get those bales in the bottom of this barn.
Thank you.
There we... No, don't. Just put
What
nobody has told him. Oh my lord!
How do you not know? Does he think that he won't get the multiplied points? Because bottom boost gives you the multiplier points. I don't understand. I mean, he's still going to score them anyways, to be fair, but...
He is, but it's... Ah!
I mean... Okay. I don't get it. Weird.
Ah! I just know! Communicate teams! He could be out on the field pulling more bales in now. And instead, he is mucking around putting them on the conveyor. Jeez.
The season pass is already available on pre-order on all platforms except the PlayStation Store. It'll be there when the game is launched. So you can find the pricing information if you just go search your preferred retailer. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
$37.99 US dollars.
There you go. Thank you, Alex.
For some reason, the Farming Simulator website is showing me American. If you buy it from the UK, it is €37.99.
Oh, Game Bunny, you're gonna get involved in the Friday night scrims? Oh, cool. Well, that's on FS19 at the moment. We're not sure when it'll be on 22. So you'll need 19 if you want to play the scrims, at least for now. Long term, it'll probably be added to 22, but we don't know what that's going to look like. So yeah, Lindner, we're trying to like time a combo there, but in meantime, he's left all that time with all those bales sitting there, and they need all these bales in if they're going to advance.
Oh, they are so far behind at the moment.
Felden, I mean, I get that you want to get it so the other team doesn't get it, but still, why not just put those into the bottom and save yourself some time? I don't understand.
I mean, you know, he has to line himself up and position himself right. He might as well just have thrown them in the bottom.
Unless he's just like, you know what, I just want to keep practicing my stacking. I don't know, but it's a risk. Oh, man. What's up, crew?
If they
How you
leave
doing?
2 bales out on the field...
Right.
I think the biggest problem at the moment is that Lindner have apart from dropping bales, Lindner just haven't got as many bales in as LSA have. They've got 26 seconds to get 9 bales in, and they're not going to do that. I mean, yes, they
gonna close
are
a little
catching
bit,
up.
But no, it's not, because LSA just extended it a bit.
LSA just got some in, and here we go. Lindner is shoving them in the bottom. It's
that
not
was close to
be
a combo,
enough.
but not enough. In fact, it's going to be counterpoints right at the end for LSA. There it is.
Oh wow, yeah, there we are. And it goes 2 games to 1 to LSA.
Wow. Did that actually come down to?
Impressive.
I want to see these scores. So take 30 away. That's 854. Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. It still wouldn't have been enough for Lindner to win with that combo counter at the end.
Numbers of bales delivered, but Lindner put more in the bottom.
Yep. So I mean, it did
disrupt
Lindner getting, like, you don't want your opponent to get bottom boost really ever.
No.
But at the same time, I still don't understand why LSA didn't just go ahead and put them in the bottom.
But did LSA have any bales left in the field?
I did not notice that.
They had 2 bales left on the field.
Wow.
Then I'm willing to. They 3 at the end, and no, they got all 3 of those in right at the end.
Wow.
They had 1 left on the field. So he could have gone out there, put that bale, and won by even more. That's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
I'm not mad at all.
Yeah, you're welcome, Twisted, on the price. The good thing about the season pass is you can buy it at any time. So you don't necessarily have to get it right away. We're going to be right back, guys.
We'll be right back.
Have Vultra against LSA coming up right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? Wow. So that was a pretty exciting 3 games that went to just then between Lintner and LSA Esports. LSA Esports going through. And yeah, that means that we're going to see them versus Valtra up next. Which is pretty cool. Also means that Linda will be facing off against DJK Enfield. Excuse me.
Yeah, we still got more to come
today.
We've got 3 more matchups to go in Group B, and then we'll be done for today. We'll be back tomorrow as well with Groups C and D. Man, Klaus and Steven are just having a good old giggle over there now on the German broadcast.
I have a feeling they were doing the same thing as we were doing, which was Klaus was filling in. He was desperately trying to get back to his seat. Yeah. So this is the bit I missed is Lennox losing that Baylor in that. That must have just been going up and down the whole time in that first game. LSA not having a good time of it in that first game, really, were they? Just sort of catching the combine on everything.
They didn't, but to their credit, they bounced back. I mean, they cut out the errors in the next 2 rounds, and they also got a combination of really good. The second round they got the combo points, which we're seeing now. In fact, this is still the first round, I believe. The combo points they got. They got a Bale Pressive, didn't they? When they were doing like
they came back really well.
And then they got the bottom boost in the third round, but didn't really utilize it. That was more just about the amount of bales they got in via the top of the barn more than anything. It's been a good day so far, and we've got even more action tomorrow. Group C tomorrow will be the first match kicking off that, starting at 10 a.m. Central European time. 4 a.m. Eastern will be Corteva and Kalwana Gaming, and we've also got Astragon and Krona in Group C. And then Group D is Herman and Perdinger versus and Manitou and My Insanity. So plenty more to come.
I think Group B is going to be a really interesting group. Lots of teams very close together in that group.
Right. Yeah, that one's
And
really hard to
yeah.
call. You would have to say Cortiva are favorites for Group C, but you never know
Yes.
with the other teams in there. So
That was a very nice flick, and then we had very nearly had some very wet bales.
yeah, very nearly. Anton saved it well. People really like getting stuck on the bridges. You know, it's a thing in the FSL. It's very entertaining for us to see, but I'm sure very frustrating. Oh, look at that little power slide there
Well,
as he was
that
approaching the
tractor,
belt.
despite the fact that it's got that really big weight on the back, uh, still is very front heavy with lots of bales on the front.
Yeah,
of
it really is. Wow. I would like to say like LSA beat Lendner by stacking really well using the Lendner tractor. So well done, LSA, using the Lindner Lintrack 130 with style and coming from behind after losing the first round and winning the next two. And now they'll be playing straight away, not much of a rest, against Valtra in the winner's bracket. The winner of this one in the best of three will be the third team to secure their place in next month's quarterfinals. The championships proper will take place at some point in early December. We're hoping it'll be an in-person event in Switzerland. It was supposed to be tomorrow, and we would have had these games yesterday, but we had to adapt kind of at the last minute because COVID is hitting the region of Germany that the office is in Bavaria rather roughly at the moment. So in-person events have been put on hold there, which is sad. Yeah, Lindner are into the losers bracket. They'll play the next matchup after this in the losers bracket now against Diatka Ehrenfeld. They're not out completely. It's double elimination. So you will see Lindner at least for another set of best of three and maybe another set beyond that immediately following if they were to advance from there. But for now, we've got the winners bracket. We've got Valtra, our second overall seed, against LSA Esports, who coming into this week are the 10th seed. But you know what? Like,
I think
Valtra's shown a little bit of vulnerability today, Alex. And if LSA
they have, and
play like they did in those last two rounds against Lindner, they have a chance of causing an upset here.
that's what I was about to say. LSA in those last two games were actually quite impressive. I mean, that second game they got over 900 points.
Right.
Yeah, 900. Yes. So they came back with 926 points. They won the second game with 884. Both of those are higher than Vultra's second game against DJK. Obviously, wasn't higher than the first because that was 1400.
Very interesting here.
But,
LSA has banned a Baylor, which costs a point. They've banned the Fent Baylor for some reason. It costs a point to ban.
Nice little bit of disruption.
So they're going to lose out on a point elsewhere, but they may not need it. So very interesting. If I were Vulture, seeing how LSA just did with that Lindner, I would have banned the John Deere and the Lindner, personally.
Yeah.
They've gone with two Carewheel tractors instead, but the Steyr is still out there, which is powerful enough to pull any of the Baylors. So I'm sure that teams will just choose that. But in fact, actually, both teams have gone with the Deutsch Fahren under pressure. So they're going to do a different approach here. So the Deutsch Fahren goes 70 kilometers per hour, but it is heavier.
Oh.
So I'm guessing that I'm guessing we're going to see them use this for first bale in a different tactic. You can't drive through the grain, though. You've got to stick to the road or the pathways. Meanwhile, Monty for Valtra has gone with the Massey Ferguson 9407 and Archimedes. So telehandler for Valtra and the Lindner for Anton.
That's where the points have been saved in the Archimedes. Has not been gone for by LSA.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you usually see teams go with under pressure and Archimedes. Those are the most popular player perks. Well, we're ready to get underway. The winner that wins 2 out of 3 here in this one will be the third team to advance to next month's quarterfinals. And
the thing about Archimedes Is Archimedes is unloading the harvester faster, isn't it? And
Yeah,
unloading
and the grain cart. Anything really that has
grain
grain in
cart
it. The big
faster.
haul trailer too, if you happen to have that team perk. But
I don't think that's that important.
I don't think
Because-
you're wrong either. Like it's not super important because teams are usually just canceling each other out anyways.
Yeah.
Speed isn't
and
often a
it's-
key when it comes to it.
No. And I think that's probably I think that is something teams have left over from the days when they were all doing big haul and
Right.
speed did become important at that point. I think I think LSA has a really good idea here. Disrupt elsewhere and don't worry about Archimedes.
Yeah. I'm curious why though the Fent Baylor. Of all the Baylors you could ban for a point.
The one is the smallest, the Fent is the fastest. 129.
The John Deere goes as fast
What?
as the Fent and is less powerful.
Yeah.
But it has more of a fill volume. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't paid, I guess, close enough attention if Vulture likes that one. Maybe LSA knows something. 129 to 111, so Vulture with a good first bail. Not too bad for
Baylors.
LSA.
300 horsepower. It's the fastest work speed for the smallest volume.
Yeah.
So the Kuhn Baylor only requires 150 horsepower, but only goes 20 kilometers per hour, and requires the same amount of fill. And the same is true with the case.
Right.
So the case requires 200, only works at 20, but has 3,600 and takes 3 bales. So yeah,
A bit overkill, isn't it? Having this Deutschfar pulling the Kuhn Baylor.
just a
Very
little bit.
Very interesting. 30 seconds away from the 12th minute drops. We've actually had 12th minute drops picked up once or twice today. They largely go ignored throughout an entire tournament, so it's been nice to see that. We'll see if these will be worth going for, though. Been a great day of action so far. We've got Trelleborg advanced earlier on, and so did Bednar, right? Or am I sleep deprived?
Bednar, yes. Bednar
Yes,
went through.
thank you. Like second guessing myself.
Yeah, I was trying
at
to
this
think
point.
because it wasn't John Deere and it wasn't
Yeah, it was Bednar.
the other team, and now I feel really bad for
Diakerfleur,
forgetting their
yeah.
name.
Field
Diakerfleur,
Fleas.
no. Field Fleas. So yeah. And speed up or bail drop, and Anton is going for speed up, which is probably a good one to have around now. It will allow them to harvest more grain and create more straw and get the grain there slightly quicker, whereas Valtra is going for also speed up.
Yeah, Badge, you're not wrong, but at the same time, Big Daddy has never done it in an official tournament, and Vultures Martin used to have the record for 139. So, first bail points like 130 plus is not really as highly sought after in the FSL as it once was, because I don't know why, but here recently in the past few tournaments, we've seen maybe like 1 or 2 times it's gone to like 132 or so, but they're not putting as much of a focus on getting like 135 plus as they once were.
I think we had a 134 today,
Which is impressive.
I think we've had a
Was
I
that
think we've had a
Trelleborg or
fairly
was that
high
Martin
one
from Vulture earlier?
Was either
Don't
it was either Vulture or Trelleborg.
Yeah.
Can't remember which. I think it might have been Martin earlier, but a 134. And where is Martin headed?
He's going for the
I see
ideal.
it.
No.
It's hidden
His
just
tractor.
the other side of the ideal. When he failed to pick it up.
Linux hooking up to the case baler. That is a nice baler. I like that thing.
That is. I am so pleased to see that and its New Holland equivalent in FS22.
Ultra
They
now.
are beauties.
Martin hooking up to the Kuhn baler. So 9 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Still only the first bale points on the board. Both teams' multipliers are even at 2 apiece.
Two bales created so far for LSA, 5 for Vultra. So Vultra actually creating bales a little bit faster than LSA at the moment.
Yeah, so the bale disruption, the baler banning, has not really slowed them down that much.
No. You don't see many teams using the Fent baler.
Yeah,
Despite,
that's why I'm very
despite
intrigued why
its,
they chose to ban that one. Very intrigued. Monty almost has the ideal full, so see the grain cart down there on the road. LSA are going to be ready to deliver theirs, and Vulture won't be too far behind from the look of it.
LSA doing the dance of the combines.
Oh yeah, both combines now coming up to the grain cart here.
Yeah.
For Vulture.
Interesting that LSA didn't use both ideals.
Right, they even secured
strange.
it, didn't they? And then didn't.
I'm wondering if the meta for that at the moment is secure yourself an ideal combine and then try and. But then there's no point in trying to prevent your opponents getting the second one.
Right. Grain multiplier and
weird.
bridges lower
Grain
for our
multiplier.
8-minute drops. There looks like Anton's gonna go for grain multiplier, right? Well, Scotty's gonna get there too. He's luckily he has the telehandler, which goes pretty quick, so he's slowed down into the crop a bit, but he's easily gonna make it there. So both teams went for it. Both teams are ready to deliver. LSA's though is 1.6 times and Vulture's is 1.5 times. Let's see if that ends up making any sort of a difference at all.
And
unless LSA has more grain and now they're going to use it, it's not going to make a difference. That 0.1.
No.
I think we're going to end up at 2-2 yet again.
3, 2, 1. Oh.
Okay, it did slightly.
2.1 to 1.9. Vultra at a disadvantage.
Very interesting. All right.
Although, has that gone to 2.0 to 2.0? That has gone to... oh, no, I'm not sure.
No, yeah, it's
my quality...
Our feed is a little bit hard to see.
What I can see on screen isn't quite... That is 1.9
It's 1.9 to 2.1, yeah. So,
yeah.
Slight advantage for LSA, and I don't expect Vulture to take the time to even that out a little bit. Vulture will probably just focus instead on getting 1 or 2 more bales compared to LSA pressed, which they've already been doing. LSA into the lead now, just under 6 minutes to go.
Martin just pressing bales like mad. They do still have a 3-bale advantage. Basically, LSA have to deliver 60 bales in order to even that out, thanks to the difference in the multiplier. Oof. And Scotty has not managed to load that bale on there straight.
I'm going to be intrigued in a minute to see what the super drop is going to be, because I think it's going to be too close to call without seeing what the super drop is at the moment. Either team could take this first one of the best of 3.
Very much.
Ooh.
186 to 174. And yeah, LSA still deficient in the bales.
That Lindner with the weight on the back, like you were saying earlier, it is like still front heavy. It's just heavy enough, the weight on the back, that it looks like it's going to be sketchy at times, but then it corrects itself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's very interesting to see that tractor in action. Ooh, Scotty being denied of the bridge there, going to have to go around to the static bridge here, which is a little bumpy. You got to be careful on it too. It may not go up and down, but you can still have problems with it.
But you still go up and down on it.
Right, exactly. You hit that bump at the wrong angle too, and you're in the moat anyways. Bale withering. That's for one bale for the red team for LSA.
I think for LSA,
and one bale for the other team.
Actually be a good thing, but I don't know if it's a good thing to the point at which they want to go all the way out there to do it.
Right. Yeah, it's quite a ways away, and you've got to risk, taking yourself off another task just to delete one bale from the other team, where instead you could get 2 more pressed and brought in to make up for that. Right now,
Yeah.
LSA have the lead, but they have a 4 bale advantage or disadvantage. So 363 to 281, 405 to 319. It doesn't look super close on the score right now, but if both teams get all their bales in, it'll even out a little bit more. But, at the moment, I think LSA have kind of caught up with the bale difference, and I'm not sure Vulture have enough.
Yeah, it's even bales now. Even bales and Vulture are 50 points behind.
Yeah.
That is not good news.
I mean, and it's not a lot with just one bale getting 2 extra points per bale, but when you stack it up, most of the team's bales are being delivered in these final minutes. So you're talking about, 80 points difference or so when you're getting up in the 40 bale range. That's how much of a difference this is going to make. So it really came down to LSA got a better weighted drop with that grain multiplier because they were trailing at that point of the game, and that might help them win in the long run.
528 to 552.
And LSA have the bale advantage at the moment. Yeah.
Wow. 547. Yeah. The bale deficit has gone the other way now.
Right.
There are only 5 points in this, though.
So now it's going to come down to, Vulture need LSA to make a mistake here. They need a bale to fall off. They're only 5 points behind right now, but they're getting their bales in earlier than LSA. So they're giving Scotty more time to get them stacked. He's got this telehandler, and he's done a really nice job. LSA, though, now back into the lead by 9 points. I mean, this is too close to call right now, but if both teams get all their bales into the top that are left, this is LSA's game. But now Vulture into a nice little lead with a minute to go. Anton needs to keep his cool and just keep doing what he's been doing and stacking these.
The bales are there for LSA, and LSA actually have a really decent bale advantage, but they only
Scotty,
have
look at this. So Scotty is waiting with those 2 bales to try to counter, and that could make a difference for Vulture if he times it right. 720 to 699.
6. He's not in the window.
He's going to put it on
Scotty's
now.
going to try and time it. LSA need to get skills. Oh no! Did a counter happen?
It already was reset somewhere. What? Linux is going to push this one into the bottom. That might not be a good idea.
Yeah. Yes,
856, 795.
There's not the
okay, well done.
There.
Wow.
LSA beat Vulture.
Wow. It'll go to at least the second of the best of 3. Vulture now have to win the next one, or they're going into the losers bracket. And LSA would be advancing to the quarterfinals. Wow, I mean, they haven't won completely. Look, exact same amount of bales, but I think 36 of those 37 were put in with the multiplier advantage.
Yeah.
So multiply
that's
36 times
that
2.
Multiplier can make.
Yeah. And you're talking about that's pretty much the difference in the game. And that all came down to if Vulture had been trailing at that moment, it would have been weighted in their favor. And we're talking about Vulture winning. Yeah. So that's actually a really good example of a drop making a difference in a game. And I mean, it still came down to LSA had to get their bales in. Like if they would have made a mistake, it would have cost them. But you're talking about potentially something that happened in the 8th minute affecting the outcome of the game. So,
and it also shows why it's so important. If you find yourself down by even 1.9 to 2.1, you need to just get a little bit more grain and put it in that sell point. Because if you don't, you can lose the match because of it. And it's worth taking just a moment to do that and having a little bit of extra grain ready, especially if you see the multiplier come up and you see that, because each team sees how much that multiplier is for both teams.
Right.
If you see that your multiplier is less, make sure you've still got that combine out there while you're unloading, so that if it doesn't quite make it, you can get a little bit more in and sort it out.
Right.
If you stop harvesting the moment you get that, you're gonna lose. You're not gonna have the bonus in order to do it, and you'll be at that disadvantage.
You are correct. I mean, LSA now, they've given themselves a fantastic opportunity to advance. They only need to win one more game against Vulture here, and they'll be done for the weekend and be moving on to next month's quarterfinals. But if we know anything about Vulture, Vulture are going to come back and
Trelleborg?
I don't really know how the finals are going to shape up.
Yeah.
But if you knock Vulture out, you've got to expect that you're going to have to play Trelleborg at some point. You know, like.
Oh, yeah.
Would you rather play Trelleborg early or late? I mean, probably later, because then you give yourself more of a chance of getting more prize money. But
yes, that's probably what you want if you're worried about meeting Trelleborg. Then you.
But this is a surprise,
really.
Credit to LSA, because coming into this, they're the 10th seeded team. They've had 3 third-place finishes, and that's the best they've done. So every time they've advanced to the quarterfinals, they've won at least the quarterfinal round. But they've not advanced any further than that. So here they have a very good chance, though, of moving on. They can't knock Vulture out because it's double elimination, but they can guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals if they win this. And they've banned the Fent Baylor yet again.
Wow. Well, if the tactic works for you, the tactic works for you. But it does just reinforce the whole thing we were talking about Archimedes being unimportant.
Yeah.
They won that without Archimedes. They won that because of a multiplier without having Archimedes. Which is,
I wonder what the scores would have been if both teams had had a 2.0. That would have been a really close game at the end. Because they had the same amount of bales.
Close.
It would have come down to who got them all into the top at that point. Or the first bale points, which Vulture had the advantage in.
Yeah. Very good question.
All right, similar setups here. It'd be interesting to see now. Does Vulture stick with Archimedes? They are going to. They're picking the Massey 9407 telehandler again. So same exact setups as what we just saw. Vulture will be hoping for a little bit more luck in the drops this time around. That definitely helped LSA to the victory there, getting that extra. I mean, just 0.1. You don't think it's that significant, but it really did make the difference. All right, here we go. Vulture has to win to force a third game.
And
if LSA wins, they're into the quarterfinals.
Down the front. Interesting choices. Everybody going for different things.
Yep, got the John Deere for LSA, the Case Combine, meanwhile, for Valtra. Looks like Valtra picked up an Ideal as well, and they have the Ideal they reserved. Yeah. So, yeah, Scotty now has hopped into the other Ideal. So 2 Ideals for Valtra. An Ideal and a John Deere Combine for LSA. And Martin and Linux both have the Deutz Fahr. So they're going to be going down the road for first bale here. Hello to everyone on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Thank you all for tuning in today. This is the Group B Game 3, our third matchup in Group B of the Season 3 Championship group stages for the Farming Simulator League. As Martin, that's the bad thing about that Deutz Fahr is it's massive and it's hard to fit in there. And he's kind of bumped the wall and missed getting the bale in.
He's going to try the same with a big tractor and an even bigger baler.
109
only 4
to
points
105. So it's actually closer for LSA than it was last round. I don't think that, like, that's definitely not the ideal first bale setup. Like, it says it goes 70 kilometers per hour, but it's also really hefty. It's hard to fit up under the belt, for one thing, and also you can't drive through the crop. No, there's no team chatter during the Farming Simulator League, BMAC.
You want to have a smaller, faster tractor with the Kuhn baler to maximize your to maximize that first bale, really.
Right. I think the best strategy for first bale is to use a Carewell tractor, obviously, and you go down, you reserve a baler as well. If you want to get a real high score, you reserve a baler. But that's what teams have been going away from, is reserving a baler. So without that, you have to go grab a baler, and that takes away from a little bit of the time you can get to it. But if you reserve one and you have the Carewell tractor, you drive straight through the crop, you go through the far right bridge, do the drive-by flick, score that if you do, and then go drive through the middle bridge. And then if the other team is trailing you, all of a sudden they have to go to the far left bridges to get to the barn. Good morning,
Hey,
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy. Welcome along.
Speaking of someone that knows that tactic I was just explaining about first bale well, he's been practicing it a lot in the scrimmages and in the own separate SGA practices. He's been really practicing the first bale and getting in the 135 plus range quite consistently. Rumble Strip on YouTube says, been good matches. Glad you're having a good time. We are too. We still have 2 more matchups to go after this in the losers bracket. The winner of this matchup will advance to next month's quarterfinals. The loser will go into Game 5 in the losers bracket. We still have Game 4 in between to happen. That is going to be Lindner against Diatka Ehrenfeld. So right now, Valtra taking command of the multiplier. Let's see what LSA have up their sleeve. Linux is on foot for some reason. Must have left the... So they're going to do the grain chain for delivering their grain. And Linux is bunny hopping his way, I guess, to a different tractor or a combine or something. Having a look at Monty in the ideal, harvesting away for Valtra.
How are we doing? So we have had a grain delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we had grain
LSA
drop off for
are
Vulture.
waiting. They're playing the long game. They've got their grain cart. They are full, but they're going to bring the combines in too. And neither team has
I
any
guess
bales
they are
pressed at this
hoping
point.
for that 8-minute mark for the grain.
They're hoping for it to go in their favor again. Yeah. Oh, if that hits and they have that amount of grain,
hits the 8-minute mark. Whew. Yeah.
Yeah,
this
Vulture,
is what I mean. This is where Vulture
Martin messed up on his first bale,
points.
dropped it. LSA were just kind of slow off the mark. Both teams were using the Deutz Fahr for first bale, and so it's a little bit trickier. Oh wait. Oh, that was not intentional. Unless he's jumping a little bit so he can keep going closer to the barn. I think is what. I don't think they're doing a linear strategy of loading up the bales. I think that was just so he could keep going towards the barn and creating straw. And then he'll take the combine full over to the silo. Because you like to cut through that with the header off, you're going to be slowed down significantly. So not a bad idea there to do it that way.
You can lose a little bit of grain to do that, but yeah. If you could use joysticks, I'd like to start a logging league on FS19. That'd be interesting. Who could deliver the most logs? That's Hunter McCoy over on the Facebook stream. Now watching the chats on 4 streams.
Legend.
Because we got 2 streams running on Facebook at the moment.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. I was just looking at this one, and you were looking at the other one, which was nice that we had both covered earlier, at least.
Where are all these chats coming from on the Facebook stream? I'm not seeing them.
Here comes Surin now.
Got 2
for LSA. So yeah, here comes. Oh, and it was so the drops picked up were just slow down.
We're both
this
slow.
But nonetheless, briefly, LSA are going to have a multiplier advantage. But here comes Monty now, and it's going to be wiped out by the time he gets there and unloads this auger wagon.
But he is slowed, so it's going to take him longer to get there.
Yeah, but I also don't think LSA are ready to deliver bales at this point. So this is going to end up pretty much being even.
This is a much of a muchness, this one.
And the bale count, only one more right now for LSA. I would imagine that this is just going to end up being 2-2 when all is said and done.
You can see the effect of Archimedes here.
Definitely.
With the fact that Vulture is able to unload it quicker. But, as I said, I don't think it makes any difference.
Yeah, it's not as big of an advantage as you would think.
I think teams have kind of got stuck in their ways a little bit picking Archimedes. They could very easily use those points.
Archimedes is 1 point,
elsewhere.
So it's not super expensive, but you could choose instead to use 6 cents and know where the drops are going to be. You're given 2 possible locations for the super drop. That could be really handy. You could choose head start instead and just set off immediately whenever you enter a tractor or harvester. Save yourself a little bit of time. So I think you've got a point there. A lot of teams seem to go under pressure Archimedes as the setup, but when both teams are delivering grain and canceling each other out, it really doesn't make that much of a difference.
You can see now both teams sitting at a 2.0.
Right.
LSA without Archimedes has given them no advantage whatsoever.
Right.
On Vulture's side. And I think you're right. I think LSA have a thing where they could. Oh, they used it to ban a baler.
Right. Yeah, they've been banning the Fent baler each time.
Perk.
Right. I mean, to be fair to LSA, it worked last time, but they also were a bit fortunate getting that brain multiplier. So
yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see now with both teams at 2.0 who's going to come out on top in this second of the best of 3. Because I think without that extra 0.1 in the multiplier, and scoring 2 extra points per bale last time, that it would have been a lot closer of a contest, and maybe Vulture would have come out on top, because Vulture have had the best first bale each round, although this time it was a lot less of a gap, only 5 points difference, I believe, 109 to 104. But there's been like neither team has scored combo points or counter points in the first one or in this one yet, I don't think. So if they're going bale for bale, it's going to come down to who stacks better, who makes less mistakes, and who presses more bales and gets them all in too.
Absolutely. It is, yeah, 19 bales to 18. This is a straight up who can get the bales in the best. And Vultra is coming in. Now, what I would like to see Monty do at this point, because I don't think they've got a stacker down the other end.
Oh, here comes Anton now.
Put him in the bottom. Shove him in right now. Anton is not in position to counter it. Throw them in the bottom and score that extra 10 points.
Lord Baylor for 2 bales is our super drop. So that would score 2 bales, basically.
It is fairly close.
Yeah, it's not far away. I'd like to see a team go for this because it's going to give you 2 extra bales. That could end up being the difference.
Yeah, you see, Monty missed the opportunity.
Yep.
And it's and that is the kind of disruptive you want to play. And again, LSA coming in. Scotty's not there. Scotty is not in position to counter it. They could have thrown all those in the bottom and saved themselves a ton of time. And it's just there's an awareness really of what the other team is doing, and you can see where the other team is and what they're doing most of the time. I think through the mini map.
I think the problem might be that at this point of the season, teams are too comfortable with how they usually play, and so they're not willing to adapt that strategy. Like Vulture are very good at bringing the loader in and stacking the bales on the belt, but why not there? Throw those in and potentially get some combo points.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danger Cat, you said, how does this work? Competitive FS play, I don't get it. Is it first to X amount of profit? No. You deliver grain that increases your multiplier for the multiplier affects points scored for bales that are going into the upper part of the barn via this conveyor like you see now, and you score points by delivering bales. There's a lot more to it than that with team perks, player perks, drops and super drops and the like can change the outcome of a match, but that's the gist of it. 409 to 397 with just over 2 to go. Now 437 LSA into the lead, 18 bales a piece. So at the moment, if the teams go bale for bale and get all of them in, LSA's got this.
LSA also has another advantage. They have the Chrome Baler. They can abandon the Anderson and get 3 bales at a time back in these crucial final moments.
Right.
You know, if there's 14 bales out there for the Anderson picks those up, and then the Crone just keeps going out and back and delivering extra bales. Hey, Twisted Soccer. Welcome along.
So, you know what? The Crone, I forgot that the Crone Baler had been patched, and it actually has the same fill volume as the Fent and the Coon Baler now.
Yeah.
And yet it holds 3. The work speed is slow, but that's pretty impressive. 557 to 549. 1 minute to go.
No, getting that off.
Oh goodness! Oh, don't be making these mistakes now, Anton.
Control of the tractor. He needs to get that back. It's 50 seconds left, and Scotty is piling them on.
That Lintrack definitely can be a little bit sketchy. They're handling it well so far.
And Scotty going for the combo. He's got it! I think Vultra have pulled.
Thanks for everyone in chat helping out newcomers to the stream to understand how the FSL works. 20 seconds to go. Linux is going to put one into the bottom here. 7, 8.
Oh,
that's a
Bale-tastic.
Bale-tastic.
He's countered Bale-tastic.
That's why.
And LSA go back into the lead.
That's
9
why he
seconds
was
to
putting
go.
one in the bottom. Oh my goodness. Martin's got to get this one into the
829, 817.
Oh,
837. 837.
They
LSA
both got
take it.
They both had one left and couldn't get him in. And LSA are moving on to the quarterfinals. The 10th place team is into the final 8 of the Season 3 championships. And that is our first major upset of the day. However, Vulture are not completely out. 2 more bails that time. 2 undelivered for Vulture. And just 1 more in for Vulture. Martin was coming in with 1 on the bailer, but could not get there in time to deliver it. And Vulture aren't out. They're into game 5 of the losers bracket. They'll play the winner of Lindner and Diatka coming up in our next one. But LSA have secured their spot in the quarterfinals, Alex. That was amazing.
That was impressive. That was such a strong showing from LSA. That is some of the best play we've seen all day.
That Bale-tastic at the end won it. 50 points just from that, because Vulture had closed the gap, and I didn't expect it. And that Bale-tastic, I was like, why is Linux putting one into the bottom? But I didn't realize that they were going to, time it perfectly and get that combo. And that's the risk you take when you're going for like a combo point. You have to time it perfectly. But if you do, it can often make the difference, and it did there. That was amazing.
8 points. 8 points different.
Wow.
I can't remember what the first bail was. I think the first bail difference was like
5-point advantage. It was a 5-point advantage for Vulture, 109 to 104, I believe, on first bail.
Wow.
In that round. And Martin messed up on the first bail again with the Deutsch Far. Like, he could have gotten a higher score. So that could have made the difference. We'll be back.
We'll be back shortly.
Take a breath. Get up and stretch.
This is awesome. And we're back. And what a day of games we've had here. This is insane.
It's been a fun day so far. And congrats to LSA. They're into the quarterfinals. They joined Bednar and Trelleborg, who advanced out of Group A. And now it's one of the 3 remaining from Group B that'll advance. We've got Diatka Ehrenfeld taking on Lindner in this first of the losers bracket. The winner of that will face off against Vulture. in Game 5, and then after that, we'll know who the fourth team into the quarterfinals is, and we'll be wrapping up the broadcast for today. We'll be back with Group C and D tomorrow, though, at 10 a.m. Central European time, 4 a.m. Eastern time. But yeah, still a lot more awesome action to come in the losers bracket here. And I'm loving this double elimination because, I mean, it's allowed LSA have upset Vultra, but Vultra aren't out. And Vultra are a good team, and they're good at responding and bouncing back and responding to adversity. So it'll be interesting to see, no matter who wins this next one, it'll be interesting to see how Vultra does against them. Let's have a look at the highlights from LSA versus Vultra. And, you know, LSA may be a little bit fortunate in the first one, Alex, that they ended up with the multiplier, the grain multiplier drop slightly in their advantage, which gave them a 0.1 advantage on the multiplier, and they were scoring 2 extra points per bale throughout the round.
Yeah, and I think that tiny multiplier was due mainly to the fact that they were a couple of points ahead when that came up, and it really did make a fairly large difference in that first game, but the second game showed that even when it's evened up, LSA still were able to outplay Vultra well enough that they could win it.
Right.
And yeah.
Just looking at it, so the first round was 856 to 795, right? And
yeah,
that was a 72-point advantage, scoring 36 bales at 2 extra points per bale, because they had the same amount of bales. So that really did make the difference. But you're definitely right as well. Like, LSA came out in the very next round, and without the bale-tastic, though, at the end, we would have been watching a third round. You know, that won them.
But the interesting thing is
the game.
That was in return for Vultra having just got a bale-tastic. So both teams at the end of that second game got bale-tastic. And I thought LSA was sunk when Vultra scored theirs. Vultra should have been there ready to counter it.
Right.
Because they had just got theirs, and there were enough sitting there for it to go the other way for LSA. And Vultra just weren't prepared.
Right. Ooh, Martin crashing into the silo there.
And this is LSA just lining themselves up.
I mean,
so nicely.
I'm kind of like, LSA are a good team. You know, they're 10th place, but they've never done better than a third place finish. And I was just absolutely blown away with how solid their gameplay was there through those 2 rounds. Yeah, maybe a little bit of fortunate timing on things, but you have to have that really to win it when it's an evenly matched contest. Yeah, it comes down often to getting the combo points right or getting a drop in your favor, and they had that happen for them, but they still brought out the solid gameplay too. They didn't really. The only mistakes they've made today were against Lindner earlier when they got stuck on the bridge, and that cost them that first round, but they bounced back. And they've been solid ever since, even with this Lindner track giving Anton all kinds of
They really do like that tractor, but it's not helpful to him at all. See,
he's handling it well, though, to be fair. Yeah, and then there's the bale-tastic with like less than 15 seconds to go. And if Martin had gotten this one in, he hit the wall and didn't get that one in. If he had got that in, they would have won.
It wasn't so much LSA doing well right at the end as Vultra making a couple of mistakes as they tried to rush to counter them.
If Martin doesn't hit the barn there and gets that last bale in, we're talking about we're not talking about this at all. We're watching the third game of the best of 3. So congrats to LSA. I mean, they got it done.
Vultra winning by 2 points.
Yeah,
that's the ridiculous number. That's how close it was. Him hitting that wall meant that it was won by 8 points by LSA instead of 2 points by Vultra.
We've had some really lopsided scores, and we've also had some really, really close scores. And the further that we're going to go into this tournament, the higher the competition is going to get, and the tighter those scores are going to get, and the higher Alex's voice will go as he continues to get excited too at the end of a round. Oh man!
You know what? I've just looked at that bit again. It wasn't one bail; it was two. He hit the wall and failed to get.
Yeah, he had two on,
in.
but if he had just got one in, they would have won.
Oh yeah,
they only
just one
needed
of them
one in.
But it was even closer. I thought he still had it on the back of the thing, not coming off. No, there was a one that basically fell in front of the door.
Yeah, he hit the barn. Score. That one fell off and didn't go in. And you're talking about a couple more inches to his right, and that's going into the barn, and Vulture forcing a third game. So crazy stuff happens in the FSL.
That is crazy.
We had someone earlier say, man, this is entertaining. And someone had a snarky comment like, is it though? And then people said, oh, it definitely is. And we're defending us in chat.
Hang around.
And I mean, it is. It's stuff like that.
It is.
I mean, you'll have occasional games where there's a gulf in how one team plays compared to the other. But most of the time when you get to these teams, these are the top 16 teams that have advanced here today. And as you get closer and closer in the rankings, the closer and closer the competition gets. But we're talking about the 10th place team who had never won a tournament, just advanced over the second place team who has 3 tournament wins, 1 runner-up, and 2 third place finishes. Second overall in the standings. Vulture beaten by the 10th place team here. So the competition is closer than you think in the FSL. And congrats to LSA. Vulture still have a chance, though, of advancing. It would be an absolute shock if Vulture go out, but that's what they're facing now. They're gonna have a little bit of time to regroup, Alex, and then they're gonna watch these two teams presumably play, and they'll be playing the winner of this next round between Lindner and Diatka Ehrenfeld. And so, going back to Diatka, remember that first game was an absolute disaster for them. But then the second game, they played Vulture really close too. So I don't really know who to expect to advance to the next game to play Vulture.
This is not a good place for Vulture to be, and that would be a massive upset.
Yeah.
For a team that has spent the second half of their season playing so well and getting themselves up to the second seed, were to go out in the group stages.
Right.
That would be a shock. Harsh.
The thing I am liking though about how Group B is shaping up is, unlike Group A, we ended up with Game 5 being a rematch of Game 2, right? We had John Deere and Bednar in the second matchup of the group, and then they met again in the losers bracket final game. And Bednar ended up coming out victorious, but we're going to have completely different matchups no matter who wins this. Well, Diatka actually could play Vulture again.
Yeah.
If they were to advance and maybe show how they could do,
we know that it
in proper games,
and it would be a proper set because, in all fairness to Diatka, their first game did not go anywhere near how it
started off poorly. They didn't ban a piece of equipment with their first pick, and then they ended up with the Manitou forklift. And then not only that, but the rest of the game too. They pressed. They had 6 bales they delivered and 6 undelivered and got absolutely crushed. Yeah. But in the second game, let me look real quick. I don't remember what the exact score was in that second game, but it was a lot closer. 844 to 857.
857, so it was a lot closer.
Yeah, so they showed in that second game, and they were ahead at the end, and Vulture pulled it out, so they very well could have forced a Game 3. So don't write off Diatka Ehrenfeld for sure. I'm not even sure who I could call this one for, so I'm not even going to bother. Lindner are the 7th place team. Diatka 15th. But Lindner has never, their best finishes are 3rd place. They've done that twice. So similar setups here. We've got both of the Lindner and the John Deere have been banned here. One of the telehandlers banned, and the Deutz Far as well.
I do want to see teams stop using Archimedes because it's pointless at this point.
Right. Let's see if
no
let's see
reason
what
for
these.
it.
I mean, it just worked beautifully for LSA, didn't it? I mean,
It did.
without it, it didn't matter. So let's see what these teams do now. Are they going to see that and change their strategy on the fly, or are they going to stick what they're with what they're
Both
used to?
teams going with under pressure.
I mean, the drops aren't always useful, but knowing where they're going to be, and also, but both teams have gone with Archimedes, but also knowing two potential locations for that super drop could be huge. You could
Yeah.
choose that, or you could choose Head Start. But other than that, like LSA were using that extra point to ban the Fent Baylor, which isn't a horrible strategy either, although I don't see a lot of teams really going for that Baylor.
So yeah,
well.
six cents or Head Start. Head Start to me just sounds like a great thing to have instead of Archimedes.
All right, here we go. So this is game 4. This is the first matchup in the losers bracket, as Falwy has a little bit trouble getting out of the starting area in the Vultra. So a little bit of time lost there for Diatka.
You really wanted to disrupt things. You could use that extra point to ban the ideal.
Yeah, why not do that even? Like, you can use that to ban
sense.
a Harvester or a Baylor. They all cost 1 point. You could pick a different perk. Yeah, I mean, you could do more with it. And I don't think Archimedes is as important as we think it is, or the players think it is.
I think at this point Archimedes has become an item that is superfluous. It's completely unnecessary for a team to take.
Kenneth Ritchie on Facebook says, "How does this work? Competitive Farm Sim? Sorry, my first time seeing this. No worries. Everyone tuned in at their first time at some point, and we're glad you're here. I'll run it down for you just briefly, an overview. So basically, there are varying strategies that can change what I'm about to say, but this is the basic idea. You harvest your wheat fields, and that puts down a straw swath. You deliver your grain that you get from the harvest to increase your multiplier. You can see that number with the yellow background behind it. That determines how many points you score per bale delivered into the upper part of the barn. You can also deliver bales into the bottom part of the barn, but once the first bale has been scored, you're only going to get 10 points per, unless a super drop changes that. There are drops at the 12th and 8th minute and a super drop at the 4th minute. There's team perks and player perks too that kind of change up how the strategy goes and what each team does. Varying pieces of equipment with different abilities, and like the Rosselmash Harvester, which isn't used a whole lot, ignores weeds, for example, because if you drive through the weeds, it'll massively slow you down and you won't be putting any straw out of the back of the swath either. Oh, Lindner are going to pull out the Lindner load up.
Oh, Lindner.
Their back is against the wall, and they're bringing the strategy they invented back out here against Diatka. So, interesting
The
indeed.
thing is, Diatka are probably the team to do it against because they're not expecting it.
Yeah, you might be right, but the problem still remains that you're banking on the combo points. So if Diatka can just disrupt that,
I don't think Diatka will twig. I think if you were against Trelleborg would have tweaked it by now. I don't think Diatka have twigged.
We will see what happens, but it does look like, well, now they're not dumping the grain out of that one, but maybe he's just not full enough yet. Direct delivery.
Direct delivery. It's right there.
Yeah, Diatka ignoring it too. So direct delivery drop allows you to increase your multiplier while you're harvesting. It's pretty slow. It doesn't last very long. But as we saw in that last round, just a 0.2 difference in the multiplier can make the difference in a game. So why not go for it?
But especially if you're just dropping the grain. If you're going for that huge multiplier setup, get direct delivery and throw the other team off.
Right.
Tactically, it makes sense to do it.
And no one went for any of the drops there. They're off the board now. Minute is gone, so.
Hang it, teams. Tactics.
So Diatka delivering grain. We're assuming Lindner have zero interest in delivering grain. Although they are filling up the John Deere, but maybe he's just going to start dumping it now. We're about to find out. This is Farm Sim 19 that the Farming Simulator League client runs on, Brandon. So what I would like to see now from Diatka is I would gamble that Lindner are not going to deliver any grain. And from this point forward, I would match their strategy and start dumping grain myself and just get more straw out there to press bales with. Because then you're talking about more bales and a 3-to-1 multiplier advantage. Let's see if that's what they do.
Yeah. Have Lindner refined their tactic?
I'm really surprised they didn't try it against LSA if they have refined it. I feel like this is more just a let's shock Diatka type of move.
Let's completely brain melt Diatka as they were to everybody else earlier.
That is
how
that's being dumped on the ground. You have to have something hooked up to it.
I know, but that's Lindner being all
sneaky,
coy about the whole thing. Sneaky, yeah.
Making it look like they're going to deliver grain. That's not a bad strategy. That could be part of the refining that you were talking about. Because from a distance, you might not be able to see that the cover is closed and there's not anything hooked up to it. So I wonder if that will throw Diatka off. Very interesting. Right now, look at the bale difference right now, 20-4 for Diatka. Yeah. But that's because of the dumping of the grain and just more time to wait. Now they're doing it. They shouldn't have even stopped the harvesters. They should have just stayed in the harvester and dumped it on the ground if that's what they're going to do. They're wasting time. They could be getting more straw out there.
Don't quite know what's going on.
This is like
the 8-minute drop has spawned.
A misdirect and another misdirect, and they might be misdirecting themselves in the end instead of helping.
Oh man, silo closed and a bale drop of 1 bale.
I mean, I don't think either team is going to deliver any more grain at this point. I could be wrong, but
Diatka have put a bale on the conveyor. They're going to score 40 points for it.
Wow.
This is going to either go really, really well or really, really badly for Lindner at this point.
This is
as this tactic normally does.
Yeah, I mean, this tactic is very high risk and very oftentimes low reward. And bale drop's been picked up by Lindner in the meantime, so they've got one moved close to the barn. Wait. Is he about to drop those on the ground?
He's are absolutely onto what Lindner are doing.
Yeah.
At this point,
they still have to time it for a while. Oh, wait, he's pulling away now. Oh, because he's not going to deliver them. Or he's not. They're going to wait, and they're going to bring in another set, like the original strategy. Yeah. Is this getting weird or what? Says Incredible Mouse. What tournament was that? The FarmCon tournament that Lindner pulled that out?
I think it was.
Nope, because they lost to Herman in the first. It was definitely an
Might have
in-person
been
event.
the studio one.
So it was the studio one in August. Yeah, and it was. You're right, Feldon. It was Diatka that they pulled it out against. You are correct. When they
It was, yeah.
unveiled it for the first time.
1,082 and at 1,053 they scored against Diatka. So yeah, this isn't even a new use of this tactic against Diatka. The only reason they're doing it is because they've done it against them before. And it's
now that Feldon has said that, I do remember the one player from Diatka, and I'm not sure which of them it is. Like, I remember his face was just like, oh my goodness, and
What
it makes sense because yeah, he was definitely one of the people in the team picture.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, because basically they lost. Lindner lost the first game against them and then just did this to them twice. Oh, bloody hell. Lindner have to pick their moment. Yeah, this is Lindner playing mind games. It's exactly what this is.
All right, well, 25 seconds away from the super drop. If either team were to get bottom, well, especially if Diatka got bottom
boost would make no difference to Lindner.
But it would for Diatka. If they could get it, they would get 30 points per bale into the bottom and maybe some combos. But Lindner have 16 more bales outstanding, but that's because they haven't delivered any. They
haven't scored any.
The first group yet. They only have the first bale points at the moment. Close to a combo here for Diatka. There it is, Bale-tastic.
Yep.
Crazy Tool is our super drop. Not sure that one is super sought after because it just allows you to press more bales for a lower amount of straw. And at this point, teams are more concerned with getting bales in and stacked.
Useful if you're trying to push out those last few bales.
Ooh, one falling off. That one fell off and then went in straight into the bottom and scored for Diatka there. Are they... I think Fawi... Oh, those are going to fall off now. Here it comes. He's going to have to time this counter right. Is he going to push these in now, or are they going to wait further?
No. So they're going to put those two bales on the top, and then they're going to push the whole lot in the last
He needs to just put these on the top now. Fawi needs to... Like, his teammates need to give him a shout and say, just put them on the conveyor belt now.
Yeah.
Oh, but there it is. A little bit late.
Yeah.
A little bit of time wasted.
He has got his eye on Lindner's
it's going to come down to
on Lindner's screen.
The combo points, and also when Diatka counters.
Yeah.
Is it worth countering right away, or do you wait to counter on the higher combo so you get more counter points? Diatka have a bunch of bales they're bringing in now.
They have to counter on the second one, not the first one, because otherwise they get the higher thing still.
Right.
So yeah.
There we go. Incredible mouse. This tactic makes my blood boil.
2 minutes. Oh god.
It's going to come down to the final seconds and who counters at the right time. This is wild.
This is the whole holding your breath, hoping whatever Diatka do, they're doing it.
I'm not sure about this lineup of these bales.
Oh boy. A minute and 17
So
to
Jemmy's
go,
waiting to counter. Meanwhile, Fawi is just going to stack the rest. Oh my goodness. Lindner, though, still have another
Linda's
set.
still bringing bales in. Jeez.
Yeah, Incredible Mouse. I don't know about the lineup of that either. It's going to be touch and go. Man. This strategy
We
does
know
make
the
for a
points,
nervy
the point
finish,
score
that's for sure.
from the last time they did this against them is over 1,000 points. So
Yeah.
if Diatka need over 1,000 points to basically survive
Here we go.
this
Buckle
if
up.
they don't counter.
Oh, there's the first one countered.
Counter
Bale-tastic, Bale press it, Bailing spree, impossible Bale.
Impossible!
And it's 50-point lead for
And-
Lindner now. And they have another set
They have
coming in.
more bales!
They comboed too early, or they countered too early, Diatka. They countered way too early, and now they're not countering at all. And Lindner are going to take it.
Look
Lindner
at that!
got it. You have to make sure
Look
you
at
counter at the second point
My
or higher.
God,
And another Bale-tastic.
Bale-tastic!
So if they scored over
Jesus.
1,000 points, still didn't matter, Alex. Wow. Oh my goodness.
So, in answer to the question, yes, Lindner have refined their tactic.
Wow.
That was
Goodness
that was three.
me. What's up, Okie Stone?
Andersons
Coming in with the
in that.
raid.
Hey, Okie Stone, welcome along.
Oh man. Oh goodness,
Yes,
Lindner.
They have done it. They
Diatka have to
managed
be thinking right now, why always us?
46 bales, 4 undelivered, and 1,150.
All of them into the bottom. Oh,
All
man.
of them into the bottom.
Wow. It came
That
down
is
to
just-
really like countering at the wrong time. You know, you can't disrupt.
even managed
can't
to get a
disrupt at the
couple in wrong
Bale-tastic.
place.
Or you could have. You needed to try to counter twice. There were so many bales coming in there that really it was like
And I think
it was either going to be one long
that's
combo
where
or
they've refined
3
it.
smaller ones. Yeah, and it was
They're
nicely done.
trying to. Lindner are trying to make it so you can't counter it. They're trying to make it so it's such a massive number of bales at once.
I think
can't
we're-
position enough pieces of equipment in place to do the counters.
I think where Diatka messed up there, though, is they should have they delivered their grain first, right? And we knew Lindner were not going to deliver any. But Lindner maybe confused them with dumping the grain into the cart with the cover on. And it looked like from a distance maybe, oh, they're going to deliver grain. But if Diatka had just stayed out in the field and started dumping their second loads of grain and just got more straw created, they could have had more bales, and maybe that would have made a difference at 30 points per bale. But they wasted time taking both harvesters to the grain cart and then dumping it onto the ground anyways, where they could have just been dumping it directly onto the ground while harvesting instead.
Yeah. Hey, Three Seeders Farms, welcome along. I am impressed. Lindner have taken a tactic that is mad on the surface anyway, and they've made it even crazier.
Definitely.
Which to their credit, have made it even crazier. And how are DJK going to counter that? I mean, they threw so many bales at that. Not only did so DJK managed to counter it successfully. Lindner still got an imposter bale.
Yeah, they countered too early.
And they also managed to, while they countered too early, even if they'd countered at the right point later, they would have still been an imposter bale because Lindner still had more bales that they hadn't put in when they got the imposter bale.
If you disrupted like 13 or 14 in a row or 19 in a row, then you're talking about a significant amount of points coming off the board for Lindner, though. Also, what I think they should have done, Diatka, is if you're going to deliver that grain first and Lindner have no interest in delivering it, don't fall for their tricks and just dump your second set of grain and get more bales in. Because that's the only...
Get more bales and...
More bales and countering at the right time and disrupting Lindner is the way to beat this crazy strategy that Lindner have, schemed up back in August. So Diaka are, one loss away from going out of the group stages here. The winner of this one will advance to face Vultra in Game 5 of the losers bracket. Vultra losing out to LSA Esports earlier, and LSA, our third team into the quarterfinals, they joined Trelleborg and Bednar, and we're awaiting one more team from this losers bracket. The winner of this will face Vultra, and the winner of that will advance to next month's quarterfinals as well.
Yeah. Wheels is right. I think trying to get it to counter at an exact point is really difficult. You just push the bales in there and hope you reset it, and maybe you get some points. It's trying to counter it at a mid-level thing when they're just pushing a pile of bales in like that is gonna be hard.
Right, you're not wrong. But you can see it on the bottom left, but it does go by so quickly that it just comes down to timing. But maybe even if you just put them in so they can't even start the Bale-tastic, just keep putting one in. That sounds easier than it is, but
why the hell are Lindner using Archimedes? If this is their tactic,
so they can.
Why are they wasting the point?
Right.
This tactic makes Archimedes even less of a perk you should be taking.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. Why not use I don't know, anything else?
Anything else?
Well, let's see. Like, they haven't gone with Archimedes yet, but they probably will. Let's see what happens.
Is it they're gonna use Archimedes?
Nothing.
Oh no, they're listening to me.
They use their points on getting that Massey, I guess, which is interesting. Usually they go. Massey. Oh, because they usually go with the telehandler, but the telehandlers were both banned.
Get a better tractor.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. Why waste the point on Archimedes? Get the better tractor.
Right. Very smart. Here we go.
Yeah, because that Massey is 3 points. So yeah, you could get.
We're gonna have a fight for the ideal here. And looks like Diaka have beaten Zerzeris to it. Well done by Raveheart.
And heading off to grab the case baler by
9 days, three-seaters. 9 days. Can you make it? Can you hold on that long?
Yeah. I can't.
Well, you don't have to either. You only have to wait 6 days.
6 days. 6 days. Actually, I think it's 5.5 at this. But who's counting?
So if you're Lindner, what do you do to try to confuse or disrupt Diaka now, or do you just think we've beaten him with this strategy 3 times, we can do it a 4th?
You get direct delivery when it pops up.
That's a good point. If it pops up, Lindner missing the first bale, and here comes Jeppy now, and he nails it 120. So
nice.
That's a good bit of work by Diaka, but still Lindner able to recover only a 4-point difference. That won't matter if all the combo points rack up again for Lindner.
How are you doing, Three Cedars Farms?
Man, I wish we
Which
were
one
in
of
the
you flying the blimp?
Formulator.
I'm searching for Big Pig at the moment. We need to return a Big Pig.
I loved, who was it that was like a team started that call, and it was it Trelleborg and it was like something about like if they're fans of such and such team, I am one, and then someone adapted it to be Big Pig in the chat.
Yeah.
That's what Felden was talking about
eventually
earlier.
got taken to Big. Yuck are going to open up their grain overloader now, so they are evidently going for a more normal tactic. Lindner, though, are again dropping grain, although they have opened that up and left there.
I wonder if this time they actually
off?
deliver some at the end to throw them off. I don't know.
No, you kind of just want to press bales as much as possible, and they've got enough tractors to just press an insane amount of bales now.
Grain multiplier and speed limit. So, I mean, probably not worth it for either team, because for Diatka's sake,
Right.
if Lindner are just going to dump the grain, they're going to have a 3-1 anyways.
Yeah. Nice, Lindner. If a huge duck has 1 million fans, then I'm a fan of Big Pig.
Man, the question is, if Lindner advances, did they do this against Vulture?
No. I think they're trolling.
All right, here goes the grain delivery for Diatka
They
now.
know that there's a chance it'll work against Diatka. I think they won't try it against Vulture.
All right, now
What'd be
if I'm Diatka this time, I dump the rest of my grain on the ground and just keep getting straw out of the bag.
My thing about that is, if I were Lindner in that situation, I'd then go and deliver grain at the 8-minute mark.
Right. And you could.
But just
I
to
mean,
really screw with them.
Yeah, but I mean, if Diatka doesn't start dumping their grain, then they're just going to do the same thing. So at least try to do something different than you did last time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Force Lindner to waste time to go deliver grain when they could be just pressing more bales, basically.
Yeah.
No, it's its totally own map. Like you see the mountains in the background, but yeah, it's been built from the ground up on its own map. So thanks, Spartan. There you go. There's the call. Love watching the championships. Glad you're here, 3-seaters. Glad you're having a good time. We've had a great time. We have at least one more game. If Lindner wins, that's the end of this matchup. If Diatka and Feld win, we'll have a third of the best of 3. But then we have one more matchup today after this. Vulture will take on the winner of this one, and then the winner of that will advance to next month's quarterfinals. You have to download it from the website. It's not on the Mod Hub, although when you download it as DLC, it'll show up in the Mod Hub. But go sign up right there on the website. And it's free as long as you own FS19. On PC, it'll install on top of your existing FS19 save. There is a giveaway going on this weekend during the World Championship group stages for a copy of Farming Simulator 22. So enter it. If you can't be here tomorrow, don't worry. You have to enter your email on Gleam, and the winner will be contacted via email. All right, we're seconds away from our 8th-minute drops.
On YouTube. When is the FS11 League? There was an FS11 League. The only way you would be able to get the bales back to the barn is using the bale stacker. Having played it. in the last 3 weeks.
So Diaka have done the same thing where they're not out in the harvesters. They're just dumping grain near the cart. You're really doing yourself a disservice there. They've not changed anything really.
No.
I would have one person out there at least just getting more straw on the ground and getting more bales.
And Lindner are still out there harvesting.
Yeah.
They are just creating more and more and more straw.
Crazy. You're welcome, Chameleon.
It is only playable on a server, yes.
Glad you're here, Formulator.
Hey, Formulator. And here we go. Lindner lining things up for more of their insane, insane tactic. This Trelleborg showed this does not work against everybody, in all fairness.
Oh, definitely. Trelleborg are not a fan of this at all.
No.
I think it was JK made that comment in a scrim stream. He's like, I'm not a fan of this because you're really banking on combo points. And a team like Trelleborg, who are constantly putting bales onto the belt, one set of them, because they almost put them like really close spacing, at least 1 or 2 sets of them will disrupt your combo at that time.
But what I like about this tactic is maybe not so much the tactic itself.
That's going off.
That is going off. It's not so much the tactic itself, but what it does. It is very disruptive. It is exactly what I've said all along about the FSL. To win games, you've got to be disruptive. And for Trelleborg, it's a horrible tactic to go up against something like this because you're never 100% sure when you need to counter it, and it forces
Trelleborg don't seem
to
bothered
watch
by it,
what
though.
the other team are doing.
They haven't been shaken by it at all.
But my what I mean is tactics like this are good against Trelleborg because they make Trelleborg watch, or they make the team watch what the other team is doing all the time. You know, you can end up in a very bad position if you've not got one eye on the other team the whole time.
Right.
It's why I liked seeing it done earlier. I can't remember which team it was that did it earlier and just.
It was Diaka in the very first round. They had 51 bales and set the record for bales, but they lost pretty handily to Trelleborg. I don't think it affects Trelleborg at all, really.
I would say if you do that once early on and score more points putting it in the bottom when the other team isn't watching. No, it wasn't Diaka, it was somebody else because they did it and they scored. We were calculating they scored more points by doing than if they put them in the top. I can't remember which game it was.
That was just when they brought one load in and got the combo points, which was a good bit of strategy. I don't mind that because you're catching the other team off guard and not ready for you to score it at that point.
Yeah. And that's
not a bad way to try to an alteration to it if it makes sense.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. I think the way Linda!
They're doing it early now, and there's the bailing spree.
And there's the rest of it going in.
They've been countered. They're not going to get an impossible. It wasn't a counter technically, but it was at least disrupted.
No,
they're going to leave those now.
They're going to leave those.
How many
bail
points are Diaka going to get here if they can get this, though? They should have a significant weight in their favor. It looks like I couldn't see it in the distance, but it looked like it was really kind of high. Diaka could use it.
Lindner, that is somewhat awesome.
Justin, it's not on
this is what I mean, though.
This DLC isn't on the Mod Hub. You have to sign up on the FSL website and get it from there.
The conveyor's smoking. Ooh, that's gone wrong. Conveyor smoking for Lintner because it's broken. Because there's a 3 times multiplier against them. And there's the Bale-tastic for DJK. Lintner needs to bring in 2 more trailer fulls to actually do this. They're on 666. Oh, and that went horribly for DJK as well. Or Diaka.
Well, 2:20 to go. See, now, if I were Diatka there, they just brought in a full Anderson loader, put that into the bottom.
I'd
Get
shove
combo
it in.
points.
Yeah.
Lender are not ready to... Because they're stacking theirs
Your
up now
opponents.
for the final push. Why not put those in and get the extra points
gotcha.
for the combo? Not only that, but you've got
Absolutely.
enough on the belt to get an even higher combo, too, on top of it. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right.
they could have gotten a Bale Pressive if they had done that. Like,
Lintner are so focused on getting their own combos set up that you could get a load of combos in and you'd be well over 1,000 points
right.
and insurmountable. They'd have won it at this point.
I mean, here's the Bale-tastic anyways on the belt. And I'm not sure they're going to be ready to counter it or not because they're over there stacking the bales up. Are they paying enough attention to the combo? They're going to push them in the bottom now and take the combo. They're going to go for the... Oh, it was disrupted. So, Lindner, we're paying attention. Well played, Lindner. So that basically, Diaka now have wasted putting those in the bottom. They should have pushed the entire thing in.
But
and then it would have worked.
Are over 1,000 points.
Yeah, they've got more points than they had last time.
Around.
But they need more. They still need more. And they need to save some to try to counter Lindner coming up very soon. Here it comes. I thought he was going to push just straight away. I think he is. Maybe not.
No, I think they're going to put another couple of bales on there.
Oh, and they've gotten a bale
trying
stuck.
to position themselves to counter.
They have a bale stuck there.
Here we go.
Going to come down to the timing of a counter. Bale-tastic.
Bale-tastic.
Ooh, they've missed one.
It's not enough.
And those haven't gone in.
No.
There's one in.
No, it's failed this
Diaka,
time.
So Lindner tried to mix it up and deliver like a load early, and they took a Bale-tastic. But what happened instead was there was no potential for a high counter there, or a high combo at the end. So, and look at that though, 11-10 for Diaka. Very impressive round by them. Very good indeed.
They set up their counter setup very, very well, Diaka, and yeah, kudos to them. That was well played.
It took them 3 times, but they finally figured out how to counter this tactic, stretching back to the tournament in August. So yeah, I mean, in that first round, Lindner had scored 1159, and then in that one, 1110 for Diaka. So each team that has won so far in this matchup has scored over 1,100 points.
Dude. Wow.
Well done. That was really good. And now, like, to be honest, like, I don't know who's going to win this third one now. And you know what's awaiting the winner of this third of the best of 3 is a matchup against Valtra, who got beaten by LSA Esports and showed some weakness in the third match of Group B. And what's at stake for the winner of this is playing Valtra for a right to advance to the quarterfinals. And just getting that far, advancing out of the groups into the quarterfinals, is more than quadrupling the amount of prize money you're going to get at the minimum. And that's if you don't advance beyond the quarterfinals. So very impressive round by Diaka, and they've given themselves a lifeline.
And is Lindner going to switch things up now? Are Lindner going to do something different now that they've been successfully countered by Diaka like that?
Yeah, well, the thing is they tried to do something different there to throw them off, and it actually kind of backfired in the end, in a way.
It did. No,
it was
true.
better. It was better countering overall by Diaka, but Lindner also took away any chance that they were going to get a higher combo there. So,
yeah.
Well, we have at minimum 3 matches left. There could be 4 if game 5 today goes to the third of the best of 3. But we got 1 here, minimum of 2 coming up in game 5. The winner of this one against Valtra. And then after that, we'll be done for the day with the group stage matches. But we'll be back tomorrow with group C and D. Lots of good action still to come tomorrow, too. We've got Corteva, Kawana Gaming against each other in Group C, Astragon and Krona. And then in Group D, we've got Herman, Perdinger, Manitou, and My Insanity, all to play tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Eastern. But we're not done today by any stretch of the imagination. So Lindner against Diaka.
To the third game we go. Who is going to take this?
Oof, here we go.
Oh,
man.
I'm intrigued to see what Lindner do now.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Are they going to go back to the original tactic, or are they going to go and do some delivery? Are they going to get a better tractor and ignore Archimedes, as everybody should?
Okay, so what do you not want to see more now, Alex? The New Holland band or Archimedes picked?
From a pure tactic point of view, Archimedes is beatenless.
Right.
Use your points better.
So far, who do you guys could think could go on to win? You mean between these two or overall? Because it's too early to tell overall. I mean, Trelleborg are in. They're the best team of the season. It would be hard to bet against them throughout the entire tournament. But really, anyone could take it. LSA is the surprise of the day so far for me. They're already into the quarterfinal. They were able to beat Valtra, who are still to play in the losers bracket, the winner of this one, as I was just saying. So they're not completely out. But Valtra, the second place team, are in danger of not advancing now. They didn't guarantee their spot through the winners bracket. All right. Oh, look, Archimedes. So that tells me that Lindner are going to deliver grain. Or they're picking it to make Diaka think they're going to deliver grain. Who knows?
No, because they don't have the telehandler. The telehandler is absolutely
well, they were both
required.
banned last time, too, and they still did the load up. So without the telehandler, they still tried the load up. But I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Lindner is so unpredictable. I think the problem for Lindner is this strategy has only ever worked against Diaka, and now Diaka have countered it finally. So might need to throw it out the window now. Archimedes allows you to unload grain 50% faster from a harvester, an auger wagon, or if you happen to have the big haul team perk from the 48,000 liter semi trailer too.
Oh, DJ, what are you doing?
Whoops.
Team on team violence.
Yeah, I have no clue, Mystic Sim, who's going to win this one. We're going to find out in about 14 minutes. But honestly, with how these first 2 rounds have gone, I have no clue. I really don't. It's going to be hard to call.
A much more regular start from Lindner here. And they're not dropping grain. Or are they? No, they're not.
No, not yet, at least. I think that they're going to try to just go like for like against Diaka and bet on that. Although in the second matchup against Valtra earlier, Diaka played really well. So we'll see how that plays out if that's what ends up happening.
Oh, they missed.
Lindner missing on the first bail delivery. They're going to have to try and be very careful to get this end now. Felden.
110 for the FSL.
110 to 106.
It's all the teams fielding. All the teams. Archimedes is unnecessary.
What's up, lead dog?
Hey, lead dog. And Lintner are not dropping their grain at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to. At least not now. Maybe they're going to deliver some at the beginning and then do it, but we'll see. Oh, man, what a day it's been. We've got at least 3, if not 4, matches remaining in the day. So we've got about an hour-ish left of FSL for today, but a lot more still to come tomorrow.
And this is I would say, this is our longest FSL session so far.
Yeah, it's definitely up there. I think the first tournament I did with you and Joe, we had like a lot of best of 3s, and it went close to 10:30 or so local time, if I remember correctly. But I think this is by far going to top it by the time we're done.
Oh yeah. Well, put it this way, I'll have about a 2-hour window before I stream, so I'm gonna go and get takeaway.
Oh, nice. But yeah, I mean, we've had 10 games of at least 2 matches apiece. So, you know, usually we're talking about 8 teams in it. And today we've had 8 teams, but we've also, on top of the best of 3, we've had the double elimination too. So that adds in a couple extra contests that we're not normally seeing in a normal circuit tournament. But it makes things exciting because we don't, like, I have no clue who's going to advance out of these 2, right? Like, John Deere Bednar was a little bit more predictable last time around, I would say. And it was a rematch. But I have no clue out of these 2 teams who will advance. And then, to be honest, the way Diaka played Vultra in that second match earlier, the first match, let's not even talk about, because that just started off from the beginning of that when they were out of it. But the second one, they played Vulture really close. So if they play them that close again, have a little bit of luck go their favor. Who knows?
There is that whole thing of the rematch, especially after going through all this rubbish with Lintner. You know, if they beat Lintner here now, they are going to be fired up because they've had to deal with this. It's I mean, not also, really been their day.
Right. At the same time, like, if Lindner advance, you know, do they try to match Vultra like for like? I mean, LSA played Vultra really well, like hardly any mistakes. They got a little bit of luck, but also it came down to very good skill from LSA too to pull off the wins. Like, if they had messed up here or there, we'd be talking about Vulture already being in quarterfinals. So. Yeah, DJ Merlin been here for 8 hours now. Yeah, I think I'll sleep better tonight because I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. So I'm probably only about 6 hours or so from bedtime at this point.
Something I should say is between our 2 Facebook streams, we have more viewers on Facebook than we do on Twitch at the moment, which is quite interesting.
Wow.
Hello to everybody on Facebook. Although, why I'm waving, I don't know because you can't actually see me.
I heard it in your voice, though. I could, like, see the wave as you said it, so I just was picturing it. I mean, I host the scrims, Taz. You've been there and asked me questions. What are you talking about? You talking about, like, us playing? I would like to see one time, like, we should do, like, an invitational, maybe, like, casters versus ambassadors, or maybe just Giants employees against ambassadors or something. That would be good fun. Maybe when we can do like a proper in-person event again, maybe FarmCon next
I was
year
gonna
or
say
something.
that would be something to
we could
do at somewhere like FarmCon or TwitchCon or something like that.
Right. Yeah, I would love to see it. You know, we do have long-term plans to grow it in North America first and elsewhere in the world too, even longer term. But there's a chance for us to not have circuit tournaments in North America next year, but to have special one-off tournaments. There's one that hopefully will take place in March of next year if all things go well. So we're looking forward to being able to, you know, do events in person again.
Nice.
Both in, like, Europe was able to do a couple there, but now it's shut down again. That's why we had to adapt this.
Okay.
But hopefully in the U.S., Europe, and everywhere else, we'll be able to start getting to events more. Because that's normally, you know, would have been part of my job. I would have been to several events already this year since I started working full time for Giants. But I've not been to a proper convention at all.
I said to Chris the other day that, you know, I missed the events, I missed traveling, and I'd love to do it again.
Yeah, hopefully we can get to that point before too much longer. It's crazy times currently for sure. I've traveled once for work. It wasn't for like an in-person event. It was for a special event. You guys will see the results of that coming up in the next 9 to 10 days or so. But
it's really crazy. You know, I was essentially flying out once a month, and then it just stopped.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, I normally would have gone over there for, you know, a couple of weeks to train even when I started, but of course I had to learn pretty much everything, well, everything from home. And Chalky and Lars and Martin, and they've all been great teachers from a distance. And it didn't take me long to settle in, and I've learned even more over the last few weeks because there's just so much workload right now that, and Chalky was gone for 2 weeks, so I got to do a lot of the stuff that he normally takes care of. It was actually funny because Chalky always does the mod list posting on the forum, and DJ Goham made a comment like, "I'm loving the mod list coming out the night before their release," and I was like, "No, dude, they're just late because I'm doing them now, and I don't post them."
I'm doing them, yeah.
early in the morning.
This isn't early. This isn't a half day early. This is half a day late.
Yeah, exactly.
Me neither. Three Seeders. I was lined up to go to TwitchCon Europe, just as COVID hit. And the amazing thing is, I would have gone just as an affiliate to that one. The next one I will go to as a partner, which is amazing.
Yeah, I've never been to TwitchCon either. I've been to PAX West and South, and I've been to E3. But other than that, yeah, I need to mark some other ones off my bucket list. I mean, obviously FarmCon, hopefully next year. We're exploring the possibility of maybe having FarmCon in the US and in Europe at the same time. That would be cool one day to see. So hopefully the US office will be open in like 6 to 8 months or so, and the US office will start to take off then. All right, Spartan, have a good day, buddy.
Been trying to get a FarmCon in the UK for a very long time. I don't think it's ever going to happen, to be honest.
Right. Well, I mean, it's close enough for you, but not so much for us,
It
right?
is, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. That's
That's like someone asked me the other day, like,
it's much easier for us.
Someone asked me the other day, were we ever thinking about opening an office in the UK? And I was kind of like, well, what's the point? I mean, there's 3 in Europe already. Switzerland and Germany and the Czech Republic. So proximity wise, I mean, it's not exactly the same time zone for Germany and Czech Republic, but it's close enough, right? The main reason for the US office is the time difference and having people that can, you know, hold down more time. Bottom boost has just been picked up by Diatka here in the super drop. So this could be huge here. Oh, and Diatka has some... Why unload it and leave it, though? Why not just push it in?
They didn't unload it into it. They missed.
You got to get
Push
these
it
pushed in.
in.
Please.
Oh, he's not got the power. Little Lindner doesn't have the power.
Oh, he got some. It's running out in 10 seconds. You got to get those in. There you go.
Reset.
There you go. Whew.
Lindner in trouble though here. I think the Urca are going to go through.
Oh,
Unless Lindner have a lot. Oh, Lindner have a lot of bales kicking about. There was no combo from that. That was a big missed opportunity, though, from Diatka.
I saw someone say it's sad nothing fun happens in Canada. Well, the U.S. office isn't just being put in the U.S. for the U.S. only. Like, it's definitely to represent all of North America and the Western Hemisphere, really, at large. So, I won't rule out the possibility of us doing stuff in Canada. We were exploring the possibility of one thing, but it just didn't come to be. But, I don't just represent the U.S. I represent the entire world, really, as community coordinator. We all do. It just so happens that our time zones match up better for certain parts of it. Bale-tastic for Lindner.
And there's Bale-tastic for Lindner.
2 minutes to go. Lindner have a 4 Bale advantage, which would be enough to win right now. 5 Bale advantage now.
Much closer game now that Lindner have stopped mucking about.
Push all of them in the bottom. Push all of them in the bottom.
I'm just looking at that and going, that would be the time to do it, Lindner.
Ray farts.
Not right now. Ooh. Yeah, now, Lindner. Now. Bale's no. If you're going to do it now. Oh.
Hello, everyone on Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube that are watching. Welcome in. This is the last of this matchup. The winner will face Vultra. That'll be our last set of matches for today. So we have at least 2 more, potentially 3 after this. The winner of this is the loser's bracket. The winner of this plays Vultra in the next game. And the winner of that will advance to next month's quarterfinals of the Season 3 World Championships. $620 to $576. And I would have. So there's a Bale-tastic for Lindner. I think that's just about going to wrap it up. That is going to wrap it up.
They have properly outplayed DJ Kada.
Servers for the game, that would be up to the server host, not Giants, Twisted. So you'd have to get in touch with them if you'd rather have servers in Vancouver compared to Toronto. I know, and different server hosts have different server locations, so maybe you should, search around a little bit. Maybe you'll find some in Vancouver. Incredible mouse.
Strokes over team chat.
You mean early access?
There we go.
Twisted?
Decisive. Lindner proving that they don't actually need to do insane tactics to beat teams.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that was an interesting set of 3 matches because Lindner used their strategy and Diatka didn't respond in the first one, and then they responded second time around. Lindner tried to switch it up a bit and maybe shot themselves in the foot more. And then Lindner there just went like for like, and they had, look at that, they had 13 more bales into the top compared to Diatka. And Diatka, they could have pushed that entire load on the loader in.
Yeah.
And they dropped it instead. And at that point, Lindner was kind of mucking about, and I don't think would have been ready to counter. And we may have talked about, Diatka advancing. So comes down to those minor little things at times.
It is. That was Diatka making silly mistakes. That meant that they didn't take full advantage of the advantages they had. Unfortunately.
We have comment on Facebook that says, I hope to hear about the AI helper menu very soon. Well, the game comes out in 9 days, so you have that window to expect it in. So you'll hear about it very soon.
Yes, I want to look at the AI helper menu. I'm very, very interested as to what is behind that.
So early access is guaranteed for Giants partners bronze level or above. So that's based off of revenue on your partner code if you're a partner. If you go Google Giants partner if you want to figure out how to sign up for that. If you're a content creator. Beyond that, ambassadors get it as well, and then other media, other influencers too, will be selected.
Yeah.
We'll be back, guys. Vulture against Linder. One last place to give out today in the quarterfinal. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Our last match of the day. I am here with Mr. Terminator Live.
Hello.
We started what 8, 9 hours ago, something like that.
8.
I think. And
Well, stream started 8.5 ago. We started 9.5 ago, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Because we had our yes.
Our little pre-meeting and
right.
such. Oh man, it's been a crazy day.
Ultra.
Yes, Linder versus
We've
Vulture.
had so many close games.
Trelleborg and Bednar and LSA Esports are all into the quarterfinals, and now it'll be one of Linder or Vultra advancing the next month's finale of season 3. It was a wild set of 3 matches between these two because Linder came out with their usual, surprise Linder load up strategy, which is, historically been very successful against Diaka and not so successful against other teams. But it was really successful in the first round, but then they tried to alter it, maybe to try to throw Diaka off, and it kind of backfired. Diaka handled it well.
I've been thinking about this. I think there are 2 possible reasons why it went wrong in the second game. I think they with the telehandlers got banned, so the telehandlers were no longer there in the second game, and you can see that bit there where you really accelerate the push by extending the telehandler boom, so it pushes it even harder in and accelerates the whole thing and makes it harder to counter. So they had no telehandler to do that with in the second game. Also, it may have been that he started putting it in by mistake, And having started to put it in, he decided to keep pushing it in. Quite possibly.
Yeah, it could be. I
But
feel like
it's,
it was just an attempt to disrupt and try something different to throw them off. And
yeah.
it didn't quite work out. But in the end, Lindner were able to then go in the final 3 of the best of 3 and just really play Diaka like for like and come out victorious. So Lindner showing that they can win in multiple ways. It'll be interesting to see, though, whether they try to unveil, well, not unveil, but bring back the strategy of dumping the Grand against Faltra. I don't think they're going to do that, but at the same time, they need to do something probably to disrupt Faltra.
I think if they win the first game, they might.
Right.
I think that if they win the first game to mix things up, they might do it the second game. Yeah, you see, he starts putting it in there, and that might have been a mistake when he was backing up because he doesn't immediately start unloading the rest of them.
Right.
So yeah, it went a little bit wrong in that second game for Lindner, and when it came to the last set of bales to get all the bonus and everything, they got countered, and it didn't quite work as well. You can see here, without that extra push that telehandler gets, it wasn't fast enough, and that counter came in and stopped the higher bonus coming in, and hence why they lost.
Twisted, the giveaways on the streams have never been anything but PC because it's a Giants eShop direct from us copy. So I would assume that this is the same. It'll be a copy of the game on PC via the Giants eShop, which for FS22 now includes an auto updater, which is going to be very nice.
Very cool. And here we go in the last game, giving that 106 points. So 106 to 110. It wasn't a massive difference between the two teams. It was Lindner were unfortunate because they failed to get the slide in and therefore missed more bail points. But in the end, they were just out Aing DJK.
Right.
And I know I keep calling him DJK because I keep forgetting what the correct thing is.
Diatka.
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 Diatka. And this is why I have a pad of paper in front of me.
I love this by Zerxerus, by the way. This one bale fell off, and it looks like, you have like a 3-pronged fork, and one of the prongs has gone all weird.
or it looks like he tried to create a rabbit head.
Yeah, that too. Maybe he's like, forget Big Pig. He's trying to create a new mascot, and that's Bale Rabbit.
Bale Rabbit. Oh man! Now we need a giant rabbit beside the
made out of bales.
Bale stacked rabbit beside the. And now I want to build it.
It's all good, Twisted. That's usually how it goes.
Yep. Get new people in here all the time.
This has been a great day, and we've got another day this weekend. And then, you know what? It's kind of unfortunate that this isn't an in-person event, but if it had been, we would have been doing 3 days in a row. Whereas now we kind of get to extend the season, It's going to be interesting to see because 22 will be out, but this will still be played on 19. When the finals take place now, but now we get a little bit of December FSL that we weren't expecting to get.
Strapped up, yes, we are still going. over on the FSL Facebook stream. Hello to you. Hello to everybody on the Farm Sim face stream, and on YouTube, and on Twitch.
Yeah, hello, Eric Polson.
Right. We are about to head into the final game here between Lintner and Vulture. If Lintner play as well as they did in that last game there, I think they have a chance to beat Vulture here. And yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Someone said, "Where's Diaka from?" It sounds Dutch to me. Yeah, they're from Herschel, Germany.
Yeah.
They are part of like a football club and like a sports club, and this is their esports division. In fact, I think Lars told us when he was on that some of the players are like academy players for the football club. So they play Farming Simulator League in their spare time.
So Lintner banning the Deutz and Vulture banning the Lintner.
Touche. I would now ban a Vulture if I was Lintner with my last pick.
Yeah. And then banning one of the telehandlers. That does leave a telehandler open for Lintner. And Lintner banning the John Deere. So there are no small ones left. It'll be really funny. Ultra playing Lintner at their own game.
Someone, Preston on Facebook says, "Is this a real league?" Well, what do you think you're watching? Yes, of course it is a real league. This is season 3. This is the championships. We're in the group stages. This is the Farming Simulator official esport, the Farming Simulator League. It's a free DLC for FS19 on PC. Anyone can download it and get involved and start playing. Yeah, we've been around for 3 seasons. The future is bright. Many more things to come from us. It's been a great day so far, Alex, and we've got at least 2 more matches between these two. Could potentially go to the best of 3. I don't know what to expect. Like if we were going off of the form from the rest of the season, I give it to Vulture, but Vulture losing to LSA earlier has kind of shocked my confidence a bit.
Yeah,
so I don't know what to expect.
In all fairness to LSA, though, LSA beat an absolute blinder. They
did.
Really did. They got the first one they won by a good 60 points. The second one they won by only 8 points.
Right.
It was incredibly close.
All right.
Both
what are Lintner gonna do?
A telehandler.
That's the $1 million question now when Lintner's playing. What are Lintner
having a bad start. Yeah,
Scotty
Vulture having a very bad start.
Scotty beaten to the New Holland Harvester. So Lintner have a New Holland and an Ideal, and I think they have the Ideal they reserved. Yeah, so now they've switched to both Ideals. They grabbed the New Holland kind of, I think, as a disrupt. Vulture are going with the Massey combine here. Lintner, a little bit slow out the gate for first bale, but I'm not sure that Vulture are any further ahead. Where's Martin with his first bale, I wonder? Is he already almost on the way in?
Lintner have the auger out. Does that mean...
Oh, there it is.
The grain is going.
Currently, all these teams are only in Europe, but since I was hired by Giants full-time... Martin has been a bit off with the first bale today, hasn't he? Based off his previous form previous record holder.
Really wide.
Maybe it's a latency issue. You know, that's the bad thing about having like the online tournament. It's a little bit of a crapshoot with people playing from all over. Who knows?
111 first bale for Lintner. 109 first bale for Vulture.
Pretty darn close.
And precious seconds lost.
Yeah, long-term plan is to grow the FSL beyond Europe. It's been very successful in Europe through the first 3 seasons. It's starting to grow in North America. We'll probably have some one-off tournaments in North America hopefully next year. But North America participating in the circuit is kind of more of a long-term plan because we just need more teams interested here, for one thing. Currently... there's probably 3 or 4 teams that North America could field. So it's got to grow a lot more beyond that.
Yeah. There we go. Martin going through with that Fent baler. It is both fast, takes a smaller amount of straw to create bales, but does require 300 horsepower to work properly.
Hello, Cordy on YouTube and everyone else on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Hope you're enjoying yourselves today. We've got a couple of matches left, minimum, if not 3 here between these two teams. One of these teams will advance to the quarterfinals. One will see their season 3 journey come to an end. So there is a lot at stake here in this.
That was more wide than my Big Bud with triple
Big
tires.
Bud apparently was held by the auto mod Mystic for some reason.
Maybe it thought it was a euphemism.
Maybe. Yes, Justin, of course. Canada is in North America, so you are correct. It is included. Like, we've opened well, it's not officially open yet, but we do have a couple of employees, including myself, working out of the U.S. to represent the Western Hemisphere, mainly Canada and the U.S., but also the rest of the countries on this side of the globe, because our time zones match up. Eventually, the office will exist physically in the Chicago suburbs sometime next year if all things go well. And the reason we picked Chicago is because it has pretty good proximity to Canada as well. Really close to Toronto and other parts of the middle of Canada. Great international airport, 2 airports, in fact. So... And
hey,
it's in the
Todd
Midwest,
Templar, welcome along.
Near a lot of major farming manufacturers.
And Valtra are going for the overloading because they got slowed by Lintner.
Oh,
that does mean that grain multiplier has not hit.
I can't believe my eyes. Vulture have a 3-to-1, or Lindner have a 3-to-1 multiplier and aren't dumping their grain. What is this?
They're going against Vulture. They're not silly enough to try that. As I said, I think if they win this, they might try it in the second one. But I don't think they'll try it in the first. And Martin is duplicating himself.
This is on FS19, Dustin. The Farming Simulator League client is a free DLC for Farming Simulator 19. I'm glad you've gotten to watch it live, Mystic.
Dragon Spud, in my experience, that's true of any city.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You are correct. Yeah, I'll be relocating there once
there
the
are
office
parts of
exists.
Norwich I wouldn't go near. My team's just putting those bales together now. 3 bales created for Lintner, 6 for Vulture. So Vulture have a 3 bale advantage as it stands at the moment. Can Lintner make that up? Good skill duplicating. It is a good skill duplicating. It doesn't last very long and you can't control the other character, but... keeps the other team off guard because they think you're in 2 places at once.
Hello, Zhao Gracio. Thank you for the compliment.
Welcome along.
Gareth Bradley over on Facebook. Not at this time. It's a long-term goal to get it on consoles. But for FS19 and FSL, it is PC only. You have to connect to a dedicated server, so currently that only existed on PC for FS19. We don't know what the future holds yet for the FSL Beyond this season.
No. I wait to death. Because I love the FSL. It's freaking awesome.
You're awesome, Alex.
Aw, thank you.
Well, that's an easy answer, Twisted, for my cohort, Alex, here. What your favorite piece of machinery and game would be.
What would be my favorite? Oh, yeah, the New Holland T6. Always. That's because I'm a New Holland fan.
Yeah, I don't really have a favorite, to be honest. I bounce around all over the place. I like trying out as much equipment as possible, really. Well, I mean, we're not going to put an office in Michigan when the one's going to be in Chicago.
Okay.
We're only ever going to have one, probably, like in a single country. Yeah. Even though the U.S. is massive, we've gone with Chicago because it's close to being in the middle. Like I said, all the other reasons we picked it too is the area. But yeah, I mean, if feel free, like we're always posting jobs on the website, and eventually the U.S. office will have more jobs available. So if you're willing to relocate to that area, definitely encourage you to apply. That's how I'm here today. I already knew them a bit as an ambassador and just a content creator in general. I started doing some commentary for this early this year. And then a few months after that, I applied for the community coordinator position, and look at me now. Here I am, and it's an honor. It's a dream come true. It really is like a dream job for me, and such a great company to work for.
Have you heard about what Taz has just put in chat?
I'm the one that came up with that idea initially.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, in your chat. I was in your chat that day and planted that seed in his head.
Oh, man. It's going to be so annoying. And I say that knowing it's me. The T6 is in all of my best files. I'm actually my favorite my favorite New Holland tractor is the T7 short wheelbase, which my wonderful friends at Giants keep refusing to put in the base game. I have to go find the mods. Oh, what did Martin just pull that backwards?
Yeah, so you can, like, if you unattach that thing, you can actually, like, pick up a bale with it unattached. It'll still do the animation. We've seen it, a couple of teams doing it today.
That is impressive. I'm guessing.
Whee!
Yeah, but way.
Oh, Bales broke his fall there for Cercerus.
At which point, I want to press a Dixie horn.
Here we are with 4 minutes to go. The super drops are out there. I couldn't see at that shot what it is. I think it's Bale points. No, Lord Baylor. I thought I saw the word Bale. Well, there you go. That would move, automatically score 2 bales.
Is that... it's really close at the moment. 2 points in it.
Ooh, Scotty getting stuck. Ooh, good correction. Well done.
Oh, no, he's in. Oh, wow. All of them getting air now.
So, Paul Eric...
And lots of bales coming
says it would be cool if FSL could be in real life. Well, we did have a real-life bale stacking challenge take place at FarmCon, and the likes of Voltra and Trelleborg and others participated in that. And Trelleborg don't just win Virtual Farm Sim League. They won that real-life bale stacking challenge event, too. Some of these players are farmers in real life. Some of them work in, like, manufacturer warehouses and run stackers in real life. So they do have some crossover there. So real life bale stacking was not that foreign to them. to participate in as well.
Oh, yeah, Scotty's got that in. Ultra catching up. Linda doing really well here. And there's an equal number of bales on the field now, and Lintner are well ahead. This is actually looking a little bit concerning for Volta.
Here comes 14 more on the Anderson for Lindner.
There we go. Come on. This is actually really close. Not many bales kicking around for Vulture. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. And Lindner are heading for a little bit of an upset here in the first game.
Yeah. It's not been Vulture's day so far. Still, though, anything could happen. If some of these bales start falling off, it could flip the other way. But it is looking good for Lindner at the moment.
Gotti doing a cracking job of loading these on. FarmCon is awesome, 3-seeders. Absolutely awesome. And I've only managed to actually make it to one physical one. But I had so much fun.
35 seconds to go. 7-11 to 6:49. Lindner in the lead. They have the bale advantage. Can they get them all in, though? They're just bringing in the loader
This
now.
is going.
I think he might back this up on the bottom. Ooh, Vulture.
Yeah, I think they're gonna get those guaranteed points in rather than trying to muck about with it on the top. They're just not enough points in these bales for Vulture.
Wow.
An upset.
Wow.
And Vulture don't even get their last 2 bales in.
Man. Goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, the communication is key in this, Twisted, for sure.
Yeah. And we've seen that a few times. There's so many more bales for Lindner. Lindner are actually a master at getting more bales created than their opponents. But the one thing about that Lindner push tactic is it's taught them how to just press a ridiculous amount of bales. And as a result, you know, they're winning. They're just scoring more points.
Rumble Strip said, actually had to explain this to my wife over the phone a few minutes ago. I would have liked to have been on the other end of that conversation. Like, well, see, it's a farming esport. And she's probably like, what did you just say? Yeah, farming esport. That's amazing.
I have to try and make it to one if they come to the States. Yeah, it'd be cool to have a US FarmCon. There go fairly well.
Yeah, hopefully we'll really one day be able to have them, you know, at the same time in both places. You know, we of course FarmCon this year had more announcements because we were releasing a new version of the game. But next year's FarmCon won't be short of stuff either because we'll have all the season 1 content. Well, at least like we'll have the last 2 of the year 1 season pass stuff to announce. And we'll have a new map coming with that final expansion for year 1 season pass. Beyond that, we have the year 2 season pass. So yeah, the work doesn't really stop just because 22 comes out. That's for sure.
Oh, Vulture on the back foot is a weird one. And no offense to Lindner, but Vulture on the back foot from Lindner is a weird one.
Yeah,
I'm
Vulture
not quite
just.
sure.
I mean, and you know what? Martin has had some uncharacteristic first bail mistakes.
Yeah.
At one time he held the record for several months of 139 for first bail until Trelleborg broke that. But he's not. I'd have to. I don't really remember, but I don't think he's had anything close to 130 today. Maybe once, and 2 or 3 mistakes the other times on the delivery of the first bail. So it's been some uncharacteristic mistakes from them for sure, and they're now on the cusp of. We're on the cusp of seeing the second seeded team being eliminated from the season 3 championships, which a couple of months ago we would have thought would be unheard of because Vulture, stretching back to like July, August, that period, they were arguably the best team, the hottest team in the entire FSL. And it's just not been their day today. They have to force a game 3 here, or Lindner are through to the quarterfinals, and they are out.
So do we think Lindner are going to try the bail push tactic, being a game up?
No, I don't think you do.
No.
I mean, what they just did worked so
no.
well. Just stick to that.
Yeah. They're outplaying Vulture. They should.
Because if you gamble, it might work out for you, but it also might backfire, and then it might give Vulture the confidence and momentum that they've been missing today. Because Vulture are usually very strong under pressure. So let's see if they can continue that trend, because their backs are against the wall here.
What is the difference between... Okay, so there's no difference between the Manitou and the Massey, the telehandlers.
Right.
So, yeah. Banning one...
Well, more horsepower on the Massey. It's 220 to 122, but same speed, same points.
On the Manitou, no, Manitou's 220. They're both the telehandlers are 220 horsepower.
Really?
Unless my stat sheet
I scribbled
is
out. I scribbled out I have like an old stat sheet too, but I scribbled stuff out. Maybe it's been adjusted right. So yeah, your stat sheet's probably right. You're probably on the right track there. Yeah, 220 and 70. You are correct.
220 horsepower with 70 maximum speed.
Yep, you are correct. Yeah, the patch notes, like 2 patches ago, the wording was different, I think, for the Manitou. So the way I have it written down is confusing. Yeah, there you go. Because it only specifically says the Massey and not the Manitou, but it does say both were updated. But then it only lists what the Massey was updated to. Oh, okay, I see. It says similar to Manitou. So they used to be different, but now they're the exact same.
Right.
Gotcha.
Looks like Vulture have got the better start. It's all about how well they back up to this Baylor, and yes, they've got the Fent Baylor. But Lindner have both of the Fent Ideal combines.
That's cool, Rumble.
So I think we're gonna. I think you're right, Kermit. I think they're gonna do exactly the same.
Yeah,
it's working.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. I mean, it would be a huge gamble against a team like Vulture to expect it to work. For sure. Alex, do you have the answer to this question? The average prices of a ticket to FarmCon? I have no clue.
I don't. Mainly because I got invited over last time.
Right. I figured that was the case.
Let me see.
All right. Ferrix misses the drive-by bailing. Let's see how Martin does this time. Martin gets it that time. 120. Didn't go quite as fast. And now Ferrix is trying to push it in. 113 for Lindner. A lot of time, though, has been wasted by Ferrix there, having to unhook and then reattach to the baler.
Yeah, it doesn't list the price of FarmCon tickets on the website, so I cannot tell you because it's all closed.
$12.45 could be all that stands between Vulture and elimination here. They have to win this.
That would be such an upset today.
Yeah, bigger than like just LSA beating them. Like Lindner now could knock them out. Like be two huge upsets for Vulture, and the biggest one would be that they wouldn't be playing next month in the season finals. They have to bring their A game here.
Both teams, yeah. Looks like we have no change of tactic here from Lindner.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect much different. If Lindner go on to win this, though, in 2 straight games, playing like for like against Vulture, my question is going to be to Lindner, then why even do your crazy strategy anymore? You're clearly good players with a normal strategy.
I think they were trolling. I think they saw an opportunity and were trolling.
You're not wrong, but they've won more games today using
playing
a normal strategy than they have with that crazy one.
It's
entertaining. It's fun to see
though,
at the end of a round, but
trying a
it's
new
a little bit
strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was really fun when they first unveiled it. I just remember us being like, "What are they doing?" And we had Lars with us as well, I think, at that tournament. That was when it was all 3 of us. And I think you were like, that's a mistake. It's got to be a mistake. But like at that point, you're thinking it is a mistake. Because like, what the heck else would they be doing? But, oh, man. That was a heck of a time when they unveiled it for the first time.
And they did it as a last Hail Mary at the time. It was
Backs
looking like
wall.
We're going out.
Yeah.
We're getting outplayed. Let's do something crazy kind of stuff.
Right.
And, everybody will, if we go out, people will still remember us for doing something crazy in this tournament.
Irish Farmer, it is keyboard and mouse. You can request a controller, but for online events, there's really no way to enforce what people are using. But I would imagine the majority of these players are using keyboard and mouse because that's what they're used to. But you can request a controller at official events, but you can't use a steering wheel.
So we've got small bale advantage to Vultra at the moment of 2 bales. Is that because have Lindner not started baling yet? Have Vultra got the drop on them?
So I think what's happened is Ferrix was getting the grain cart after the first bale, and now is going to retrieve someone else's tractor to grab a baler with.
Good morning, Sharperfire. Hope you had a good sleep.
Good morning, Sharper. Weren't you at the beginning of the stream? You went to bed then and then woke back up for the end.
He's in Australia, isn't he? I think.
Sharper, no, I think in North America. Sharper hangs out in the scrimmage streams.
Oh, okay. We had somebody
Fridays.
in the stream at the start who said, "Oh, it's 10 p.m. here in Australia. I'm going to bed now."
Right.
And
40 seconds away from the 8th minute drops.
Wow. And a 10 bale advantage at the moment with Ultra.
Wow.
That's a bit huge.
Yes, it is. 3 hours of sleep, Sharper. I think that might be more than I got in total last night.
There we go.
Herbicide and Bale multiplier are our drops.
Don't think either team is going to go for that. I don't think either of that is worth going too far off track.
I don't know. Bale multiplier,
He says,
and they have
as
16
Vault
trust.
forget it.
Yeah, I was about to say Bale multiplier with that Bale advantage. Deliver them now, though, Vulture,
probably...
or it's wasted.
And Barracks is ignoring it.
Yeah, they need to press Bales. That's their problem. They're too far behind. But here, like, yeah, so Scotty is in the distance taking some Bales in. Whether he has, I don't think he has the Anderson loader.
And Monty is now dropping grain.
Yeah, Elm Creek is going to be a lot of fun. 3-seaters.
Oh, yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
So, they scored what? A couple there? 1, 2, maybe?
So.
With the Bale multiplier. 32 points. Scotty's got time to get more in now, too. So, I'm so excited to see someone pick up Bale multiplier and actually utilize
taking advantage of the multiplier.
Right, because it's giving them 35. Is that 1.5?
Yeah.
Or 1.2? Because I swear it said 32 points a second ago.
Go on, up.
Because it adds it on top of your regular multiplier. Oh, only, wait.
Yeah.
Only 30? Oh, because you can only have a max. See, I thought with that it would
30.
actually go over the 30
I thought it, yeah.
points, but I guess it's 30 points max.
Oh, no, it's 1.5. So it's 20 divided by 2. So that's an extra 10.
Oh,
so
I thought it was
1.5
added to the regular multiplier. Gotcha.
So it's still on top, but it's so they've got a 2 times multiplier. So it takes what the 2 times multiplier gives them and then gives them half again.
Oh, trying to chuck him in the top and it backfired. Wah, wah.
Gotti coming in with 2 more bales. And both teams now trying to get these bales in as quickly as
It's just inspired by the U.S. Midwest. Elm Creek is 3-seaters. It's not. Our maps are never like a specific location. It's always inspired by like a general region, and then also has some elements that are meant more for a map to just flow well.
It's also because no region will have areas for every single piece of equipment in the game to work. And I know I've been told in the past that the base game maps have to allow you to be able to use every single piece of equipment.
Right.
So,
although I'm going to be intrigued to see some of you try to use the Walkabout Mother Bin on old Belleron.
That's the bit that intrigues me the most.
That thing is ridiculous.
If that's true, then oh my god, how big is the biggest field on those maps?
Yeah, that thing, the Walkabout Mother Bin, is redonkulous. It really is.
I think some 16 times maps are going to be
I was told
very much.
that for that Mother Bin to be designed by our team, that like most trailers in the game have like a general structure that has already been set for them, so when a new trailer of a normal type is added, they can take that initial structure and then build it out from there, whereas this Walkabout Mother Bin had to be built entirely from the ground up, and it apparently was quite a challenge for the team because there's so many axles on that thing. I mean, it is ridiculously large.
It is.
In fact,
It's got like
if
8
the
axles
FSL
at each
ever
end or
comes
something, hasn't it?
if the FSL ever comes to FS22, which in the long term I would assume it will, let's replace that semi truck trailer with the Walkabout mother bin. I don't know how it would be useful because it's way more grain
It's
than
got
you need.
the larger one. The WMB 6000 has 9 axles.
Yes.
5
exactly.
at the front, 4 at the back.
Yeah. No,
That
the
is
zoo.
just insane.
19 mods will not work on 22 directly. People will have to convert them over as it's been in the past, or create them brand new and convert them. But you know, the engine is an improved new version of the engine, Giants Engine 9. So the editor will be based off of that. So it's not as easy as just moving one over.
It is possible to convert them, and I think vehicle versions are probably going to be easier to 22 from 19 than they were from 17 to 19.
If you want it to be a challenge, wheels it is.
The only thing I'm wondering about at the moment and want to look into is sounds, because I think the sound setup is very different between the two.
Right, yeah, you have the sound engine improvements now, and like modders actually are going to be able to put in custom sounds if they would like for specific equipment. Within
Such as some strange streamer screaming "Hello and welcome along" when you start the engine.
There's several people that have farm knowledge that work on our team, and we also work closely with the manufacturers as well.
Fully loaded mother bin was undrivable even with the biggest bud. Wow.
Yeah, what so was that on 19, Todd, that you used the mod of mother bin?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're 1 minute away here. Vulture look like they're going to be forcing a third of the best of 3.
Third, yeah. Lintner are not massively behind though, but this is at this point a bale for bale stack.
Yeah.
And there's a good. This is that hen bale advantage that Vulture had at the beginning of this.
Yeah, Incredible Mouse, these are longer because there's more games with the double elimination or the losers bracket.
But Vulture making mistakes.
Same amount of teams as a quarterfinal to final run would be on a broadcast, but because of the losers bracket, there's more games overall. Vulture are going to do this, it looks like.
Vulture are going to do it. There are not enough bales kicking around for Lintner. That is it. We're going to a third game.
Vulture are so good at responding to pressure with their backs against the wall, and they've just shown it again there. They've just shown it again. Wow.
That is just wow. And Vulture 40 bales. So yeah, absolutely playing Lintner at their own game there. That is a major number of bales.
Wild. Very crazy indeed.
Just crazy. So yeah. How are Lintner going to respond to this?
I don't know. Maybe you were right. Maybe they should have gambled. In retrospect, it's easy to say they should have gambled. At the time, it seemed the more sensible thing to just keep doing what they were doing. But there was a couple of mistakes or two along the way early there. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this third of the best of 3 now.
I think they need to get themselves up there with the Baylor quicker. That's for whatever reason they let Vulture get a good head start in the
they had like a 10 bale disadvantage from the start, and then Vulture also used that bale multiplier drop to their advantage because of that. They were so far ahead in bales that they could take the time to take, I think, what did they score, 4 or 6? They were bringing a couple in at a time in shifts. and scored a decent amount of points in doing so. So it'll be interesting to see.
Oh, where's this going to go? Are we going to have the upset, or is Vultra going through?
I feel like, I don't know if it was these two teams, but when Lindner did that crazy strategy for the first time and they got to the semifinal, they came up against, I want to say it was either Vulture or Trelleborg, and
It was Trelleborg.
they won the first game, and we thought, oh, they might actually knock them out too. And then they just fell apart in the second game and absolutely crumbled in the third. So hopefully it's not the same thing for them. Bad, I'm glad you're having a good time. Hope you're feeling all right, man.
I still got that game up somewhere. Yeah, it was Trelleborg. They came up against Trelleborg. Trelleborg countered insanely well in that second game. Lindner went from scoring over 1,000 points per game to 673, and Trelleborg, with all the points they got for the countering, scored 1,203 points. And it was just, at that point, Lindner switched back to a standard setup, and it still wasn't enough to beat Trelleborg. Trelleborg still kicked their butt.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy indeed. Well,
so
you know what? I was thinking of Herman, who that happened to one tournament. They were on fire, and then they beat Vultra, I think, in the first game, and then they just had a mistake, like towards the end, crumbled, and then the third game, Vultra just absolutely showed their class. And honestly, I would not be the least bit surprised if something similar happens here. And now that Vulture have gotten that win to force the third game, that they just continue on, with their return to form and advance. But who knows? Lindner, or if any team can pull out some surprises in the FSL that we never expect, it's definitely Lindner. Maybe they have some other crazy strategy they've been waiting to unveil.
Both telehandlers have been banned.
All right.
Lindner and Vultra not taking any chances in this last game.
It's interesting that Lindner banned the first one and then Vultra banned the second one. Glad to hear it, Bad. Glad to hear it. Oh, man. All right. I just want I want a close match. These two teams are on the cusp. One will advance, one season will end. I want to see a super close one going to the wire where we get Alex's voice raised up a few octaves. Let's make it happen.
Just screaming at the mic. And we get very happy that I turned it down by 20%.
Yeah, definitely. All right, here we go. This will be the last match of the day. We'll be back 10 a.m. Central European Time, 4 a.m. Eastern with Group C and D tomorrow. This will be the last one, no matter who wins here for today. We already have Trelleborg and Bednar and LSA Esports into the quarterfinals. They are awaiting another team, the winner of this one, to join them. Zerzurus was beaten to the New Holland.
Harvester streak.
Ooh.
Harvester streak by Vultra.
Very disruptive.
That is not good.
Rush repelled.
Though.
So they didn't get all of them. Like it's hard. It used to be something that happened more. Doesn't really happen so much these days. But it is possible to get a rush and get all the equipment, and then if you don't reserve something, the game would end.
My question is, did they repel the rush because they'd reserved a harvester, though? Because Lindner are only in one harvester.
No, they would have had to grab something. Right? I don't know, though. They are only running one
got a reserved
ideal
harvester they can play on.
True.
But they've only got the ideal out there.
Well, that's a good start for
That,
Vulture
I
for
think,
sure.
is a...
Lindner, though, 126 on the first bale. Here's Martin now. I think that was time spent grabbing those harvesters. That has slowed down the first bale for Martin.
Oh, wow.
It may
that
pay off
really
in the
slowed
long
down
run, though.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, they did.
Lindner only have one harvester. That is the end.
So, what do you do? What do you do in this situation? You know, with one harvester, how do you counteract the fact that you're down to one?
You do something crazy. At this point, you dump your grain and you bail behind your harvester, and you just deliver lots
Not a bad
and
point.
lots.
Never before have Lindner been forced into their Lindner load-up strategy, but this is the right time to be forced into it.
I can't see any, because they're never going to generate enough grain to counteract Vulture. Vulture are always going to have more grain than them now.
Yeah.
So Lindner are going to have to dump and stack and get all of their bonus points from that. A bale multiplier, and nobody has any bales.
The telehandler is always a meta when Lindner are involved, I feel like, and other teams have been using it for stacking purposes too, but definitely like Lindner use it for that load up strategy. So they're not going to be able to rely on it here, but they are doing it.
And have come to the same conclusion as we did.
Yep. Yeah, but really, Chameleon, what they've done is force Lindner into playing their push strategy instead of making them play without it. Like, they don't have a choice now. So definitely the multiplier is going to be in Vulture's favor.
The only way that Vulture can do it, cause they, the only way Lindner can do it, because they, as I said, they can't produce the, grain to counter Vulture.
Right.
And it means that Vulture just stop having to deliver grain.
Yeah, if I was Vulture now, I would dump the rest of my grain on the ground.
Yeah.
And just get that straw out there.
As many bales as you can.
Yep. That's what Diaka failed to do in that one game, and I think if they would have done it, it would have been a lot closer against Lindner. And I think I have a feeling that Vulture will realize that's what the step they should take, because I'd be really surprised if Lindner take the time to empty. They'd have to empty the ideal twice, basically, or at least one in one portion of an ideal to fill up the grain cart.
Now, I think Lindner, the way they've got to do this is just load these straight in. Make it as, load it straight in and just keep doing that and keep Vulture off guard.
I think he's going to leave him.
He is, but it's hit them hard if they do it this way, I think. They can get a bale press every time they load if they do that.
I wonder if Vulture actually wanted Lindner to have to be forced into this, because they would rather take their chances against the strategy. It's a gamble both ways, really. It's a gamble both ways, because if it's intentional by Vulture, I mean, why else would they take the time away from first bale to do the harvester rush? It seems like an intentional plot to be like, yeah, why don't you bring out your crazy strategy and see how it works against us? Now, that very well could be a good move by Vulture, but if they don't time the counters of the combos right, It could end up backfiring.
Ultra are not dumping it. This is not a good idea.
Yeah, I don't understand. You've already got a 3-1. What's the point of having more grain unless they're afraid that Lindner are going to bring some in at the end? I just don't see that being likely,
thing is,
though.
they don't know what Lindner are doing.
Well, they can see across the map and tell that they've dumped grain.
True.
So, I don't know. I just don't. Yeah, this is twice now. Like, I don't understand why teams, if Lindner are gonna, and Lindner are even more forced into the strategy with just one harvester. So, if they're not gonna deliver grain and you have it 3-1, what's the point of more grain?
And Scotty has gone to grab slow. And Lindner do have time to go and grab their own copy of it because they can let the Baylor go ahead a little bit.
Oh, and there it's gone off the map now, so no chance for Lindner to get that drop.
Going in early with these bills.
Looks like he might be putting these. No, he's going to put them on the same side after all. He doesn't have. Yeah, he doesn't have like a full set on the Anderson.
No.
But they only have 13 outstanding, so.
Now Vulture have got themselves into position.
Just in case he's going to push these in now.
They will not put these in now.
Yeah. Not putting them in would be a great disrupt because Martin and Scotty are sitting here wasting time, basically. I don't think he's going to push them in. I think he's just trying to get it lined up well.
He's trying to line it up quickly, yeah. This is a standoff.
Yeah, like
how long are Vulture willing to sit there in this standoff?
Well, Martin left already,
and not create ills.
Yeah, Martin left already. They only really need Scotty there. Like, what? This is crazy. Oh. Lindner have, meanwhile, like, more bales being pressed out and about.
Here we go.
Or not. What is happening?
What's going to happen is they're going to put... Oh, I thought they were going to put the... No, I think I know what's happening.
Oh. Here it goes.
They're trying to get the counter to fire. And Scotty is not falling for it.
No, I mean... The bad thing is they should have put in more than 2 there because it was very obvious when it stopped after 2 that they've stopped it. This is crazy. This is the most defensive game of Farm Sim League I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
A lot on the line here, and teams are playing a defensive game. Look at all those bales that Scotty is sacrificing stacking.
Tactical. This is the most tactical that we've ever seen. And the thing is, Scotty could not sit there forever. But
yeah,
Xerxes
he's leaving all those bales sitting there, yeah.
Because at some point, Scotty's got to start stacking bales. And Lindner actually are in a position where they can keep their baler out and keep bringing the bales back. It's crazy tool, but I don't think either team is crazy enough to go for it. At some point, Scotty is going to have to start stacking bales.
This is crazy.
And now that
this is
Scotty
crazy.
dropped his bales.
He's just hanging out.
Dersurus is gonna have to do it. Or is he just gonna get held there forever?
I think someone in chat has the right thought though. Like, it was Matza. Like, Lindner has the advantage here in this standoff. Like, this is like one of the best disruptions I've seen because of this. The thing is now Vulture is starting to stack. Scotty has come in, or Martin has come in to counter now with the Baylor. So Scotty can now get to work stacking. So Vulture are going to take the lead. And at some point now, though, Lindner do have to push these in.
I know. Oh no! I know what's gonna happen. Dersurus, you absolute fiend! Watch this. Dersurus is going to wait until the combo comes up for Vultra.
I think he's going to wait. Oh, there. Okay, countered it.
Combo countered. So he's just going to keep countering the combo and scoring points that way.
Wow. Crazy Tool allows you to press bales for a low amount of straw for a certain amount of time, Manda.
Now!
Yeah, this is insane.
And now Vultra aren't in position, so they just got to push them in.
The great thing about this...
Oh, the window's closed!
The great thing about this standoff here is that there's a lot on the line, a stake in the quarterfinal, and this might end up being one of the lowest scoring games because of it. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what to expect here, really. Vulture have a nice bit of a lead now, but look at the bale difference. And Vulture are going to have to get their counter timed right. Zerzer is bringing in more on this other side.
And that bale combo countered, and yeah.
Yeah, they countered it again.
Are running
they
out
keep
of
just
bales.
keep getting 30 points on the counter, and now they're pushing them in, and that's a bale-tastic. But they
Dix07
they fell short. Oh, there's another bale-tastic
again.
And then they countered the bale-pressive. They countered the bale-pressive. So that was well done by Vulture because they countered one. It wasn't a counter that scored points, but they stopped after the bale-tastic. They let him get another bale-tastic, and then they countered on the bale-pressive. So really, it was only a 50-point gain for Lindner there, and it's just not enough at the end of the day to win it. So it's going to be Vultra going into the quarterfinals. They forced Lindner into that strategy. Lindner tried something different, but for the second time today, we saw Lindner try something different with this load-up strategy and ended up not working out for them. So Vulture, with their backs against the wall, won 2 games in a row as Ferrix is stuck on the bridge. And it will be Vultra joining Trelleborg, Bednar, and LSA Esports in the quarterfinals that will take place next month for the Season 3 championships. And we're going to see some highlights from this matchup coming up shortly, but that is the last live match of the day. We'll have more action tomorrow. Alex, it was a fun day.
What a match.
I mean,
it was.
I think the biggest story was LSA today. I mean, they beat Vultra and, got that first guaranteed spot out of Group B into the quarterfinals. And you're talking about an unbranded team joining the 3 branded teams now in the quarterfinals. So LSA giving some hope to other teams that'll, be fighting it out tomorrow in Group C and D. But man, what a day it was! And it was a day. It was a long day.
It was
almost 8 hours worth.
Like the whole season, though, it had so many close matches, so many matches, less than 20 points in it, and some amazing plays. Just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Yeah, almost 10 hours of FSL. The forklift mess up. Yeah,
that did melt my brain. I will be honest. It kind of dribbled out my ear.
Oh yeah, that was wild, man. Oh
Man. But yeah, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow. We will be back from 8 a.m. my time. So 8 a.m. GMT, 9 a.m.
10 a.m.
CST, CET,
10 and 9.
and 4 a.m. your time.
Yeah, you got those wrong though. It's 10 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. UK, and
Sorry,
4
yes,
a.m. Eastern.
my brain is because I start at 8 a.m. We're here at 9 a.m. GMT.
Yeah, we're live at those times, but yeah, we do start an hour early, so you're not wrong. But yeah, we'll be back with more. We're seeing some highlights now from this matchup, though. I mean, with the way Lindner played that first game, Alex, I thought, wow, Vulture might be going out here, but like Vulture has done in the past, they responded really well. They matched them well, like for like. They had that huge bail advantage in the second round early, and then in that third round, they did the Harvester rush, and kind of threw Lindner for a loop and forced Lindner basically into the load up strategy, and then we had the longest standoff in the history of the FSL, which was crazy.
And it really was. We've got to cover this. If they get any of this in, that's us done. And it's we've never seen a standoff like that before.
Yeah, that was some defensive farming simulator league. It was amazing.
I'm buzzing, as I always am after the FSL.
So we'll start with Group C tomorrow, Alex, and the first matchup will be Corteva versus Kalwana Gaming, and then we'll have Astragon versus Corona in Group C, and then that'll follow up with Group D, Herman versus Perdinger, and Manitou versus My Insanity. Same format, obviously. We'll have the double elimination, best of 3. 4 more spots in the quarterfinals next month at stake tomorrow, and more chances tomorrow for people to enter the giveaway for Farming Simulator 22. If you've already entered it and you're busy tomorrow, you can't make it, don't worry. Because it's being run through Gleam, you'll be contacted via email if you end up being that lucky winner. Thank you, Felden. Yeah, go get that sleep, buddy. You've had to stay up even later than normal, or early, if you want to look at it that way.
For those of you who've been up since the early hours, this has been a long old day for you. And Felden has been here all the time today, so kudos to you, my friend.
Yeah, Felden works night shift, so I think he's used to it, but he has had to stay up later than normal because, we've had 2 extra matchups, basically, than we normally would have. Well, actually 4, if you look at it that way. So, it's been a wild day. And I have to give, credit to Vultra. You know, it was really surprising to see LSA beat them. It really was, but they responded really well with their backs against the wall against Lindner. And we've got the top 2 teams. We got a number 1 seed and the number 2 seed have advanced. 3 and 4 will play tomorrow. But then in LSA, we have the 10th place team advancing. Nice. And Bednar, I believe, are in the 9th place. That's right. So the 9th and 10th seeds are in. The 1 and 2 seeds are in. 7th seed and 8th seed are out. So none of those teams from the top 10. We have 3, 4, 5, and 6 all playing tomorrow. So a lot of top teams playing tomorrow for those last 4 spots. Man, it's been a heck of a day. I need to go rest my voice and body.
I've got to go and find some food.
It's time for lunch, and I haven't really properly had breakfast, and it's lunchtime now. So
I'm insane. An hour and 20 minutes, I'll be streaming again.
Yeah, well, you are insane, but that's okay. That's why we love you, Alex. Oh man, it's been a pleasure.
We will see you all again tomorrow morning for groups 3 C and D.
I'm looking forward to it, Alex. I can't wait to see him in the morning. We'll be chatting again, and
it's been a pleasure as always.
Everyone in chat,
and thank you, Giants, for having me again. We will see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.